Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? We ready? I'm excited. I'm very excited. I've been thinking about this idea a lot in the back end, and I'm really pumped to be able to bring it to you guys. Ryan is going to be a tiny bit late, but that is okay because that gives us plenty of time to kind of talk through the idea, the format, what you're going to see with it. So that you guys are very caught up to speed when Ryan gets here. So, the basic idea is this behind the screens format is that, kind of my bread and butter right now with Critical Role is watching through this content, analyzing it, seeing what we can learn from it. But sometimes I have to do like some guessing at what's going on behind the scenes. Like very recently, we've had a lot of stuff where I think that there might be meta constraints on why certain things happened within the content. So with Behind the Screens, we're getting a very similar thing of we're going to be watching through some of Ryan's content that he's posted on TikTok or YouTube, and then we're going to be talking about it and analyzing it. Very similar to how I analyze Critical Role, but we're going to be able to do it with the creator. So, like, he'll be able to talk about, things that hit the cutting room floor, any clarifications he wanted to make, maybe talk about the way that people perceived the content when he actually put it out, and, like, how that changed maybe even his perception of his own content. I think it's going to be super interesting, sort of a director's commentary type feel, if you want to think about it that way. So I think it's going to be very, very good, very cool. If you guys don't know Ryan, it's RyanImelDM, RyanImelDM.com, for all of his links and Linktree. He is a very cool guy. I've been talking to him for a while. We've done a couple of things together. This is going to be our first kind of solo video together, which is going to be dope. But he was on DM Live, so you might recognize him from there. And he primarily does sort of miniature or like prop or terrain content, and gives advice, like player advice, DM advice within that context. So he'll be showing off like an encounter that he built with all of the terrain, all of the miniatures, but also giving DM advice on how to run things. And not just like how to run things with terrain, just like, oh, like this is like some good advice for encounter building, or like this is a lesson I learned. And sometimes it's specifically about the props and terrain, but most often it's not. And he will frequently say, you don't need terrain, you don't need props to run good and fun D&D, which I totally agree with. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Get ready, buckle in, because his videos are very high production value, especially if you're used to watching mine. So you'll look at them and you'll be like, gosh, Megaphone Man, why don't you put as much time into it? And the answer is that he's a psycho. He's crazy. He's just goated. He's different. So I'm really excited to watch his stuff. I've got a lot loaded up, and he doesn't even know what we're going to be watching today. We kind of talked through the idea, talked through the theme, which is going to be one-shots. And he sent me like 3 videos that he was like, oh, like I think these ones might be good to talk about. And I agreed, we are going to talk about them. But I found on my own something like 10 or 12. So he will mostly be getting surprised today with what we're watching, which I think will be fun. But yeah, it's gonna be a good time, and I want to hopefully extend the concept. I'd love to talk to other people about other things, or just talk to Ryan again about different things and different contexts. So I think, yeah, I'm really excited for the general idea. I do see Looks like Ryan is on his way, but not quite here yet. No problem. Also, I finally did it. I finally pulled the trigger on changing the channel name. I've been talking about it for a while. I needed to change it. But it is no longer Megaphone Man 0. It's just Megaphone Man. Because obviously, like, it was I needed to do it at some point, but I was worried because I was like, I'll have to, like, go and find all of the places that I've written Megaphone Man 0, and that'll be a huge hassle, but this is definitely the best for SEO. And I especially remember the last time I did an interview where I was actually getting interviewed in the Interview of Fate by Blue Hair DM. Several of his viewers were like, I couldn't find you because YouTube streams are really hard to find and because of the 0. So so the 0's gone. It's toast. But yeah, we'll see how long the interview goes. I've got a lot of stuff to talk to him about. So I'm very excited. I don't know exactly how long it'll be. Maybe an hour, maybe 2. I don't know. It'll probably depend on how long Ryan has to put up with my shenanigan questions. Because I've got a lot of stuff for him, and especially, and I will sort of reiterate, the kind of theme of this stream is going to be one-shots. So we're going to watch through a lot of his stuff that doesn't have anything to do with one-shots. Some of it will. Some of it is like directly talking about and commenting on one-shots. But some of it, I want to look at his more general advice and talk about how that might need to be changed in the context of a one-shot, how it might be more or less applicable, if he still believes that it's applicable at all in the context of a one-shot. So those are what I'm looking at, and sometimes I'll kind of use one-shot and limited series somewhat interchangeably. The main thing that I'm focusing on here are quest lines with like really, really tight deadlines, like out of fiction. So kind of like the Critical Role guest episodes that we watched, where they were limited to 2 episodes. That's a limited series. Could be a one-shot. I mean, it's obviously not a one-shot. It's like a 2-shot. So I'll be using limited series a lot to basically refer to that sort of content. Something where, like, you have to get through the quest in a certain amount of sessions. Whether that's 1 for one shot, 2, 3 even. I think once you get to, like, 4, maybe that's kind of outside the scope of a lot of this. But even then, because the constraints around running a limited series, running something where you have to get through it in a certain amount of time, otherwise you're like impacting, the players' schedules, you're impacting your own schedule. Like, how do you keep that pace up? How do you reconcile some of the DM advice? Like, I talk all the time about player agency, not forcing players into things, like making sure that they have a ton of autonomy. But when you're in a limited series and, you have to get through certain plot beats, otherwise it won't be a tight story over those limited number of sessions, how does some of that advice square with that, kind of fundamentally different environment? It's something that I'm frankly pretty fucking bad at. I'm not good at it. I am really prone, especially because one of my priorities is like player agency and player autonomy within the world. I am oftentimes so focused on that I can really fuck the pace of a one shot. So I'm very excited to talk to Ryan about that. Unrelated, is that 3 copies of Codenames? Yes, sir. Yes, it is indeed. Oh, wait, it's over here. That is regular code names. That is code names after dark, which is like dirty code names. It's actually, I find it much more difficult to play. Like, because a lot of times in regular code names, you can use innuendo to like give clues and to connect things. But with this, the innuendo is so built in that it's actually harder to give clues. And then that is codenames duet. So that is 2-player code names. So instead of having 2 teams, of, 2 or more, you have, you just are on, it's just you and, one other person on either side of the board. And you are both a clue giver and a guesser simultaneously. So like you have your own board on one side and they have their own board on one side, and some of your stuff overlaps. There's like 3 assassins instead of 1. So yeah, I like Codenames. Codenames is a fun game. I think I like Codenames so much because it's a party game that is really fucking easy to teach people and is like endlessly replayable in a way that I don't think a lot of other party games in that genre are. Like Cards Against Humanity, or like Red Flags, I think are really fun party games that are easy to teach, but their replayability is a bit low. Because there's kind of only one thing that is different each game. It is like, okay, what cards are in your hand? And like you're just trying to play the best ones at any given time. Whereas like Codenames has the permutations of like what cards are out on the board, but also what cards do you need to connect? So I feel like the replayability and like the number of permutations is so much bigger, so much fucking bigger. So I find Codenames to be a really, really, really fun board game. Yeah, I just kind of got my whole board games shelf. I need to organize it into some semblance of order. I also have like some of my D&D books on there, but then some of my D&D books are in the closet because I don't play physically anymore. I wish I played more physically, but board game stream, dude, I don't know how. I don't know how I would do it, but yeah, I mean, I fucking love board games. It's one of the like things that me and Paige like got together on. But like I literally don't know like technically how I would do it and also like make it interesting to watch. But yeah, I've got some cool ones. I've got some ones that I don't think many people have probably heard of, like Mr. Jack is really cool. Sonar is really fun. I just got Cosmic Balance, which I had never heard of. Tabletop Sim. Yeah, I could do Tabletop Sim. I could do Tabletop. I think I really want to do more kind of like party style streams with other people, a little bit more casually. But it's just like I've talked about on the Critical Role streams, like sometimes the schedule has just been keeping me busy. If I was full time, oh shit, you guys would see so much more fucking content and so much more like variety of content. Like there's some ideas that I have that just take too much creative effort to execute on, like DM Live. I really want to do another DM Live, but I kind of ran through a lot of the super obvious ways to do it during the first one, and so now I have to be a little bit more creative. But with that, I think Ryan is ready, so I'm gonna give him a call. Let's see. Wait, I can't do a video call. There we go. We are ringing him. Let's see. I don't like that Discord doesn't make a ringing sound anymore. Hi, Ryan.
How's it going?
It's good. It's good. Let me get you pulled up. You're not going to be able to see my face unless you watch the stream.
I'll just pull that up then so I can.
Perfect. Okay. And you are good. The framing is a little tight, so just make sure to stay in the center.
Okay.
But
I can do that.
You're perfect right
If
now.
I move anywhere else, I'm moving away from my mic anyway. So.
That's fair. Well, hello everybody. This is RyanImelDM. I've already told them all about you, so they know you, and you don't know any of them. It's a very improper relationship.
That's how it goes.
Yeah, that's how it is. But Ryan, you know what we're doing here today, so I don't even need to really get into it.
I have the easy part. I just show up and say, what do you want to talk about? That's easy for me.
That's perfect. Well, we're going to be doing a lot of one-shot discussion. However, we're not just going to be watching your videos about one-shots. So I don't know if you tried to prepare, if you tried to get your notes, I'm going to be surprising you.
Okay, that's totally fine. Because I could deal with surprises. We're DMs, right? We deal with surprises.
Exactly. So I'll start it out real fast.
Sure.
This is one. I can't put my notes up there because that's where you are. Okay, put it right here. This is one of the first videos I ever actually saw of yours before we had ever met and talked. And it's also advice that I had never gotten anywhere else. I'm sure that other people do it, but I definitely learned about it from you. So it felt only right to start there. It's about character prologues.
All right.
Let's talk about character prologues. If you've never tried starting a campaign with one...
And you know what I just realized that I'm not doing? I'm not streaming this to Ryan, so he can't hear anything.
I'll try to remember.
Yeah, you'll just run through the script in your head. Okay. We should be streaming that now. It'll just be a blank screen so far for you, but we will get into it. And let me know if you can't hear it.
Okay.
Let's talk about character prologues. If you've never tried starting a campaign with one-on-one character sessions, just player and DM, I recommend you try it out. It gives the characters context in the world, and the players get a feel for their character before playing with other people. You can even introduce narrative threads you want to pull on later. Here are a few ideas to get you inspired. Your fighter was trained...
So we don't even need to watch the ideas because I wanted to more specifically ask you, have you ever run character prologues for a limited series? For a one-shot? Because I can see that it might be a good way to sort of offload some narrative weight.
Totally.
But I didn't know if you'd ever tried that.
I haven't tried it. I haven't done it for anything but long-running campaigns. So I haven't done it in that context, but I think that's a cool idea. I mean, especially if you want to get away with a little bit more in a one-shot and still have it be one session. I think that'd be a cool way to do it.
Yeah. And how long do you normally run those? Are those character prologue sessions normally shorter, longer? Depends on the player. And what do you require for them to come in? Because since it's a one-on-one, it's pretty focused on them. Do you require anything extra?
No. In fact, I think it's it really is pretty catered to the player. So sometimes there's somebody who's kind of really, kind of put that work in, and they have a very kind of fully realized idea of their character in their mind. Yeah. And that experience is going to be very different from somebody who's maybe they're newer. They want to play a magic user, but they're not. They have a lot of questions either about, what circle, if they're a druid, or what school, or maybe even what sorcery points are. And in that case, you can kind of cater that prologue to sort of doing that stuff in game, kind of weave that into what they play. So it really is super dependent on who it is. In terms of length, it kind of depends. I don't worry too much about the length because I guess, first of all, it's going to move a lot faster doing a one-on-one session than regular D&D. You're just going to tear through content because you don't kind of have that, kind of those safety, they're kind of the bumpers in bumper bowling, right? Where players are kind of, not arguing, but trying to figure out what they should do collectively. That kind of buys DMs time, and that sort of inflates a session a little
the,
bit.
The extreme version of which would be, like analysis paralysis. But there's also
Totally.
like, even if you don't go to that extreme, there is still that kind of built-in like discussion, decision-making time.
Absolutely. But in a one-on-one scenario, you're going to have, the player asking probably a couple of clarifying questions, and then they're going to decide.
Yeah.
And the challenge of that, really the first D&D I ran was solo stuff for my wife. That's how we both learned the game.
Yeah.
And so that was sort of the grinding of like, okay, I have to figure out how to run this 5e game for one person, which is a challenge.
Yeah.
But once you get comfortable with that, I mean, I think for a lot of players, it's such a unique experience to sort of, have that.
Certainly.
They call it a solo session. It could be called a duet session sometimes.
Yeah.
It's a really unique way to play. And in the end, if that's 45 minutes, an hour and a half, even if you're used to playing 4 to 6 hour sessions, that sort of like focused. I mean, this is debatable. Your mileage may vary, but like that sort of one-on-one gameplay with another person is really rare. And so even just an hour or so of that, and you'd be like, wow, that was really fun.
Yeah.
So it's really flexible. It just kind of depends
That's
where you
how
want to go with it. Yeah.
That's how I taught my wife D&Ds. We did.
Oh, nice.
We did a couple head-to-heads, which is what I've.
Okay, that's a good way to.
Yeah. But I really like the idea of implementing that style before a big, either a large campaign, or potentially a one shot. I am curious.
Sure.
One of the things that I talk a lot about in terms of prepping your character for a campaign is developing connections and relationships between yourself and other players. Do you ever do like duet, like 2-player sessions, like a small kind of subset before the campaign starts to explore those relationships?
Yeah, if they're relevant, for sure. I've done that before where there's sort of a crossover because or kind of done together because these characters have that sort of pre-established character relationship. I think it's really flexible. I think the goal is the goal of prologues in my mind are sort of from a DM's perspective, it's sort of cheating, right? You could sort of leapfrog that initial awkwardness of a first session where everybody's figuring out their characters and maybe saying the voice for the first time or how they speak, and then like we're in the tavern or wherever we are and who do we talk to and what do we do. You can sort of get a lot of that out of the way in the prologue, and then come that first session you start dropping in the NPCs that everybody's already met. Everybody already kind of knows, and things can kind of get rolling a little bit smoother that way.
And I can see like really heavily not necessarily shaping, but kind of directing the prologue session to all end at the same place. So maybe there's some central conflict where they're all showing up to the town square individually at the end of their prologues, and then session 1, boom, you're in the town square, they're blowing things up. That's really cool. Okay, very cool.
And especially giving players different vibes or impressions of a location or of a character, right? Like it's this is true in real life, right? 4 people seeing the same event will come away with different versions of that. So kind of having fun with that, and then seeing what happens in the game, and if people realize that or talk about it, can be really fun.
That's super dope. Okay, I am gonna
players run.
Whoops. Do the next one, and this is something where I found a piece of advice that you've given that I wholeheartedly agree with, just like down to my bones. But I have lived by this advice during a one shot, and it kind of screwed me. So I want to get your perspective on that, especially since we do share this. It is about letting players run.
When your players run from a fight, try not to let them see how excited you are. The first campaign I ever ran was a solo campaign. One of the mistakes I made was the first time she said she wanted to run away from a fight. It was in a cemetery. The villain was a big guy, 2 wolves on leashes, moving at her fast. I said, you can't run away. You can't do that. That's not fun. Then you're not playing. Yeah, I was new. What I should have said was, awesome. Which way do you run? Roll for initiative. Jump, roll, climb, hide. Maybe she ends up hiding in a dirt hole somewhere, stumbles into a hidden tomb. Or she poses as a member of a grieving family in the cemetery. The point is, when your players run, let them. And not just because you can deliver a chase scene and keep it satisfying as an encounter. Let them because they're giving you the best possible gift, a recurring villain. Do you know how hard it is to make recurring villains a thing in D&D? Everybody gets killed. If your players want to hand you a villain, let them. And remember.
There we go. So, when it comes to the really tight pace of a limited series, maybe not just a one shot, but 2, 3,
Sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
When it comes to that super tight pace, how do you marry that kind of this video very much advocates for a lot of player agency,
Totally.
but that can really derail things, which I love in a campaign where the pacing internally matters, but you can always just do things later. So
Sure.
How do you structure that?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think of some scenarios. I guess the first thing that comes to mind is that it really comes down to how you plan. Something I've been thinking a lot about lately is that part of the planning for D&D is really complicated, right? Because there's so many dynamics at play, and we all kind of approach things differently. And depending on what inspires you or gets you started with D&D, you can, some people, it's like you can spend your whole time coming up with names because that's what you never can think of on the spot.
Yeah.
What definitely. I have been finding myself thinking about in regards to encounter design, bosses, I think a good way to simplify this is imagine you give your players a portal or player, right?
Okay.
It doesn't really matter where to, but if you put a portal in front of your player or players in whatever situation, we can have guesses as to what they're going to do with it. Maybe they'll throw something through, maybe they'll jump through, maybe they won't.
Yeah.
And part of what I've been challenging myself to do lately as a DM is to make sure that when those sorts of, it's not exactly a binary decision, but those sorts of they're in or they're out.
Yeah. I
have sort of a fun idea in mind if it's yes, or if it's no, or if it's something in between and weird.
Yeah.
And I think that's a little bit of what it is, even in the case of planning for solo play. It's more dramatic, but it's also sometimes easier to riff off of one person's ideas about what their character is doing than 4 or 5 or 6 or however many you have. So sometimes that improv can be easier.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really tricky, especially with a one player. Another way that this comes up that isn't necessarily a player's decision, but if you're playing with a small group or one person, what do you do if they're killed in their first combat ever against a goblin, which depending on what level they are could absolutely happen.
Yeah, certainly.
And to some extent, you look at that a lot of different ways. I think my general approach and probably my recommendation for prologue sessions is don't kill your players off. That's not a fun way to start.
That
doesn't mean that they don't.
I actually I have another video later on in the queue about deadly
I won't step on you.
So yeah, we can say it because I really want to talk about danger scaling and threats that you present.
Totally. Yeah, there's a couple different ways to come at it from.
Yeah, but I guess for specifically this, it sounds like what you're going towards, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is trying to sort of simplify the decision field of, okay, I'm not going to maybe offer them something with 3, 4, 5 complex decisions. There is a portal. It's yes or no, or somewhere in between, but eventually it will collapse down to yes or no, and then for your planning, you can branch off of that. So it more comes down to the prep and less about the running when it comes to keeping the pace up in one shots.
A little bit, and a little bit of it is getting in the right mindset. Genre can change, but I think on this type of topic, I think a really good analogy is Matt Colville's about using Indiana Jones for solo play. Okay. In that very first Indiana Jones movie where he's got the gap to cross, right? Like he loses the relic or the idol,
Yeah.
and he's got to jump this gap because time's running out, and he jumps, and in a sense he fails the throw.
Yeah.
So does he fall into the pit? Well, no, then the movie's over. So instead he catches himself hard,
Yeah,
right? And now he's got another. And so to some extent it's changing your thinking so that failure is a lot more steps.
Yeah.
And a lot more creative than probably you would normally with a group. In a group
Certainly.
playing, there's a lot of other players to sort of catch and recover things, and
Yeah,
you know,
it gives
health
the other
isn't as big a
opportunities
scare. Yeah.
to like maybe
Yeah.
it gives them opportunities to use their resources to make themselves feel
Totally.
cool. So you can
Yes.
make it a little bit more extreme, but when it's maybe a
Mhm.
limited series where success is more, I mean, frankly, important, you can give them success, but give them maybe complicating factors, or maybe
Sure.
something that I've been thinking about a lot, and I'll run it past you, is more aesthetic consequences for failing. So I
Sure.
was just watching a Critical Role episode where Grog is in a pit fight, and he fails through one of like a series of rolls, and the enemy bites his lip off. And so now he's going to have, this permanent scar, even though the cleric reattached it.
Sure.
It sounds like that's kind of what you're going towards, is you can have these really nice, maybe impactful aesthetic failures.
Right.
Without actually making them fail their goal.
Right. It's almost like, and again, because not necessarily in any old solo session, I think that you have to sort of adapt to make the game losable in other situations. But I've never lost a character in a prologue, and I would say that you're probably doing something wrong if you do.
Yeah.
It's almost like I forget where I read this, but I saw it at some point years ago. It was like, how do you make a Superman game? Like if there was a video game where you played as Superman, how would you do it?
I mean,
because
frankly,
he's
Superman's
Superman.
a kind of boring character, so it's a big challenge.
He's Superman.
Yeah.
And the idea was, well, you do it by making his health, or the success is the city's health, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So
how many
because
casualties
his is
can he prevent?
infinite.
Yeah.
That's right. Like if this is his penalty, so in a sense, rather than just only using a health bar when it's a solo player, like you're saying, you have aesthetic choice. There's an aesthetic health bar. There's an inventory and a weapon health bar. There's even
an environmental
their
health
reputation.
bar.
Yeah, like what do the other characters think of them? It's like, hey, they got beaten up by a goblin. Like maybe it lowers their stature or something like that. Yeah.
I think that's something really hard in D&D especially. A lot of other systems have a concept of reputation or influence, what have you, kind of Vampire the Masquerade or like Blades in the Dark style. So I do think I've been trying to, and this is why I encourage other people to not necessarily learn other systems because they're better, but learn them because they can change your mindset for when you come back to D&D.
Totally. I
think that's
Absolutely.
a really good point, especially in context of the Superman game, of like how well, like maybe the one shot or the prologue or what have you. And I will say also the term prologue does imply that they survive. Like
I think so.
Like it kind of almost inherently has to.
Yes.
And so, but their impact on the world can be very much tied to their success or failure. So it's not like they're going to survive no matter what, but what people think of them, their effects on the world, maybe an entire town is gone because of their failures.
That's
as opposed to their successes.
Yeah. It's really, it really feels like the job of a prologue is to really set the character into the context of the world, and to sort of show how they are reflected on it, and get that all established. And so it's only natural to have negative outcomes reflect then on the world they start in, right? Totally. That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Very, very cool. The next one is about a moral encounter.
Okay.
And I won't go into it much more than that, because I want to.
Sure.
Let's give your players a moral dilemma. The players.
But this is also. This is actually the first video I ever saw of yours. So
nice.
the other one was like, I think Character Prologues was like maybe the first 2 or 3. But this one, I thought of this instantly because this feels like the sort of thing that you would see in a one-shot, and I really want to like break down your thoughts on it as an encounter.
Okay. Cool.
Mountains to the mines, and they have business with the dwarven town there. But out front, they notice a thief hanging in a cage near the entrance. Apparently, these dwarves take thievery seriously. The penalty is to waste away in the hot sun. The thief begs for help. Send the dwarven chief out. I can convince him to free me. I'm going to die out here. Send the chief. Maybe your players don't care about this guy's fate. Maybe their blood runs cold as ice. Or maybe your players have stolen once or twice or a lot of times, and they feel for the guy. Maybe they can convince the dwarves to reconsider. That will be tough. Or, what happened with my group, they decide to bust him out themselves. After picking the lock and approaching the thief, his form explodes into a ball of fire and smoke, hitting everyone in range of the cage. Turns out the thief escaped days ago. He left behind an illusion and a trap for the dwarven chief to find. All that's left behind is parchment, a sarcastic note for the owners of the mine, and a veiled threat if they ever set foot in his hometown, and a hidden message for any rogues in the group. Maybe tracking this thief down is worthwhile after all.
So, I have a few things. Number one, I think that's a great encounter. And I just wanted to show people it.
Awesome.
But I also think that it's a really good example of how to make a session or a quest feel like there are a ton of branching paths or a ton of different options, which ultimately kind of collapse back down.
Right.
And I feel like this is a good example of an encounter to make that would be easier to run in a limited series. Am I sort of on the same track as you? Is that how you see this as well, or do you see it differently?
I mean, I think it's super flexible, right? I think that in a sense, something like this, an encounter that can be ignored, right? Like I think that's one of the toughest things, toughest sort of disciplines, I think, as a DM is you make all this cool stuff and you want to make sure it gets in front of players. And if it doesn't, I'll just put it in front of them.
I'll make them do it.
Right. But I think a lot of the magic happens where a player's like, okay, I mean, I could do this. And then they think, oh, I'll do this. And then when they're 3 or 4 steps down that line and then it opens up, then it all, I think that's when it all feels real. So I think it could work in either case because this could be the encounter of this session, right? This could be a lot more sort of in the way, or it could just be placed like in the context of the campaign where this happened. It was just at the entrance to a dwarven mine. They didn't have to do anything, right? Which would have been interesting too, because then, other stuff could happen. But I think it could go either way.
So I have kind of 2 branches off of that. So at the bottom of the note is the Thieves' Cant bit, which I love.
Yeah.
I think that's a fantastic small addition. And it foreshadows and it hints out to more quests, more options. Do you try to limit those in your one-shots? Do you try and keep the same tone as a campaign where you're constantly like, I feel like in a campaign, I'm constantly dropping hints, I'm foreshadowing, I'm talking about things that are happening elsewhere because it makes the world feel bigger and alive. Do you artificially limit that within the scope of a one-shot so that they don't get distracted, or do you keep it to make the world still feel living?
I think that in a one-shot, those hooks may be present, or those kind of clues or hints at the larger world. But I don't think that they would, like if I was running a one-shot and this particular moral encounter was not sort of one of the sort of acts of that one-shot, I wouldn't put it in. Okay. Just to not have that distraction.
Just have it streamlined,
That's right, yeah. But at the same time, one-shots are, a couple of my campaigns have begun because a one-shot went well and people wanted to keep exploring the game. So I think have a lot of fun if you're doing a one-shot, especially for people who've never played or you're, pulling a group together. I think it's a lot more fun to sort of anchor a one-shot in my world or in whatever the game world is.
Sure.
Even if only I know all of these things are there, because I think it makes it that much more rewarding to follow through with it if a game does come out of it.
Totally. I definitely agree on that. And so something that you sort of mentioned of like, okay, if this isn't one of, the acts of the one shot or the limited series.
Yeah.
how do you have like and you probably don't have it off the top of your head, but if you think about it, do you have like a ratio of like, okay, so there are some like sort of required encounters, there are required plot beats for this quest, but if you only do required plot beats, it can feel very tight, very railroady, very laser focused.
Sure. Yep.
How often do you sprinkle in these, like the thief in the cage, these optional things that maybe inform the larger plot, but that are not required or are not like a main part of it? Do you have like a ratio in your head?
In like a longer game, or just in a one shot?
Just in the one shot context.
In a one shot.
Because I think in a larger game, it's more up to preference because you have forever, but
players engage or whatever.
Right.
So generally speaking, it's like what's the tripod? It's like the combat, role play, some sort of puzzle solving, right?
Sure.
That is typically, if I'm thinking about how do I sort of showcase D&D, if I'm running a one shot, odds are it's usually for people who've never played before, because that's the easiest way to get them in. Sometimes it's with my players, and those get a little bit crazier.
Sure.
But in terms of like the average one shot that I would consider like this is a good D&D one shot, I would view it as kind of those three pieces, and I would think of a one shot in sort of basically 3 acts, right? That you can do those in any order. Obviously, it's really satisfying to end in combat, but it doesn't have to.
Yeah.
And I sort of think of those 3 sections as set, but they're like accordions, like they can expand and contract. So if for whatever reason this group really digs in on the role play aspect, and maybe that happens in the middle, okay, well maybe that's going to shorten up this part at the end. Maybe that's going to, behind the scenes, I'm going, okay, these minions are not going to be a part of this final combat, right? Now this gets a little bit more to the point so that we still finish on time. And in the same sense, from a puzzle perspective, if the combat, maybe we kicked things off with a combat at the beginning, and if that took a long time, okay, well, I can reduce and simplify this sort of puzzly encounter to sort of try to make up some time, right? So I think there's a little bit of budgeting that happens there.
And do you have that? That's just you just like improv decide, or do you ever work that into your planning of like distinctly pointing out like, okay, this like circle here, this thing is optional, like I can take that out? Do you try to build that into your planning where you try to isolate things, or does it just happen naturally in your brain?
It's definitely built in. So when I'm sort of outlining, if I'm outlining a session for a game, I can basically stack that as deep as I have time to prep. Because, hey, if we only get through 3 of my 10 things, whatever.
Yeah, you can always do it next
time. That's right. But if I'm planning sort of that mini arc of a one shot, I want there to be, something to draw them in at the beginning, something to challenge them in the middle, and then something where they can kind of be heroic at the end, right? That sort of arc. And it could be 3, sometimes it's 5 sections. It really just depends on the context. But I'll literally sort of give myself rough time budgets, and I'll be sitting there looking at a clock. Like I'm pretty aware of that, only because I don't want it to sort of peter off at the end, or certainly don't want it to cut short. I would rather cut my content down so that we get to an ending, whatever that ending might be. So I'm usually kind of watching it and kind of keeping notes like, okay, so this, we're ahead, we're behind, and based on that, it is kind of a feelings thing, just like running a session.
But you have like kind of those content pieces isolated so that you can pop them in and out depending on how the pace is going.
Yeah, and if we're killing it, they hey, I thought this first act was going to take let's say an hour, and it actually takes 45 minutes. Okay, great, I can take it easy. They can explore a little bit more in this second piece, and maybe I do a little bit more improv than I might otherwise because there's some room for that.
And do you ever work that into your map and dungeon design? I mean, as someone who is very I don't want to say prop driven, but you utilize terrain and props a lot.
Totally.
Do you build like alternate versions of your dungeon of saying like, okay, if we get to this point and we have a lot of extra time, I'll add in these rooms, I'll add in these corridors, and then if we are running short, I'll take this bit out. Is that
absolutely
okay?
Absolutely. So In some cases, it's as simple as, the board that maybe comes out for this section doesn't have monsters on it until I put them there, right? So that's one lever. But absolutely, like, especially if I'm using sort of like the kind of 12 by 12 sort of like terrain kind of dungeon board kind of things that I'll use sometimes. Like, you could omit an entire section of a dungeon and nobody's going to know, right? Because there's no map ahead of time ever, right. So
which is why
that helps. But yeah, absolutely, or add it back in, right? Shuffle something in, totally.
That is always one of the things. It's one of the very first, I think, maybe more controversial things that I put out. That people actually like somewhat disagreed with me on was I said never give your players a world map. I said never give them a world map, and I said rarely give them any sort of map. If you give them one, give it to them inaccurately.
Sure. Yeah.
Because number one, I think that inaccurate maps are so cool. I think that they are an intrigue point and a plot point in and of themselves.
100%.
Yes. But what I really prefer, what I really love, is giving them layouts verbally. So I am not giving them a picture of the map, even if that picture is inaccurate. I will have someone describe it to them, and they have to write it down what it means. Because I think that there's something that we have to be very aware of, and I talk about relatively frequently, is that, and it's something that I sort of put into words after I saw you and Blue Hair DM's interview where you're talking about the chair in the room.
The chair, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the DM is never going to 100% accurately convey the world. And I think that a lot of times that's a huge detriment. That's just like a detriment to the medium of TTRPGs. But I think you can also flip that on its head and play with that ambiguity and like make that an intrigue point of this person telling you layouts and things.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Totally, yeah. I mean, I think I think sometimes too the task of, unless it's like really your thing, and sometimes I'm in the mood, I'm sure we all are. Sometimes making a map is like, I'm into it, I'm excited.
Oh, 100%.
Other times it can seem like a chore. Yeah. And in those times where it's a chore, sometimes the way that I can get myself motivated to it is say, okay, well, let me stop thinking about the map for a second. Let me think about who made it and who it belonged to. Totally. And all of a sudden that inspiration can sort of come up, because it's like, well, if this is a map of attractions that the king puts out into the world, it's like, okay, this is going to emphasize certain things and de-emphasize others.
Every map
or
does.
If this is exactly right. Yeah. So as you kind of pick those different things, I think you can sort of look at the job of making a map or finding a map, if that's your thing, through a more exciting lens.
I
totally.
100% agree. I was watching Critical Role the other day, and someone mentioned, they were like, "Oh, do you want to see the?" Because I was talking about like my understanding of where the different geographic locations were, and they said, "Do you want to see a map of the world?" And I said, "Oh, does it have any spoilers in it?" And they go, "Well, it's a map. Like, what do you mean?" And I was like, "Oh." Don't even get me started. I was like, every map is a series of philosophical or political decisions. Like, what do you show, what do you not? Something that I actually have played with before and has been an intrigue point and a plot point in one of my games was this concept of making all of the cities the same size of dot on the map. If you make a capital the same size as a small town, like the physical dot on the map, that's a political statement of like putting these two things on the same like tier or level. And do you show, political boundaries? What sort of political boundaries do you show? So I think
that's a really good point.
Yeah, I think that map making can be really interesting. I just always want to keep it ambiguous for the exact reason that you pointed out of, the moment you make it non-ambiguous, it takes away a lot of your agency as a DM to make a better session.
Sure, right. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
This hits on, I didn't include this video, but the your video about flexible health health numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Someone asked me the other day, they had run a session that I guess fell apart, but where their DM told them the active HP values of all of the monsters in the combat.
Wow.
And they were like, what are your thoughts on that? And I was like, well, and I've made it very clear I'm not against meta knowledge in my games.
Sure.
And I was like, there's some legitimate benefits to that. It can actually incentivize much riskier behavior if they know like that enemy is one hit.
Totally.
They might try some things that they wouldn't normally try.
That's right.
But I was like, that is really putting a ball and chain on your foot as a DM. You are committing to those HP numbers. You are committing to this encounter the way it is.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because the decision, like your example of, and I've definitely done this where it's like this thing has 7 hit points left, this thing has 2 hit points left. Like that adds drama in a really exciting way, because now, like you're saying, oh, maybe they'll take a risk, maybe they'll try, like that's going to make this next roll really exciting.
Yeah.
I think earlier, almost any other time actually, in terms of HP, I think it actually makes the decisions less interesting. Because if you do know, it's like, oh, okay, now all of a sudden everybody's playing like math games. Like, 60 points. Well, I've got this, catapult or this fireball that I could throw, but like, what would that be on average? It would be this or that. Is that really worth it? And it's like, okay, now I'm not sure. I'm sure we're out of the scene. Whereas if we're trying to sort of keep the reality of the scene or the drama and the excitement of the scene, I think that us saying it has 2 hit points left is something that all the characters would know in that situation as well, right? Like obviously not as 2 hit points, but this thing, one good hit and it's screwed.
Yeah, and that is something that I thought about, is that going back to the chair, the DM can never 100% communicate the world. HP, I feel like, would be pretty obvious when you look at something. And so telling them what it is, to some degree, does help communicate the world more efficiently. But there is a certain amount of, okay, if you communicate it too efficiently, that can really bring them out of the scene. I think you would... It does open up some abilities to play with expectations when you're putting in homebrew monsters. If you put up a monster that you narrate as visually being very strong, very big, very menacing, and then you narrate and you put out the stats and it has 3 health. Like there's some fun things to do there, and I think you could mix and match it.
Definitely.
But I don't remember how this tangent got started.
Well, we were splitting off from a couple different places, but I was gonna. I agree. I think the nice part about this type of game though is that it's also super flexible. So typically, what I say to people with that kind of stuff is like, it just depends on your table, depends on the players. The same way that some people prefer milestone leveling versus XP leveling. It's like some people, when I describe that, like, oh, but then you're doing math, estimation. Some people love that.
Some people love
math. So the idea of being able to make those choices with that knowledge would just be thrilling to them. So part of it is getting to know your table and figuring out what fits.
It really is, and this is something else about D&D and TTRPGs that I think more players need to kind of internalize, and more DMs need to internalize, is that even though D&D has wargaming roots, it is not a war game. Like, very explicitly, in a war game, there are 2 typically evenly matched sides, and it is like a lot of times it's either a player versus player, or it is like a player versus game master type of game. D&D is not. D&D, there is no expectation that the DM is going to balance any given encounter. Like, there doesn't need, or at least that's not something implicit within the system. If the DM wants to win, they'll just win. So I always think of D&D combat, even within its own context, as a puzzle. And so I think that determining the types of puzzles that your players enjoy is really key to running a good table.
Absolutely.
So knowing do they like the math? Do they like
Mhm.
environmental puzzles? Do they like puzzles focused on like features and inherent abilities?
Right.
Do they like positioning puzzles where, you know, there's
Right.
a lot of levers that they can push, there are environmental traps that they can trigger?
Yep.
Whatever your players hone in on is what you should focus on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, before we start tangenting too much more, I'll go to the next video.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Let's do another encounter design.
Oh, I should prep. So it's another encounter design. So this is what I was talking about earlier with deadly encounters.
Let's say
Mhm.
your players have heard stories about a goblin cave in the woods. Maybe somebody was even captured, so they're off to be heroes. Outside the cave, we'll have 2 or 3 guard goblins, but there's also a set of patrol goblins. Depending on how well the players stake out the area, they might only find the guards and miss the ones patrolling. The key is that the guards each have a horn. This will be important later. As the players fight their way into the cave, there's another goblin. He's either sleeping or hiding in wait. This is to give your players false hope, because really the horn was for 2 other groups. This tight passage here is on purpose. More on that in a second. So your players kill some goblins, storm in, but the horn was blown, calling in reinforcements. So before long, the patrolling goblins will come in behind them, and as they turn the corner, the enemy's behind everything. The strategic hobgoblins will shoot arrows down the hallway from their cover, and if one of your players decides to run down this choke point here without checking first, they find themselves falling into a well-disguised pit trap. Now the hobgoblins will fire down into it. Now if your players survive all of this, they will have earned their heroic moment, whatever that is, deeper in the cave.
Yeah, so we started to talk about, you know, the consequences, how to run deadly encounters in a
Mhm.
more limited series type of way. So I want to get into the specifics of, you know, we talked about the aesthetic consequences, probably don't kill your players.
Mhm. Yeah.
um do you have like an internal kind of modification that you make for limited series, especially because, and this is something that I think about a lot, I think in limited series, PCs are much less prone to being careful because they know that there is a limited time frame. So like they have that kind of meta knowledge. And so I think they're
Sure.
much less likely to, you pointed out during the middle, like, oh, if they don't check first, there will be a pit trap. Do you
Right.
still include those sorts of things to encourage them to be careful, or do you try to avoid them in a more like one-shot limited series context?
No, I definitely would feel fine including anything like that.
Okay.
That I think that would be awesome, and I think you're definitely correct. There's it's sort of the tightrope balance. I think absolutely people are going to be more or let's say less careful with a one-shot character that they're playing.
Yeah.
And that can be kind of nice because, you know, everybody's experienced that kind of all too careful, you know, creeping forward, and sometimes it's
Certainly.
agony. You do want, and this is just kind of good advice for players. It is a lot more fun if you find it doesn't have to be all the time, but find your opportunities to be daring and to be adventurous.
Yeah.
That tends to be a lot more fun
Certainly.
for everybody. But everybody's usually kind of in that mode of thinking for a one shot or something limited. I think absolutely. I think go for it. Especially if it's a one shot, then it's almost a freebie all across the board, because if you guys make it 60-70% into your one shot and the person's off, like they probably don't even need another character at that point. They can just have a drink and enjoy the rest of that one shot with everyone. And their experience was they fell in the pit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
Fair enough. That makes sense. And I do think that we talked about the the pacing and the delays that having more characters can cause. So I want to ask you about traps in particular. You know, you mentioned we've all had that character that's a little bit too cautious. They check for traps around every corner.
Totally. Yeah.
Do you have any strategies to mitigate that? One of my personal strategies is I always foreshadow traps in some way, not in a specific way. Like if there's a fire trap within a hallway, I will narrate a smell of like burnt, like ash or of burnt cobwebs. I don't know, something. To try and foreshadow that there's something going on here, so that then they explore that. Do you have any particular strategies for trying to get them to accelerate their pace, but also make sure that you don't, I don't know, maybe punish them for that accelerated pace?
Sure. Yeah. I think you can do a couple of different things. I think one thing that checking for traps can fall into, I mean, a lot of stuff can fall into this, but especially traps, is excessive rolling.
Yeah, certainly.
It's kind of like stealth. Like, it's one of those that, here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll the one check for this entire session, and that's going to determine.
So you like check for traps at the beginning of this dungeon. I'm using that check for the entire way.
Yeah, you could. I think that's one option. I think you could also, and this could happen in any combination. You could do it with that one consolidated check, or throughout. Similar to stealth, you could roll for the person checking for traps. One of the really difficult things. Well, the tricky thing, it all kind of depends on the group. It depends on the player. It depends on whether they can positively metagame, right?
Sure.
If I was searching for traps, if I was playing in a game and I roll terribly, and then the DM tells me you don't find anything, I'm going to make a choice, which I think is a really positive choice that I would encourage players to do more often. I'm going to make the choice of being confident, right?
Totally.
In there being nothing there. That's what I found.
Yeah.
If you sort of neutral or negatively metagame that and know that, like, oh, well, I don't see anything because I rolled poorly, I think everybody's losing out on an awesome experience.
I completely agree. Yeah.
And so you can help that. It's similar to the stealth thing of doing the same thing with, like, oh yeah, you guys are totally hidden, as far as you know. Doing a check traps roll as the DM and keeping that from them. Now they have the information without knowing exactly how sure they are, which is probably what it would feel like. If they were actually checking for traps. Yeah.
Something I'm interested. So we're kind of talking about the few options. Do you clarify? Do you have like a set of things that you clarify with players at the beginning of a session, or do you just pick one in your brain based on your knowledge of these people?
It depends. It depends. Sometimes, depending on where a group takes it, we're all sort of, I there aren't that many things that I'm hard and fast about, right? Like, I try to encourage players, like, if there's something that doesn't make sense or something that you disagree on, let's agree to a change.
Sure.
I think that's fine. Certainly, DMs aren't perfect.
Yeah.
And in a sense, all that we're throwing when we are in sort of this strange scenario that, like, well, geez, I guess I've never really thought about, the couple of people shoving in this particular part of the dungeon, and what happens if this thing's also over there. And when we throw out a ruling, that's just a first draft of a ruling, and then the players can sort of give feedback, and you're all kind of writing it together.
Yeah.
So I think it definitely goes. It just depends on the situation.
Okay. So I
try to keep it flexible. Yeah.
You go into it with, maybe an idea or maybe some leanings, and then if you just try it, and if they're not into it, we change course.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and some players, I can imagine what I'm about to say driving them nuts, but in some cases, what I even said earlier about, like, we'll do a lot of rolls here, or I'll make the roll, or we'll do one roll for the next hour, right? That type of stuff. A lot of times that's just based on what feels right for the session, what feels right for the setup.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just, everything's written, everything's in a book, everything's a rule until you get to the table, and now it's just what we agree to at the table.
Yeah.
I think I definitely thrive on that when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Nice. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I get you. Okay, this next one. So this is going to be sort of a two-parter. So
okay,
we're gonna watch one video and then kind of keep it in the back of our brains.
Okay,
and then watch another one.
All right.
Okay.
I use D&D Beyond to manage my games.
So yeah, the first one is about using D&D Beyond for one-shots, and then the other is designing sessions from the center out. And I will link them together.
I use D&D Beyond to manage my games, and it took me entirely too long to figure out this one simple thing. So I use it to run one-shots for my players, usually when we don't have a full group. Here's one called Dink's Got a Plan. It's a goblin heist one-shot, or Everyone Dies in the Swamp. That sort of explains itself. When I run these, I create a themed set of characters for players to choose from. But in D&D Beyond, handing over a character makes it that player's character. It's gone. You can get it back from them, but
So I'm gonna exit out of this and move forward, because that's the big thing that I wanted
try
to
planning your D&D.
or that I thought was interesting was designing characters for the players, like these themed characters.
Yep. Okay.
Try planning your D&D sessions from the center out. Start with the interactions your players can have, and then fit them into the world. That's how I designed a recent session I ran. I have 4 players, and they were set to steal something from an auction house. My halfling bard has a bit of a romance with a dwarven politician. I'll make sure she's invited. My tiefling rogue definitely wants to sneak and break into rooms he shouldn't be in, so plenty of security and tricky doors. My warforged barbarian would love to see exotic weapons and armor sets, so some of those will be up for auction. And for the human sorcerer, let's say a strange magical aura surrounds the building. Maybe something really exotic, and magic items on auction, of course. I still have a lot of planning to do, of course, but this helps me frame out the ideas. It's a good place to start.
So something that I always keep in the back of my head, and something that I think is really important for me and for my style as a DM, is what I call dramatic targeting. Like I really try not to, like, I never want to punish a player. That's not what I mean by targeting. But if a player hasn't gotten a chance to maybe feel cool or use certain features in a while, I will design certain encounters for them to specifically use that feature.
Totally.
Which it sounds very similar to that second video that we watched. And so I was watching these and thinking about these in that context and in the context of a one-shot. And something that I thought about is, do you, for one-shots, build these themed characters for them to choose from to make that planning aspect easier? Of, like, you can plan out all of these characters ahead of time, and so you already know that they will have interesting things within the rest of your quest that you've thought up.
Yeah, sort of. I think that I think the 2 examples that I gave in that video, one was like a goblin-based one, the other one was a swamp kind of biome, and it's sort of, I think, creating the characters in a way that's easy for the players to pick up the sheet. If it's in person, I'll actually fill out a sheet. If it's D&D Beyond is an option, I guess, either way, if people are comfortable using their phones or whatever.
Sure.
And I think that it's the first step in making the one shot more efficient, because I know that I've created a lot more characters than most of my players.
Yeah.
And I know that I can run through the process and get something that's 80 or 90% of the way to what most people are going to have fun with.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that I'm going to, like, necessarily choose spells or things like that. Sometimes that's appropriate, sometimes that's not.
Okay.
But I know that I can hand over a character, and then if they say, hey, can I add XYZ? I'm like, sure, go for it. Because that's not going to divert much from what's there.
Yeah.
And it's so much easier to modify an existing character sheet than to start one from scratch. As good as the builders are, and D&D Beyond and elsewhere, it's just time getting eaten away that people could be playing. So setting it up both to save time and also to create something that's thematically appropriate. If we're doing a one shot that's in the context of a magic school, then I'm going to both, pick character kind of art and names and classes that are all diverse but still magic oriented, which if you've got 4 or 5 players and maybe they've played a couple times before, but they all need to set up a magic character, you might be giving people a big sort of problem to solve before anybody even
of, like,
is playing a game.
so that they don't create the same ones. I see what you're saying.
That's right. Yep, but I can create a diverse group where it's like, okay, they could even be a couple of the same class, but I've chosen subclasses that make them feel different. So everybody's got something that feels theirs. Yeah.
That's a really good point. How many themed characters? Like, is it normally like, they have like twice the roster to choose from, 3 times? What's the ratio?
Sometimes it just depends how much time I have to pull something together.
Yeah.
And I always give, if you've got if a player is if a player wants to, I'm like, yeah, sure, you can create one if you've got time.
Sure.
Half the time though, even if players want to, they don't have time in the end because it's just a one shot and it can take some time to make those decisions.
Sure.
I always make sure that there's at least as many so that nobody's forced into a choice or forced into one character. So never the same number as the group, always at least a couple extra. That way, even if you're the last one to pick, you've got 2 or 3 choices. That's right. Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. I think that all. It's unfortunate that I don't have a lot else to say. That all makes just a lot of sense.
Well, perfect. I'm glad we're. Let me think of something really controversial to say.
Oh yeah.
Second, I'll really mix things up.
I will say something that that you did mention with this of the theming. Do you try to make your one shots hyper themed, maybe more than a traditional campaign?
So far, I would say so. Yeah. Just because one shots are a great opportunity to really get creative and play around.
Try stuff out.
All of my long running campaigns take place in sort of the same shared homebrewed world. And there are kind of wild and crazy and exotic things, but they're not the norm.
Yeah.
Typically, if it's a one shot, some of that stuff's going to come out of the cracks. And like I said before, it's usually grounded in my world somewhere. It's just going to be in the crazier corners, right? So, yeah, there's definitely going to be some more kind of leaning into those things in a one shot, for my taste. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you I know one thing that people talk about a lot in terms of like, oh, maybe we could run a one shot with that is like alternate rule sets. So trying out homebrew rules, trying out third-party modules. Do you typically find that you're running a one shot to try out an interesting narration or to try out a rule or both? It just depends. Like, how often do you actually try out new rules?
It really depends. I don't think that sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I would say it's probably equal between the one shots and the campaigns. I think the nice part about a one shot is that, something that I really like doing and it's really, really fun. And I think I made a video about it and I recommend anybody try it that's doing a one shot. Starting a one shot in combat is fun. But do that, but actually start it a few minutes before that and find an excuse in the one shot to have them able to buy unknown but potentially very powerful items.
Okay.
Because that experience of the way that I've done it before, I think I used this for the my kind of modification to the wild sheep chase one shot, which is a super popular, like freely available, like everybody should check it out. I forget the author. Sorry. Wild Sheep Chase author.
Wild Sheep Chase.
Yeah, it's really good. But that one does start with sort of a confrontation in the town square, and or wherever you decide to put it. Mine's usually in the town square. So when I had brand new players that had never played D&D before, I said, well, this will be fun. Okay, each of you has X number of gold, and you're at this young man's table, and his adventuring parent died and left him all of this stuff. He doesn't know what any of it does, but he's got to get rid of it. Yeah. And so it basically gives this fun little encounter that allows everybody. I always try to kind of price it out so that everybody can get one thing. And then if everybody pools their money, maybe they can get the last thing on the table. So everybody's kind of getting something, and they sort of have to use it to find out what it does.
Yeah.
That is not something that is even necessarily easy to do in a campaign setting because I've got that. I don't know what it does. That's fine. I'll stash it until I can identify it or spend some time with it, and then I'll know it.
Yeah.
In a one shot, everybody sort of knows implicitly, like, if I don't use this thing, it's just a waste. So I'm going to take this bow and fire, right? And that's really fun.
That is super fun.
Yeah. So that's the type of stuff that you can sort of construct situations to really encourage a certain type of play that is really hard to get in a lot of other situations. Again, depending on the group, but at least in my experience, that's
that's really fair. I hadn't thought about that. That's very interesting. And I guess this is actually a good sort of segue into the next one around players wasting time. So I already mentioned the chair. I mentioned the chair, but I couldn't help not include this because this is one of my this is one of your videos, you and Blues, that got me thinking the most. A lot of it I had thought of as a DM kind of in the back of my head, but this really brought it to the forefront, and I think it's really good advice for DMs to have in the front of their mind.
They were exploring a dungeon for some other reason, and they came across just a bare, empty room with a single chair in it. And in my brain, it was like a watch post or something. But to the players, they were convinced it's something else, because it was just a chair in the room, nothing else. And like, maybe it's a trap. So they spent half an hour trying to throw things at it. I was like, nothing's happening. I was like, okay, but what if we move the chair and take it with us? I'm like, you can do that. Nothing's going to happen because it's a chair, but...
It's a blessing and a curse. Whenever we describe something, it has meaning. The only way that literally the only technique I have to manage that is if there's something that I want to call out, I make sure there's 4 or 5 other things I'm also calling out. Try to disguise it a little bit.
It is the joyous of having players look way deeper into something. They were exploring a dungeon.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so this is something that I find really fascinating because I was just talking about it during one of my other streams of this idea and this is a technique that I've heard a lot of essentially hiding the important things within non-important things. But that technique kind of leads to wasting a lot of time. Especially, and like that waste of time is okay because normally it's building out the environment, it's building out the world, it's okay. But in the context of a one-shot or a limited series, that is much less okay to just waste random time. Do you have, so let's say that your players are in the chair scenario. They're just hucking shit at the chair.
Yep.
Do you have any particular technique to break them out of that? To say, like, do you just like, because this is something I've done before during a campaign, not even a one shot, of just leaning across the screen and being like, hey guys, let's level for a second. It's a chair. There's nothing going on here. Like, can we just move on? Do you have any particular techniques?
So in a one shot, it's definitely all about those levers to sort of motivate things forward. You kind of mentioned at one point that one shots and limited stuff can feel a little bit more on rails, and that's true because you can be a real terrible player sitting down for a one shot and going, oh, that's interesting. I go north. That's about the only time that I am like the first thing I'm doing is now, okay, we're all at a table playing a game. What are you doing? Right. Like that's when I'll come out of character, for sure. Yeah. But assuming it's not that, and it's something like what you're saying, like kind of obsessing over
small
something
details.
Like that.
Yeah.
I think that, the tools that you always have at your disposal, when I'm going back to that kind of, let's assume it's like a 3 arc, or a three arc, or 3 act one shot.
Sure.
Every one of those kind of steps forward, within, if you have act 1, that itself is kind of could be subdivided into 3 parts at the beginning, in the middle, and the end. And there's going to be a player motivation to go forward, a player action to go forward. There should always be a non-player sort of push forward. Mm-hmm. If we're hitting that time block, if we're hitting an hour, I have already thought of like, okay, if this happens for some reason, if they get hung up, if they get caught there, I know what will force them to move forward, right? Wouldn't generally do that in a campaign. There are some times where it's worth doing. Just given the greater world and the scenario, sometimes it calls for that.
Sure.
But if it was a one shot or something limited and players were really kind of encircling something that didn't matter, that's fine with me, because I know that once it hits a certain time, or when I say, oh, this has gone on long enough, in this scenario, somebody's going to burst through the door and now they've got some new problems to solve, right?
Gotcha. Okay. So
that's kind of how I would approach that. Yeah.
That rolls back kind of to our discussion about like shortcuts of like, you are always having that in the back of your mind of like, it's okay if they just waste a load of time, because there is a shortcut I have to make this trigger.
Yeah. I know that if they get sort of caught in a corner, right? If that happens, you can also lean into it and around it, where at a certain point, if it's a chair, and let's say it was a chair, but the players don't trust that chair, you can sort of yes and lean into that and go, yeah, it turns out that's also not just a chair, and that could be one of any 100 things that you determine that it is, as long as it's in the interest of continuing to move that one shot forward. Because again, if you spend a good chunk of the time, even if it is player decision making, it's probably not going to end up being the most fun they can have in that one night of play, or those 2 nights of play that they have. So that's that sort of balancing act.
There's a huge balancing act between promoting player agency, promoting player autonomy, while also, and I mean, I think that this phrase gets unfortunately misused a lot, but the idea of like saving them from themselves, of like it will be really disappointing ultimately if they spend 40 minutes real life time fucking with something that ultimately turns out to be nothing. And like, that it's nothing as a DM. It would be great if they spent all that time and then it's very, there's a satisfying payoff and they feel very smart because they noticed it. But if there's no payoff, it's not going to feel good afterwards.
That's right.
So like, that's the idea of like, when I say like saving them from themselves, you are the arbiter of the world. You know what's going on. You know what's gonna be fun and what's not.
Well, and whether you know or not, hopefully you're trying to get better at that over time, right?
Yeah,
so
certainly.
If there's a way to make that fun, let's make that fun. But I think you're right. I think, and it's a really complicated topic, because it to get beyond just the base level of like, it's player choice, player autonomy, that's important. Okay, yes. Also, we're all game designers, and that's a really complicated topic.
Yeah.
That you have to sort of assume, of course, they're making choices. But let's talk about what choices they have to make. Let's talk about, what do you do about I run to the edge of the map type of problems. Like, there's still things to work out, given the assumption that, of course, it's their choice. But like you're saying, how do we make sure that those choices lead to fun?
Yeah. I think that's the big thing at the end of the day. And it's one of my complicated feelings on sandbox style games. And one of the things that I always recommend, and it sounds like you do something very similar, of I just have kind of floating things. And this is one of the reasons I'm very, very against world maps, even though I fucking love maps, is because the moment that you solidify where things are, the moment that you just absolutely kneecap your ability to react to run to the edge of the map type stuff.
Sure.
If you don't give them a world map and they still try to run to the edge, you can take all of your floating things, the towers, the towns, the encounters, and you just plop it in their way as they go. So like, they're trying to run to the edge, but you're not forcing them, but you're providing them with content on the way. That if you give them a world map, it's possible for them to, and I mean, I don't try to think about problem players, but I try to think about, okay, like, what is the worst case scenario? If I had a player that was actively working against me for some reason, if I give them a world map, they could plot a route that is the least interesting possible. And
no, that's always, I think that's always a potential, right? That could happen. Yeah. And one way, since, I do tend to I guess paint myself into corners, let's say, with world maps and with sort of setting sort of some groundwork, especially with how I sort of design campaigns and kind of
Sure.
larger.
Well, it gives them a ton of
questions.
options. It makes
There's-
the world feel
there's
very
typically
solid. Yeah.
And I think one of the ways it's sort of similar to how I'm sure there's a technique or name for some of these ideas, but if you're struggling with like designing a dungeon, okay, well, what is the apex predator of that dungeon? Okay, well, as a result of it being the apex predator, what other creatures are affected,
Sure.
and as a result of
the
those creatures,
prey?
how is it affecting the area and then the region and the town?
Yeah.
And so to some extent, I think that some of what can help with those maps and those navigation things is almost taking those centers of interest and treating them more like they all have an orbit,
Yeah.
right? They all have like a regional orbit, and you can spread those out almost infinitely to say like, well, even though, yeah, okay, this wizard's tower is right here, but even if you're way over here, there's going to be some effect of that that can, and every single one of those sort of orbiting planets, I'm mixing my metaphors, but every single one of those could ultimately
those areas of
reel the players back in, maybe from a different avenue, not from something they didn't. Your original hooks are dog shit. They didn't like any of them, so they ignored all of those. And they went west. It happens. We all have wonderful hooks that were never grabbed onto.
Yeah.
Then that just becomes an interesting game design challenge of saying, okay, well, those didn't work, but these are still the central things happening. What are other ways this can impact that they can kind of find their way back to these central problems in different ways? I think.
Yeah. I think you're sort of hitting on something that I've thought a lot about, because I think everyone's always thinking about some big thing that they could do, and in my mind, I'm always thinking about like exploration TTRPGs, because I don't feel like many TTRPGs cater to the exploration pillar as much as I would like it. And so one of the things I think about, especially in terms of world maps, because I always have somewhat of a world map on my side, I just don't give it to the players. I break the world into segments, regions, zones, whatever scale your game is at, I break it into those areas, and then each area always has some primary interest. Whether that is, like a wizard, a displacer beast, like whether it's a giant fucking waterfall that has, ancient tech or civ inside. I try to always have each region of the map have that big interest point, and maybe it takes them, whatever scale your game is at, it takes them a week to cross any given region. It takes them, however long, and that makes sure that wherever they go within that, there is something narratively there, and then I can take all my floating things, my towers, my encounters, my people, my villages, and I can plop them into any given region. And once they're there, they're solid. Like once the players discover them, they're there forever.
Totally.
They just don't have to be there before they discover them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think in some respects, so aside from like I've kind of big ideas usually for a campaign. Doesn't mean that they always happen, but I definitely have been known to kind of plan a bunch of big crazy schemes and see if I can if they can land at some point. But apart from that sort of larger stuff, for as many campaigns as I run, I try to really only plan a week in advance. Yeah. And it accomplishes the same thing as what you're talking about, but it avoids having to sort of keep things floating because I'm never actually, and this is again sort of out of necessity because of running multiple games, I'm rarely planning something that doesn't come to fruition, right? Because my players have a ton of flexibility, but at the end of a session I go, great, only thing I ask of everybody is, what are you guys going to do next session, so that I know and I can plan for that and take us there.
How do you, I mean, for someone that is so tied, or not tied, but uses so many props, terrain, is that the right word, by the way? I'm so out of that community.
If you're talking about terrain, typically is the catch-all.
Okay.
People don't like. I sort of also venture kind of in between D&D and like LARPing. I make props. I make like things for the table that aren't for minis to go on necessarily, but they're more like objects that could be found in the world. And so that
that's the
I
next
think of them
video
as,
up on the
okay.
cube.
So I think of them as terrain, and I think of them as props, or crafts or
Sure.
whatever. But yeah, terrain is the best catch-all.
Okay. So for someone that is using so much terrain, props, what have you, are you just a maniac and you're prepping all of this like session specific terrain a week in advance, or do you try to put detail on top of existing terrain you already have, or how do you work?
Right. Well, I probably it wouldn't be fair for me to answer whether I'm a maniac. Most people would say that you get different answers depending on who you talk to. We'll assume yes. I think that it's where the modularity really comes into play. I think it can be really overwhelming and challenging if you want to get into crafting stuff for D&D because of maniacs like me and other people that are online, where you're like, look at all that stuff that they have.
Sure.
That's what I need in order to play. And it's like, no.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, all that you need is that first item, that one thing, whether that's a tree, whether that's a little well, or a signboard, or a set of rocks, like whatever you create. The nice part is once you create that can become anything in the future as well. Yeah, and the more modular that you make things, the more you can sort of recycle them and use them to substitute in for other things.
So is that a big focus when you create terrain and props, is making sure that it's modular, and then you'll describe any like specific details?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, there's certain things that just lend themselves to being modular. So I'm not somebody who creates what you might call like a diorama. Like I don't create fully baked, cooked. The trees are like glued in, and it's a whole scene. Those can be amazing. Those are also, take up a lot of space and tend to be very bespoke to certain situations.
Sure.
I'm really creating hills, and I'm creating sort of magnetized things and detached things so that I can sort of dress it and sell whatever situation. Even just having a couple, I mean, this sounds, it's not a minimized thing, but even just with a handful of medieval like buildings, like little houses and things like that, you can rearrange those into lots of different situations with lots of different set dressing and create a different scene. It's totally.
That's very interesting. It's a lot of times when I talk about my like floating stuff, when I've talked about that on stream, someone asked me, how much do you create of any given thing? And it's like, it's like maybe like 60 or 70%. So like I have all of this floating stuff up here, like these ideas, these descriptions, these layouts, and then I will slot them in and I kind of build them into the scene and the terrain a week ahead of time. It sounds like that's a very similar thing that you do with these physical stuff with the terrain and the props.
Well, and it doesn't have to be, you don't have to have everything represented by terrain. I'll still use digital maps sometimes. I'll still use drawn stuff, or even just say, hey guys, here's something to kind of picture in your mind, but the rest of it, we're just going to do theater of the mind because, managing all of this will be crazy. Sometimes that's the case.
Okay.
It just depends.
So that's the next one that I have is related to physical props, specifically props that are meant to communicate stuff. So
I've been using this as a notice board prop, but it's just brown paint and blue tack. Time for an upgrade. I decided on a width for the wood boards and then cut down some 1/4-inch XPS foam at about that size. I'll texture with a rolled up aluminum foil ball first, then take them outside and use a wire brush for a while to get that wood grain look.
And I do want to pause just during the middle of this to sort of hit on something that you're doing and using. You're not using crazy tools for this. You're using a rolled up aluminum foil ball.
That's right.
to get these effects. Some of them are maybe more bespoke tools. Like I don't think I have a wire brush, but I might. But something, you can get very interesting looks with very rudimentary tools.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally.
Then this clay sculpting tool for more exaggerated lines. I used hot glue to
and even something like that could be like a pen that's run out of ink, a nail.
Exactly. Yep, hairbrush,
place,
totally.
and then dug out small holes where the nails would be. I'll stick magnets in some of the nail holes, spread out a bit on the board. Next, I Mod Podge the board and add a few coats of brown paint. Finally, some dry brushing, just light tan and off-white. And we can get some announcements up. And if you want to see how I made the stone board on the other side of this, I'll drop a link below in the comments.
So I'm gonna keep this up. So these props seem amazing for long-term campaigns. Like
Sure.
I'm drooling over it. But but it really lets like the organization, the tracking, like it feels so organic when you have something like this. But it could maybe be a lot to do for a one shot. Although, I mean, given what you've talked about making them very modular, if you already have it, you already have it.
That's right.
But the thing I wanted to really ask, are there any prop, or not prop, but like terrain or prop types or pieces that you focus on for a limited series? Like any that you feel like specifically benefit that medium of this very crunch time? Because we've already talked about one of the challenges of a limited series is what you talk about, what you focus on, and any ways that you could offload some of that real-time narration and communicate the information more efficiently would be great. Are there any props that you find really facilitate that?
So I think that in general, I try to never be in a situation where I have to make, like, if you can think of a thing to make for a game, and for me that's more extreme because it's multiple games, but let's just say per week, if you can think of a thing that you can create that is even that first draft of a prop or a piece of terrain or a mini, that's huge, right? That's a lot of work. That's a lot to do, whatever size or scale that it is.
Yeah.
And having one new thing every game, if you run a lot of D&D, eventually you'll have hundreds of things, right?
Yeah.
In terms of what's great for a one shot, I think it's really going to be that stuff that makes it feel special or different. So recently I ran a one shot for a bunch of 11-year-old boys. It was a friend's kid's birthday party, and it was a one shot that I've run before. And one of the fun things about that one is that there are potions involved, and I actually have prop potions that I've made in the past that becomes like, oh, if I want to use this potion or do whatever, you actually just pop the thing and there's dice in it and you roll those. That alone, like that sort of thing being added to a session, can really make it seem like a bigger experience than it really is. It makes it feel really special, especially for kids. It's super tactile, but I generally think adults are the same way. We like the tactile stuff too.
Yeah.
So that's one
that kind of like supports. We were talking about, the one shots are normally more themed. Something that specifically goes to support and maybe enforce that theme.
I think from a prop perspective, it's usually going to be like a bespoke puzzle object.
Sure.
So there can be, in order for, and it depends on whether or not that fits to whatever the one shot concept is. But if you have an idea for some sort of a puzzle or some sort of a thing that can be solved, maybe it's a bunch of stone pieces that when arranged in a certain way will prompt them to, that's what they need to finish. Well, you could be handing those out throughout the course of the one shot that could really reinforce, like, okay, are these investigators? Are they trying to find clues that lead to a killer? Like, you can have those things all kind of lead up to that, and that can both give a sense of what it reinforces, and you can use it for long-term stuff too. All this stuff translates over, but what it can really translate, or what it can really help with, is giving the players kind of anchors them to the time frame as well. Like if you, I'm just making this up, but if for some reason there was an old, we make a prop that is some kind of old clockwork timepiece. Which it would be a cool thing to make anyway. If the players are investigating, their dead bodies, and they loot them and they find a couple of these pieces, and they're like, oh, this one it's like sliced like a pie. Like this is the 12 and this is the 3.
Yeah.
Implicitly, along with it being fun, like even adults, they'll be like, oh, I get to put this thing together and see what it amounts to. Well, you just got 2 out of 12, right? So there's almost like a status indicator that like nobody's talking about the timing or the whatever, but they go, oh, okay, I now know. Let's hurry up. Or when and you'll see players do that without you having to say a thing. Players will start motivating each other because they'll be like, listen, guys, we've only got down to 6 o'clock on this thing. We got to find the rest. Let's keep
really
going.
Cool. Yeah.
And that can really help.
And that's something that I'm thinking about so much is, again, going back to the chair conversation of what you describe matters and like what you give verbal time to. The idea of handing them, let's even say that it's it's a completely unadorned stone except for small markings, and then you give them a physical prop. Suddenly that like instantly clicks in their mind of the player now knows, oh, this stone is really important because not only are we finding it, we're giving it verbal time, but Ryan made it.
Right.
So this is suddenly you can describe it almost a little bit casually. Like you can just throw it out there, not give it too much verbal time, but you give them the prop and suddenly they're like, what? This thing has a prop aspect to it?
And you could translate all of this really easily to discovering letters, right? That's a really approachable way to get started with any sort of like tabletop props or anything like that is, get some paper, get different colors of ink and create correspondence. And they let's say they identify one of 6 letters from these guests that if they have all of them, they'll see like what they were plotting.
So they're not
quite
sure.
Yep. Yeah, and you're like, oh, well, this guy, his stuff is all in black ink and their stuff is all in red ink, but I can see the names, and then they basically create a story through collecting those. So it can really help.
Date all of those. I'm following this thread. You can date the letters so that they are implicitly numbered, because you don't want to just put like 2 out of 6 or whatever.
Obviously, exactly.
But you
can date them, which is great for the really observant. Like you kind of put those. What are they called? There's a name for that. But you're basically creating sort of a marker, something that people can latch onto. That'll make that player feel really smart that they've identified, even though something basic as a timeline. 100%. You can also make sure that the world, something that is reinforced in the game they've already been playing, is mentioned in those letters. So that helps anchor it as well. So maybe, to follow with a guests at a party and letters or something like that. Maybe everybody's invitation is different. The host has talked about, oh yes, well, last New Year's, something, and then you start seeing references to that New Year's, like, oh, something happened at this last party, and that kind of, these are all from then, and this is now. So that can help too.
And you could take it one more layer, like more ambiguous, but still provide a timeline of only mentioning days of the week, so that they don't really know which ones went in which order, but once they start figuring out other clues, they can use those other clues to start placing these letters in order, and you can give, so like the letters could be really vague on like the end, like the start and end, but the moment you put them in the right order, it's a clear timeline of like who did it, what happened.
Or to riff, I like all of that, and also riffing on the see, this is fun. We should just do like brainstorming and session design together. Just do that as a live stream. The order of the letters is really interesting, because if you establish a pattern, let's say that there's 8 letters, and you establish that back and forth a couple of times, where it's like, this is in, this is black ink, this is red ink, or what did I say? I said blue and red or something like that. And then you see that the last letter is from, and seems to be designated the person who wrote it, but it's in the wrong color ink. And you're like, oh, we had this one first. We didn't realize, though, this is the killer. They've been impersonating him the whole time or whatever. Yeah, you can really twist things around.
With like the order of delivery of the clues, and especially if they have implicit ordering, but you don't tell them how many there are total, then it can be this like intrigue point of maybe we've discovered all of them, maybe we haven't, and like things that we're observing in the environment don't really make sense if we do have all of them, so there must be more.
And these are things, these really sort of like under the surface kind of storytelling elements are just sort of, they're just sort of those embedded hooks where you're just like, I hope a player finds this because they're going to feel like such like genius badasses if they do, right? They get to be the ones to go, wait, everybody, because everybody sort of has that fantasy, right? Of like, you have the crazy cork board and like you figured it all out and nobody knows. I mean, that's some awesome game.
That really is.
If you can do that, yeah.
Well, I want to. Someone just messaged in chat with a question. And I am reading chat, Dragons and Donut. I'm just for direct questions like this, I will definitely interrupt. But can you guys share your opinion on overly strict DMs, as in ones that get mad at people for attacking important NPCs or something? Which I think is a great way to clarify that question, because like overly strict can mean a lot of things, but I'll take it specifically for DMs that would get mad at you for attacking an important NPC. And I'll put it to you first, Ryan.
So my most charitable read of that type of situation, let's assume the absolute worst faith play from your player group.
Sure.
And sometimes these things are more excusable than others, but let's say that I can imagine saying, okay, guys, so this is now the third time that you're attacking, the family in their home that's running the business that you wanted to get a discount on the potion.
Yeah.
In that sort of situation, of course, that's not very strict. Again, this is my super charitable read.
Right.
That's definitely a table DM mismatch. What game does everybody want to play? That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Session 0 could solve a lot of that. If it's not that, though, I don't want to say anything negative about a dungeon master, but as a player, you can identify in that moment, like, okay, this person is either probably not running the type of game that I like, or perhaps they're inexperienced and they're gaining that experience and they're going to be great. And this is just one of those bumps in the road because we've all done that. But generally speaking, like there really shouldn't be. Both of what I described are kind of wrong. Like the players kind of stepping out of bounds to go after, basically people that are kind of out of play and it's sort of inappropriate, becomes a different sort of game if that's not what everybody's agreed to. Right. That's a problem. And a DM putting hard rails on what you can do in the game is also a problem. So somewhere in the middle of those is what everybody probably wants to try to find.
Yeah. I think I don't want to say that I have like the catch-all solution to, table mismatches, but one of the things that I do to really try and mitigate those sorts of table mismatches, those sorts of missed expectations, is I think you're completely right to have a good and robust session 0. I think is honestly one of the minimum things that you can do to have a really good table.
Totally.
And then something that I really like and prefer is having a distinct time at the end of any given session to talk over how the session went. And to say like, so that the players can say, hey, I didn't realize that DM was that, or that NPC was that important. Or for the DM to, brush past it during the session, keep the pace up, keep the vibes up. And then after the session, the DM can then go to the players and say exactly what you said of, hey guys, like this is the third time. Am I not making this obvious? It's when it's structured like that after each session, I find that it takes a lot of the emotion out of critiques and helps it be a lot more constructive. But in general, if the DM isn't being communicative about it, that's one of the asterisks I'll put on this at the very start. If they're not maybe acknowledging their emotional behavior, if they're saying, well, you guys can, kill anyone you want, I just didn't think you would, or it sounds like maybe they aren't stressing the importance of this NPC enough. So if you guys don't know that it's as important as it should be, that can be, and I want to make this like constructive advice for how to maybe mitigate these problems through your DMing style, giving more narrative weight to any given NPC, and also giving giving more strict, or not strict, but giving robust and realistic like consequences. So, you know, as a DM, you shouldn't get mad at your players for doing most things. But you can give them robust consequences of like, okay, you attacked the mayor of this town in broad daylight.
Right.
And, you know, maybe he was a quest giver, maybe he was central to a plot, but you don't get mad about that as a DM. You just say, okay, you can do that. And like, let's go into a prison arc now.
Right.
Because one of the things that I will give as advice to DMs, because I think one of the struggle points for a lot of DMs with this is when you get to higher leveled PCs, it can be tough to give them consequences. Like even as soon as like 10 and 11, it's hard to give a PC a consequence. I would remind DMs how important the action economy is and how even like like if you have a party of 4 like level 10s, if you put them up against 10 CR1s, the CR1s are most likely going to win that encounter. Because of the way that the action economy plays out. So I think I would really it's either probably, you know, like what Ryan said, if there's some sort of breakdown of communication, and if there's not, if you're trying to communicate as players to this DM, and they're just not receptive to it, my recommendations for how they could maybe change their play to mitigate this stuff would be that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's clarifiers. I'm speaking from my like one time as a player, and I was playing an edgy rogue, which I'm sure everyone has done. It is a classic. And I attacked a town guard who was threatening to throw out the party. I mean, this certainly sounds more along the lines of what Ryan described of kind of an expectations mismatch.
Sure, it could be, right? Yeah. I mean, that's anything, especially as a first time player, I would never. So this game, and it's one of the things I want to try to make more content about. I think it can be really difficult for people to get into this game. I think 5e has helped a lot. For all the crap that 5e catches, this is one of the most accessible versions of this game.
100%. Yeah.
So many people can jump on board, but it can be really difficult to introduce people to the game if they hit these sort of hard corners, right? It's sort of a dead end. If while sort of finding their footing, like the person in chat describes, if they, you know, react in kind and escalate a situation, I would advise that DM usually in that situation, okay, this is a unique case. Right? You're not dealing with somebody who's probably as comfortable understanding sort of the ramifications of all these things.
Sure.
And you can sort of speak those things through the world, right?
Yeah.
So embody an NPC, embody the head guard, or whomever, whatever that situation is, with that sort of disappointed dad persona that you want to express as the DM, and express it in that situation so that like they can be redirected, they can be scolded, they can be thrown out, because they're, especially at a lower level, because the same thing if you have player characters attacking the villain too early, it's not worth their time, right? You say, hey, get out of here, kids. Like it's almost more insulting that they wouldn't jail them. It's like it's not worth our time. And you can therefore deliver, I think, some of the consequence to that brand new player without it being such a because you want people to feel free, but you don't want it to be punishing in a bad way where they don't feel like, oh, I guess I can't do certain things, or I have to 100%. Like read the room in a really tricky way.
Yeah.
Because those are honestly things that take a long time to figure out.
Ton of time. And it can be different on each table. Every time you play with a new group of people or you DM for a new group of people, you sort of have to relearn a lot of those expectations. And
totally.
I have a story that is actually very applicable to this. I was playing for one of the first times ever. I DM'd for years and years and years, but I was playing in one of my friends was DMing for the first time, and we also had a new player. So it was like two of us that had kind of played, the new player and the new DM. And the new DM sort of introduced us to the world and the vibes by kind of starting a bar fight in the tavern that we were at. And it was over tensions that would later, kind of reveal the quest. It was a very good start. And during the bar fight, one of the NPCs knocked out one of the players, me. And the DM was very explicit of this is non-lethal, and he reviewed the non-lethal damage rules with all of us before this fight. Lot of narrative weight to that. And I was chilling, I was fine, and one of our friends, the new player, was playing a cleric. And he used inflict wounds on during this bar fight. Very intense. And the DM kind of looks at the, two of the more experienced villains like, that's a melee spell. Can it still do non-lethal? And I was like, off the top of my head, I don't know. I'd say yes for right now.
Right. Yeah.
And so the DM goes, "Oh, okay, new player. Would you like to do that non-lethally?" And new player goes, "No." He says, "This guy hurt my friend. I'm killing him."
He wants to clarify just how lethal he'd like it to be, actually.
Yeah. And it was like, and
take that knob and turn it to 11. He's gonna take all the lethality. Yeah.
It sounds almost like even a more extreme version of kind of what happened with dragons and donut munchers. And I want to give a lot of kudos to my DM in that moment. He had the guards break it up. The player got hauled off to jail. And the quest, like the intro quest, was supposed to be we were all in town to handle some goblins up in the mountains. And there was a whole dungeon. It was going to be great. And so we went to the guard station, tried to get the guy out, just tried to talk to them. And he said, "Okay, we're gonna cut your pay in half. And we'll let, Mr. Cleric go with you, but we're also going to send a guard to, like, keep an eye on him. And if you complete the quest, your pay's cut in half, but he's free to go." And I really appreciated the way that he went about handling that. He also retroactively made the person that the cleric killed complicit within, like, the goblin plot. He revealed to me afterwards, he was like, that guy was a totally normal dude before this, but he retroactively went back and kind of made him a bad guy to kind of let the cleric off the hook.
Okay.
Which I thought was great. And so that's...
Yep.
I think exactly what you're talking about, Ryan, of like, you have to be... I don't know. You have to be patient with new players. It's a hard game to learn. It's a hard game to DM, to play.
Well, and especially playing sort of a loaded sort of lore and weight behind a cleric and what that means in the game.
Totally.
It's a unique situation where, typically the DM NPC rolls in to save the party in a situation where they're going to lose at level 1 or 2. In this case, it's like an old wizened cleric sitting in the corner of the tavern, maybe, weighs in order to keep the players from killing some guards, because that would be in opposition to their way as he's a cleric of the same, and then he sort of takes them under his wing and
he could even revivify the person to be like no harm, no foul, essentially.
Well, you could sort of interrupt the spell or do something like that. Sort of back to my, I guess this is a theme for me. This disappointed dad NPC comes back into play again, but it could work. It could work.
No, that could totally work. Another question, in a more general sense, what's your guys' opinions to the debuffs that races got around the time of Era Cochra's speed nerf? Owl people, I don't use them much. I honestly... and this might sound kind of odd. I don't have huge opinions on balancing in the game. Because at my table, if someone feels that they are underpowered and the other people at the table agree, I am willing to bespoke buff them.
Sure.
Give them unique narrative features, give them special features that they want. A lot of times, if someone wants their feature to do something more specific, I'll let them,
Right.
but I'll debuff it in a way. So as long as people are playing characters that they're having fun with, I don't really have huge opinions on the balancing.
Yeah, this is where I'll probably disappoint most people, I guess, because it's sort of outside my range of interest as a DM. Not a stats and numbers sort of balancing. The nice part about running a table versus like published content,
Yeah.
Stats and abilities for players, that's kind of their world. I don't necessarily even know most of it. Because we can look it up if we need to. Otherwise, I generally trust my players to know their classes and things like that. And especially when you're running it at the table, balance doesn't matter, right? Almost every single player that I've ever run for has some custom component to their class that came out as a result of them saying, "Well, I'd really like to be able to do this." Also, it's like, great, let's incorporate that somehow.
Yeah.
Let's add a table for this. But that's because I don't have to worry about it being balanced for thousands of people playing that particular character or that particular class. I can just, if it works for the table that I'm at, hey, nobody here is a wizard, so I'm going to steal some stuff from wizards and give that to the sword.
And I will say I have a ton of opinions about how to buff players, how to like what sort of features you should offer up. I was just talking on one of my streams about how I really don't like offering up a permanent buff to the party where they have to choose who gets it. I think that provides really unnecessary tension between the players.
Sure.
So I have a ton of opinions about that. But in terms of the actual material, I do think maybe the only area I would have an opinion on is that I know that would impact Adventurers League. And people like trying to find tables to play with. So I know that it would impact those sorts of things, but outside, that's not really my bread and butter either. Yeah, well, I've only DM'd for a few inexperienced players, so sadly they don't know what's good and not. I mean, it's if they're having fun, that's kind of all that matters. Like whether or not they're good is sort of irrelevant. If the goodness is impacting their fun, then buff them. That's generally how I look at it. Yeah. But I want to temper that with don't just give buffs to anyone who asks for it because you don't want to impact the other player's fun at the table. Like, and this kind of goes back to my, I like to have conversations. How did the session go? If someone in session felt really weak, everyone else at the table agrees, like, yeah, that player did feel really weak. Then we can talk about like, okay, like what are some ways we could buff it? Are there specific features that don't feel right? And we can have that conversation as a table. Cool.
Totally.
Okay. Well, we'll keep going with the and I don't know, do you have any sort of stop time, Ryan? Before we, because we're about halfway through the number of videos I picked out.
All right. Well, I just made you need to stop I can get some more coffee or something. Whenever there's a good point for that. Otherwise, I mean, I'm good for a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. Honestly, since we're a little bit less than halfway through, but we could stop now. I don't know if you're ready. I have to use the bathroom.
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
We can do that now.
Cool. Yeah, let's take a quick bio break. Maybe 2-3 minutes, and we will be right back.
Sounds good.
Cool. All right, we are back.
Yes.
So I figured now that we're kind of approaching the halfway point, there are a couple of videos that you sent to me because I kind of asked what content do you want to talk about, and we've talked mostly about stuff that you had no idea about. And
Sure.
the three that you sent me, I was like, you know what, I won't watch any of them. I'll just trust him.
Oh,
So
awesome.
we'll look at one of those and see. I can have some live reactions to what you're saying.
Sweet.
All right, let's see. Collabs with screen share. All right.
Concept where the players are random commoners saving a town themselves. Somewhere out there is a town that our players didn't bother to save, right? That one leftover quest on the notice board. That's the town being attacked. And even the sheriff just went down fighting off the rampaging bridge troll. So the players draw a random member of town, an improvised weapon, and go try to be heroes. And then, of course, redraw when their commoner goes down, like, immediately. If your players defeat the troll, their characters are folk heroes now. Maybe even the start of a new campaign. Or maybe they hunt down your original party, seeking answers as to why their town didn't get saved. I love
That's really cool. That's really sick. This sort of hits on something that I've seen in a few places of like level 0 PCs. Is that something you've ever actually run before?
Yeah, I've run this a handful of times, and I think the most popular version of this idea is it DDC? Their like funnel gameplay. It's like a prominent part of their gameplay. I think I said that right. I'm not familiar with it, but people in the comments went crazy saying, "Hey, this is just like this other game system." I'm like, that's awesome.
Cool.
It's great when different people have similar and awesome ideas.
Yeah.
Maybe DCC, Dungeon Crawl Classics. That's who it is.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I've run it myself, not knowing that there's a bunch of modules out there that apparently support this, which I think is great.
Yeah.
So that's a place to go to unearth, I think, things like this. But that level 0 experience, really for people brand new to the game, it kind of acts as like a board game. You know, it's super approachable. It's super easy to understand. There's not a whole lot of math or really even hard decisions to make, so it's super approachable. So I've run it as multiple. It's always a one shot when I do it. It hasn't yet kicked off a campaign of mine.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Yeah, it really reminds me of like a Zombicide type experience. I don't know if you've played that board game. But
it's in that same vein, right? It's that kind of experience for sure.
It's really cool. Yeah. I am thinking about like how that sounds really I guess unique to balance and most specifically to pace. So when we talk about that 3-act structure, the puzzle, the the social, the combat, how do you see this sort of situation? Because it sounds like it's starting off at the moment of crisis. Do you have particular structures that come to mind for that exploration pillar, that puzzle pillar, and that social?
Yep. Yeah. So in this case, having run this a few times, I sort of expanded on it in different cases. But to give like a basic overview of how you take something like this and extend it, obviously, or maybe this isn't obvious, so I'll say this because maybe it's not obvious, but the bridge troll is not typically like a real bridge troll, right? Commoners taking rakes and shovels and attacking a bridge troll is probably going to take longer than anybody actually wants to spend fighting and playing this. The point is definitely more of a highlight reel and seeing, commoners get clobbered and just their shoes remain, and it's the fun of that sort of play. And then you just sort of have that sort of large wiggle room of like, okay, this is about when the bridge troll is going to go down. The tide starts to turn. Once that happens, the way that I twisted this one the last time that I ran it was at that point it became clear, kind of halfway through the combat, it became clear that there was something enchanted around the bridge troll's neck. It wasn't naturally occurring here. Something was sort of pulling it to this location. There was something going on.
Gotcha.
And so there was a little bit of a puzzle for them to solve when the commoners then sort of pieced this together on their own and sort of solved it. It instantly transported them. I think it was, what did I do? I think it was the, what's it called? The astral plane.
Oh, sure.
And so now this group of farmers and whoever they were,
Mm-hmm.
was transported outside of basically a ramshackle farm floating out in the astral plane, and the person who had enchanted the bridge troll was trying to basically create a conduit back to the material plane. He'd been doing this for a really long time. It was this real twisted sort of
Very Zathura.
alchemist. Yeah. And so the role playing, and they did their puzzle, they had their combat, obviously, and in that case, the players got to choose: do you let him come back? Do you allow this person to follow the path back? And that was just kind of going back to that like moral quandary in a one shot. Be interesting either way, right? Whatever they decide to do, you could say there are no consequences, but of course in my games it's like, oh no, these things happen.
Yeah.
this is now a thing. And then they got to pick whether the person came back with them or not, and then of course they teleported back to see what became of the town.
And do you just run all of their ability scores as like 10s, or do you, because if you're
Pretty
only
much.
having
There's some wild cards in the mix, like I'll allow say 10% of all the ones, because I run it as like you're literally drawing from a deck and like, oh, this is who I'm playing now. So I'll allow some percentage of the commoners to have little boosts, but they're going to be minor +1s and be like, oh, that one's a little bit more dexterous, that one's a little bit stronger.
That's cool.
Just to sort of mix it up.
So then it's
they're
just
also,
sort of straight D20 rolls otherwise.
Exactly. It's all D20 rolls. It's not hard to hit the bridge troll, but in some cases you have to be creative about, are you going to throw the glass bottle? Or are you going to run up with a some kind of gardening instrument? And that's just really about the crazy scenes that can be created, with that. So simple the better.
Well, and it sounds like an amazing way to introduce new players to the system. I mean, we just talked about how 5e is more accessible than a lot of systems. And I think one of the reasons for that is them really simplifying the riders, simplifying the +1s, 3s, whatever, to just ability, proficiency, that's it. And then leaving everything else up to advantage and disadvantage. But even advantage and disadvantage for someone who has never played a TTRPG before can be a little weird. Just getting rid of all of the riders, getting rid of all the proficiencies and everything, and then introducing them in 10% of here's a +1. And it's like, oh, there can be pluses. Okay, like just that like introduction can be really interesting.
Well, and one of the wrinkles, I don't highlight this in the video because it's only a minute anyway.
Right. That's one of the points that I wanted to do on this show, is allow you to speak more of your mind.
Sure, yeah.
On these specific.
Well, I think one of the fun things, the sheriff or whoever is like protecting the town being taken out at the beginning of the one shot.
Yeah.
Is important for two reasons. One, it's to show that there's nobody to swing in and save everybody, right? That's why everybody's got to pitch in. Yeah. But two, everything that guy was carrying is now sitting on the ground in front of the bridge troll. So those I usually make, that's an actual like magic sword, that's a real shield. Like this stuff becomes like, it's almost a dog pile, like everybody's going to run for one of those things. And I usually limit it so it's like they're commoners. It's like you can have the sword or the shield or the quiver. You can't manage all of them, right? So it's like, which one of those are you going to grab?
That's really cool. That's really cool. And question from chat: what's the worst campaign or one shot you've DM'd? Probably the worst. My worst one was probably my first one. Although, I mean, I even say worst. I mean, I honestly haven't had that many bad experiences with DM. Oh, actually, no, never mind. As I was talking and vamping, I did think of one. You
found one?
Yeah, it's unfortunate because the person who DM'd was not the problem, and I'm now playing in one of their campaigns, and it's fantastic. But he didn't. The expectations were really off, and we had two players out of the 6. So there's 6 players, brand new DM, and 2 out of the 6 were really into I don't know exactly what to call it. It wasn't strict PvP, but it was very like player aggressive action. So like stealing from each other, playing their character. I'm gonna put that in quotes. To the active detriment of the party, which is okay.
Not something. It's not something that 5e excels at, though. it gets particularly difficult when that's the type of game you're trying to run, because you want to talk about slowing things down and becoming a slog.
Yeah.
Start to navigate all of that economy of action and inaction when players are against each other. It's really tough.
And it's a really especially like playing your character to the detriment of the party is a really advanced, I would say, concept for players. And it got to the point where we had to tie him up to a tree and say, if you out of game, if you were an NPC, we would have already killed you. Like, I need you to get that through your head. If you were an NPC, you'd be dead on the side of the road. The only reason you're alive is because you're a player character.
I've only ever, I think one of the presuppositions of the games that I run is that it's okay if your character, runs afoul of the party. We're probably going to need to write them out of it and have you create a character that is going to work with the party. I think that's 100%. One of the things that I like. That's like a session 0 thing of like, we're making a collaborative game.
Yeah.
That said, and this is sort of as really tied into that, I have helped players to so this is a fairly bespoke situation, but I wanted to experiment in one of the campaigns that's currently running. I wanted to see what it would look like to have a player basically being a villain to the party that I was running separately. So basically a parallel solo campaign where that character was acting against the party, but a different sort of gameplay. It wasn't the same as them, but actually letting them decide, like, okay, these are the things I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to. But at the very beginning, when that was happening, I said, I need to make a couple things clear. It's entirely your character from the whole time through, with a couple of requirements. One, if you get to that, you can make the choice when you do finally come into conflict, many levels from now, when they find you, when they track you down, when it becomes the group again, the party against your villain.
Right.
You can make the choice about whether you're continuing to go into conflict or whether you side with them, right? But if you are going to be in conflict with them at that point, it becomes my monster to run, and they're probably going to kill you. That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Mostly because, again, just from that like player versus player thing, it usually is going to end in frustration if you try to continue that on, because now it's personal. Now it's at the table and it's like this adversarial thing. It's like, I want to direct all of that energy to me as the DM. It's like, this is where, because people, they trust the DMs more than they do just some other player. Because now, when they're warring with each other and it's personal, that's not as much fun.
No. And even,
but that worked out. Like, that's a way to do it. Yeah.
And even in a constructed narrative where you have set up these two sides, D&D is not chess. Like, even if you try to make it as balanced as it can, 5e is fundamentally not balanced for player versus player. It's just none of the classes are. So you can get like random weird like power dynamics. Like if your villain rolls in and one of the players hold person the villain and it goes through, they fail the check, then that villain just dies.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a deliberate balancing. It's a deliberate balance decision just from the game presupposes that it's players versus monsters.
Yeah.
Or enemies or whatever you want to call it. And in that sort of non-player enemy, in that context, which character, which subclass, there's no wrong choice.
Totally.
If you're putting player versus player character, now there are plenty of wrong choices, and there's a few right choices, and if you pick those right ones, you're going to win.
There's about 3 right choices, and they rock, paper, scissors each other and beat everything else.
And at that point, it's like, oh, that's not what this game is for. There are other games that are better for, like you said, wargaming. There are other balanced games for doing that, and it's better to play those.
Yeah, Warhammer is a really fun game that people should play if they want that type of experience.
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I don't think we ever got yours. What is the worst campaign one shot?
I don't think I really have one. I think D&D is sort of like pizza. Even the worst pizza I've ever had, it's still pizza. I'd still rather be eating that.
Fair enough.
Than a lot of other things. So
well,
I don't think I have one.
You started playing D&D at a much older age, when I think a lot of people had figured out maybe some of those interpersonal conflicts in separate arenas and in separate hobbies.
Well, I mean, it's also, I guess to be more frank or more honest with the question, I think that it's kind of, and maybe this isn't true for everybody, but it's sort of a weird personal thing where it's almost like asking somebody, okay, well, what's like the worst relationship you've ever had? And it's like, well, there's probably an answer to that, but probably not one that I'll ever share.
Yeah. That's true.
Both because that's not how I like to think about other people, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's out there. There's and by the way, I've run my worst sessions before. I know it, but honestly, I don't think my players usually would catch it. I know that, it's kind of like, it's like I can tell, we can all tell, and I'm like, shit, that was not up to my standard, but I think everybody still had fun, so I'm not going to mention anything.
No, that's totally fair. Yeah. The only like and I also realized that I accidentally dodged the question of I talked about a game I played in.
Which is okay.
Yeah. Probably the worst one I DM'd was the very first one, and it is only because of outside like external conflicts because I was 14.
Sure.
So like it was just like, oh, I just had like 14-year-old problems. It had nothing to do really with the D&D. It was totally separate. So I do find that is like
definitely
when I think of like the bad D&D or the worst D&D, it is almost like 90 to 80%. It is either interpersonal problems or it's just boring. Like I feel like those are like really the only two types of like actually bad D&D.
And I think if I can change the question, because then I think it would be also another exciting way to answer it. I think the biggest lesson I've learned from running or playing in D&D on the player side of it, which I've not done as much playing as I've done running, but I found out very quickly as a player. I said, "Wow, so much of the fun of this game is how much you choose to have fun with your character and how you play."
Yeah.
That was really eye-opening for me, and also kind of freeing as a DM, because you go, wow, if a player is putting in the effort, there's a real kind of back and forth that can be really, really cool.
100%.
That was a cool lesson. And then I've actually done videos about most of these, I think, but certainly the video where, my wife ran away, I was like, oh no, don't do that. That was a pretty big lesson, because we didn't play for about a month after that because I had screwed up so bad. Because that was just like a really frustrating experience. And probably other stuff like that. I think anytime I've assumed that the players are going to go this way and they go that way, those are always really eye-opening things. A lot of panic and like, behind the screen, what are you going to do? How do I, get back ahead of this thing? But none of those are really bad. That's just one of the times I learned.
No, it's definitely it's learning. A lot of the times when I talk about player advice, DM advice, most of it kind of centers back and centralizes around how to engage your players in the story. And there are so many different techniques, and a lot of the techniques are mutually exclusive. They're contradictory. So the one of the things I talk about, like but for anyone in your audience who's new, one of my main series is watching through Critical Role. I've never seen it, and I'm on, I think, episode 24. And so, I do like each episode's like 3 hours. The stream is normally like 7 hours because I have so much to talk about, so much to say. And one of the things that I hit on a lot is me and Matt's DMing style is really different. It is really like core fundamentally different. So there's a lot of things that he does that I would never do. But I don't think that they're bad. And so I try to really focus in on like, okay, what particular parts of this are complementary? Like, does this thing actually damage this other thing that he's going for? And I talk about in my own experience, a lot of the times where I've noticed maybe a bad session or a poor session is because I'm using two techniques that are actively conflicting with each other. And it's causing like player confusion. It's bringing them out of the story. They don't understand the world as I'm trying to present it.
Right.
And so I think that is what I focus on a lot, is like, how do we keep them in the story? And there are a lot of techniques to do that, but that's what I try to focus on.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the next one. I don't remember what it was. Oh, it's funny you brought up the villain subplot. The next one that I wanted to bring up to you is interacting with the villain.
Introduce your villains early and make sure players understand the threat.
Whoops, I forgot to switch scenes. There we go. Am I screen sharing? Yeah, I am. Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, cool.
Introduce your villains early and make sure players understand the threat they pose. Try things other than direct confrontation, or else your players might take out your villains too soon. For instance, you could use necromancy. Have your villain speak through the mouths of the dead to provoke the party. Every enemy they defeat is another chance for a villainous monologue. Or try imposters. Your players fight the villain, but each time they discover it's just another henchman disguised as the big bad. And now, the real villain knows just a little bit more about the party's skills. Or maybe a puzzle. Your villain could send letters to taunt the players. The villain is known to them. If only they could decode his secret messages and find him in time.
Yeah. So I actually had a lot of thoughts on this one.
Okay.
That I wrote down. This is maybe one of the biggest blocks of notes. Actually, no, that's later. But so one of the kind of overarching things here is that the villain is sort of, or I guess, how do you feel about villains singling out the party? Because in a campaign setting, I generally shy away from it. It feels a bit too chosen one for my taste.
Absolutely. Yep.
But within the context of a limited series, of a one-shot, I can see that being incredibly efficient. You talked about a lot of different ways to have villains interact with the party. Do you think that there are any that are especially or specifically good for a one-shot limited series?
I think that the way to have villains, I'll do it again. I'll break it up into three acts. I think that I agree with you that it would not make sense right out of the gate for the villains to acknowledge it all. I think that the way to make the impending end of, whether it's a limited series campaign or a multi-year campaign, the way to make that villain conflict seem to grow over time is that for that first sort of arc of the campaign is the players trying to figure out what is going on, right? They need to get the lay of the land, how much they need to be primarily learning about the villain. The villain does not care about them at all. I think that's the first arc, because why would they? Yeah. They're nothing. And usually through a combination of either, players kind of stumbling their way into it or on purpose, they begin to
social or puzzle.
Find their way. Yeah, they begin to find their way into opposition with the villain in some form or another. I think that second arc is when the villain will begin to take notice, but not again on the characters, but on the impact that they're having on the world in a way that the villain is not happy. So it's not so much in that second arc or that second chapter where there's anything even necessarily directed to them, but just in general towards, we need to deal with this force of people. And I think it's in that third act of the campaign when it becomes personal.
Yeah.
And this is now where, depending on the villain, their flaws show. Now it becomes almost as much about proving these, do-gooders or adventurers or whatever wrong as accomplishing what they are. And now these things are sort of at the same level. And I think that sort of progress makes it feel like the characters are having a bigger impact as they go and becoming like, hey, if you're such a big deal that the villain knows who you are, you've made it, somewhere in this world. So that's, and I think on a shorter term, especially in a one-shot setting.
Right. Yeah. I was about to say, how can you efficiently, like, let's talk about,
if you zoom that way down,
build that up. Yeah.
I think that's it's going to be similar, but it's going to happen a lot faster. Those iterations are going to be a lot shorter. So if we take those 3 acts of a one shot, if that first one is combat, then that combat is probably going to be with the minions of the bad guy, right? And this is in the orbit of the villain, but they don't know whatever thing is that you're going to be fighting at maybe that third act. But it's going to be what entices the players to say, this is what we need to follow up on. This is where we're going to go in Act 2.
Yeah.
So that in Act 3, we're usually it's going to be bringing the fight to the villain. Yeah.
Right.
I think so.
And do you, when it comes to one-shot villains, especially if they have henchmen, do you have a particular way that you tend to find that it's easiest to, like, how do I phrase this? What type of villain do you find most effective or easiest to run in a one-shot? Because when we're talking about the limited time frame, real life, it seems like it would be easier to have the villain be local, some sort of local threat that they don't have to, range well and afar. How do you introduce that villain? So you have the henchman in Act 1. Do you tend to reveal the identity of the villain? Do you tend to talk about their plots more? Is there any specific thing that you do?
I think So I don't think that my one shots are typically very villain oriented. I think that they're typically about unfolding. It's sort of like it's the same depth usually as a dungeon will be, like a dungeon that you get through in one session. And the dungeon might not necessarily involve rooms in a dungeon, right? One of those rooms might be the town square at the beginning.
Sure.
But they have the same sort of
they have
effect
a mapped
of
out,
just
connected feel,
begging a set of questions.
Yeah.
The wild sheep chase. This isn't my doing. This is the designer of that. It's a brilliant idea. The very first thing that happens in that one shot is a sheep's going to run up and begin talking to the party. Now, this begs a big question, right? Like, who is this? What has happened? And how do we need to help, right?
Yeah.
And I think that it's almost like if in a larger campaign the villain becomes aware after the players do of their existence. I think in a one shot, typically like villain and player characters are sort of meeting each other at the same time because the players are sort of following the breadcrumb trail to find out what the heck is going on here. To only find out who even they're facing. Usually, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's hardly ever been a time, maybe 1 or 2 one shots here or there where that villain is very telegraphed. It's more of a surprise and a discovery. The same way that a monster might be in a dungeon. Maybe you've put the pieces together and figured it out, but it just kind of drops on your lap at some point, whether you were ready or not. So kind of going back to that timing thing.
Yeah. No, let me ask you this then. It sounds like you are, or at least what I'm hearing from this is that it's a lot more focused on intrigue and not necessarily as focused on challenges or obstacles. Would you say that that's accurate? Of it's like intrigue, challenge of if we're still breaking it into the 3 acts, like the first 2 acts are them trying to figure things out, and the third act is finally a challenge, finally an obstacle, or is it intrigue, challenge? Like, is there a certain configuration you more normally use?
Yeah, I think my lean or my comfort zone as a dungeon master in general is to sort of treat all of these things as unfolding larger stories or through lines. So if I'm kind of like I said, whether it's a one shot or a dungeon or an arc, the group's going to investigate the haunted woods, whatever that thing is, what I need is sort of the big hook or the big idea of that I can then kind of explore the ins and outs of to sort of lay everything out.
Right.
It's the smallest version of it, because I've actually been thinking about this. I think you could probably classify a lot of how I run games as mysteries or things to be investigated, right? Yeah. I think that's a fair
Yeah, I like
way to describe.
investigate. I think mysteries has a weird connotation to it, but I like intrigue, investigation. Yeah.
And I've been trying to think about, this is my meandering thoughts. Is it'll probably go into a video at some point.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think of like what's the smallest version of this idea that I can show people in a minute. And I think that, let's say that you and I were creating. The situation is that I have to think about how to do this in reverse. Here's what we want the players to uncover. We want the players to uncover, if they're clever enough and if they investigate and if they ask the questions and go down this line, if they want to, let's say. It's not even a must. The last person to stay in this room was a rogue or an assassin type who was here to do a dark job. They never returned. That's what we want them to get.
Yeah.
And just rolling over that room of the tavern into like, well, how could we allow them to uncover and piece that together before they get any confirmation?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, what kind of stuff would be left behind by them, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe there's a lockbox that's trapped, that's tucked under the bed. Maybe even
clues.
Yeah, maybe even there's scratches that they can see that from where he's kind of carelessly shoved it under the bed a few times.
Sure.
Maybe there are components that were used to make a poison that they can piece together in the room. Maybe the whole reason that they're there in the first place is because the tavern owner's like, I went up to check on the room because whoever's there hasn't come down and something's funky with the light. It broke my key off. Can you guys go investigate that? So like all of these layers of like something's going on here.
I think about the exact same thing I work a lot off of the rule of threes. And so if there's some piece of information I want them to know, like this rogue thing, I'll normally try to give 3 separate clues, and I try to hide them within 3 different things. So one is an environmental clue, one's a social clue that they just get by talking to someone specific, no check needed. And then the third one is something that is hidden behind a check or the use of a feature. So there's some sort of obstacle between them and that clue. And that's exactly right. And this in this little microcosm, there's a lot that we can throw in there as subterfuge. I think in a one shot or something that's more limited, I think what you do is almost none. Maybe I just want to say nothing that's throwaway, nothing that's a waste. In other words, if there are 6 points of interest in this room that, as you describe the room, they could investigate with, there's going to be something at each one of those. Yeah.
Now, whether they piece it together is the next thing. And what we'll do for the timing component where it's like, well, what if they still don't get it? That's fine. If I need to move it forward, there's a knock at the door and the rogue who was coming here to make the trade with them doesn't know that they didn't return. And they open the door and he's like, what the hell? And now they've got another contact to, they can pull into the room and interrogate, right?
So something that I think about a lot during my campaigns and my arcs and my quests is the order in which I deliver clues. And I'm really curious because I think this is kind of in the nitty-gritty but kind of important.
Yep.
A lot of times, if I'm thinking about the 6 points of interest, right? I'm working off of the 3s for what they're actually looking for. Only half of those points of interest are relevant to what is going on right now. If I'm in a campaign, those other 3 are relevant to future clues. To maybe one of them is relevant to Act 2, one of them is relevant to Act 3. Do you lace them like that when you're running one shots or limited series, or do you try to keep it focused? The things that they find are applicable.
It's going to be
right.
I think it's going to be more focused. I think it's going to be more useful in the moment. It doesn't mean that there aren't going to be things that I'm aware of. If there's maybe the rogue has already intercepted. There's a series of letters, and maybe I make those, and maybe it's like it's between 2 parties. It's because he's targeting one of those 2 people, and he's been tracking them.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a hint at there's a blue candle that's melted down on the table. Like it's just blue wax, but it's strange. It's like blue wax. What is that? Well, my players, whether they're in the one shot or not, are going to know, oh, Ryan, we know him. That means there's probably some invisible ink in use on these letters. And if we were to use a blue light or something on this, probably might find something. So that's where I might hint at something just for fun that is not necessary. But if people think of it and do it, that's just fun.
Gotcha. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, the next one is an idea that you had that I am assuming you have not done.
Okay.
But I had some thoughts.
We'll find out.
Well, because you explicitly say that you haven't done it, but maybe you've done it now at this point, because I think it's a little old.
Okay.
So, wait, is this
Yeah,
right?
this is a throwback. It might be.
Recently
Yeah.
was kind of
Yeah, because this is about co-DMing, a heist.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah. For some reason, the beginning of the video looked weird. But yeah,
It is a weird video. You're really going back to
recently
the archives on this one.
Oh, I watched through your entire catalog. It's not that hard to do. It's
That's true. They're a minute each, right?
Yeah. I literally just took an afternoon and I was like, let's watch each ride video. So I even have. I mean, this is maybe too much information, but now I've kind of tagged all of your videos mentally in case we ever want to do another
Nice.
behind the screens about some
Perfect.
other topic.
All
kind of
right.
brainstorming
Yeah.
an idea for a co-DM'd like adventure, I guess. Like thinking about things that could only work if you sort of had a co-DM. Like it would be cool in the context of a heist where it was established to be maybe like a 2-shot, and each of the DMs would prep everything, but each of them, and maybe this kind of breaks the rules a little bit, but it doesn't have to. The idea is that
It's also, can I wanna comment. I know that we have a good
Yeah.
rapport when it comes to talking about content, because we talk
Yeah.
about it a lot offline. It's
Sure.
it's so funny. Like I met you when we started talking about content well after this
Yeah.
was ever posted, and you
Yeah.
talking about how you're constantly cutting down the script, reworking the script to get it
Totally.
as short as possible, and then going
Yeah.
back into the backlog and seeing like things where you just
Crazy, right?
left in like long series of like, I don't know,
Long,
maybe it wouldn't
yes.
work, maybe it breaks the rules, I don't know.
It's really long, meandering. Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Totally.
it's really funny. Just and for those of you in my audience who haven't watched Ryan's before, I mean, if you like super tight, I mean, you've seen it in a lot of the videos we've watched before this, but Ryan is gives very 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 tight explanations and video production. So yeah, it's just fun seeing the historical log.
It's a little looser in this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
is that each would sort of take and run with 2 separate groups that then come together actually for the second of the 2. So technically it would be a 3-shot from the DM's perspective, but the idea being that like, okay, you get Group A and Group B, and Group A is hired by some like wealthy benefactor in the city to go steal something valuable, and they pick their route and they do this and that, and maybe they get some intel from the guy, and that sort of specifies their available routes, and they run through that first session, and they come to the end of that first session, and there's like something, and then they have to come back the next time. And then the Group B is basically maybe contacted slightly differently, but effectively it's by the same source, because why would the rich whomever that wants this thing stolen, why would they only go with one team? They're going to throw a couple teams at it and try to be clever about it. And then, so that Group B plays, and then the other DM would sort of run that. And then the third session, the groups come together because they find out like they're all in the same room or whatever, stealing the same item, and they have to sort of undo and untangle what happened. And each of the DMs kind of runs for their people, sort of. Maybe that would be madness and not work. But I mean, if each group was like, say, 3 people was Team A and 3 people are Team B, then when it comes together, it's a group of 6. Like that's manageable, right? And lots of interesting like play for the DMs, even where like maybe there's certain things that they share information on and other things that they don't. That might be taking it too far, but like it'd be cool as an option. But it'd be interesting to try to make content like adventures that are like, this is for 2 DMs, and sort of take that concept of a DM and sort of like add some more gameplay to it, where it's like a DM versus a DM almost a little bit, or like maybe not versus, but like collaborating in a similar sense, where like they have a little bit of information and then they don't have a little bit of information, or maybe some of those things between them is sort of left up to a die roll or something. Like I think there's something there that could be kind of cool to experiment with.
Yeah. So, do you have any updated feelings or opinions on this concept of co-DMing? Because I thought it's something I've thought about before independently, and I didn't know If your
Super cool
opinions.
idea. I think I like it more than I did hearing me describe it. I haven't listened to that in a while.
Yeah.
I think it'd be now. I think now the way I think about it is different. Where it'd be interesting as an option, right? It'd be interesting to because what we're looking at, or what I was talking about, was effectively 2 different one shots.
Yeah.
With an optional second one that pulls it all together. And that could be really cool. To try to both coordinate that. I mean, it'd be really difficult to coordinate that with probably most groups and things like that, but it'd be interesting in certain settings, right? Like if game stores run sort of like marathon games, or even at conventions and things like that. It's like that could be a really, like, if you know going into it that this is going to be a different type of game with different layers.
Yeah,
that could be a really unique experience to kind of use D&D to power that, for sure.
And do you think, talking about the narrative setup of that, of like combining these things and working with other DMs on this one shot. I mean, I think I generally feel the same, that it might not work for a long running campaign. Do you think so? We've talked about a lot of this narrative structure, and I think one of the things that you just hit on is really interesting to me when I think about one shots, of how do you provide an option for it to be a complete package with an optional add-on package. That's, I think, something that movies struggle with like sequels. Like, how do you have any thoughts on, like, how would you structure that if we're looking at these three act arcs? How do you essentially stop during the middle of arc 2 and have that be satisfying? Because I think that could also go into the shortcuts and everything.
Yeah, it could. And I think it's definitely an interesting, like, writing and game design problem, right? I think that's what I like the most about it is both it's 2 things, right? One, this like interweaving sort of structure that requires a lot of coordination between different people, which is always hard. But it's also a heist, which is like, that's like one of those like pinnacles of like, man, heists are really difficult. Like running a good one, but everybody wants to experience one. Like, who doesn't want to be in a heist? So like right off the top of my head, like the types of things that I think could be done here is to look at that heist scenario from kind of 2 different angles, right? So it's going to have to be a complicated piece where everybody, is a cog in a larger machine, but where one group and their one shot experience, or in this case half shot, let's say, maybe that's the term to coin. In that experience, it's more of the recon and sort of the front of house heist, whereas the other group, it's a little bit more, they're the getaway, and maybe they're a set of distractions and things that they've also got a piece as well to play. So maybe there's a way that there's kind of 2 heists that can go on, even if they don't all come together. Like there should be probably a final act that is typically played. I mean, the more that I think about this, is it may be hardest to do if it is multiple one shots in a convention setting, or in a game store, or even just a large group setting. It's really probably best if you have those 2 groups that are playing separately, and then they share a third act together. That might be the best way to do it, where it's like, okay, great. Now, as these things kind of come together, it's like now everybody joins at the big table. And now all of these decisions are your decisions over here to cut this early is going to, or to take the easy way out on this is now going to impact everybody, because now this is what they've had to deal with. That could be really cool.
Yeah, I think that could be amazing. Do you have any thoughts or advice or recommendation for, because what we're talking about is, doing the first 2 acts and then doing third act all together. What sort of transitions do you like to make? Let's take the heist example. What's the transition between 2 and 3? Because to me, in my head, a lot of that like climax of the act 3 is that there's some sort of like they get into the vault. There's some sort of confrontation in or right in front of the vault, and then it's the getaway. Is that
Yeah.
Do you have any particular?
I think
thoughts?
that's part of it for sure. I think that I think that you just get creative in whatever party setting you have to make sure that that ticking clock is actually probably a ticking clock or a creative ticking clock. So, you know, a really easy way to do it is to say, like, you know, you could literally have a shot clock type of style thing where it's like, hey, this is, you know, everybody knows that this is a heist and there's going to be this much time to simulate the planning.
Yeah.
And then everything is synchronized. Like the person who's hiring you, everything is timed out. And if it doesn't happen in the next 90 minutes, it can't ever happen again. And so it's literally ticking and everybody is seeing the same clock. You could also get creative with that, right? You could say that this is happening at a grand ball, a party, a wedding, and there are going to be a set of songs that play. And these have, you know, we know that everybody's attention is going to be over here when the waltz is playing. So when that happens, like now the groups are having to kind of shuffle through and you can kind of use those as those sort of, you know, relatively mechanical, automated, like nobody can fault the DM for moving you guys forward because the premise of the game is it has to move forward now.
Right.
And then everybody kind of stays in lockstep a
That's
little bit. I think that could work.
Yeah, especially the idea of having those external clocks. I really like the idea of tying it to like a song selection.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That's really cool. I do like it's one of the hard things I think about tabletop role playing in general is how much in-game time is progressing versus out of game. And I think a lot of systems have a lot of different solutions to that problem. But I think it's just kind of always going to be there no matter what.
Yep. It's tough.
So I think you would have to be careful about which segments are hard timed. Because like in this,
that's right.
This gets into, and maybe you have an opinion on this. I think this sort of gets into what the characters are good at versus what the players are good at, which is oftentimes really easy to abstract away when it comes to the physicality, but it's really, I find, very difficult to be like, okay, you know, let's use random person who we say is very dumb, but they're a good friend, they're a great player, and they're playing a very high intelligence character.
Sure.
How do you overcome those differences as a DM? And now, and let's you know, to marry it back to the heist and what we're talking about with this out of game timing, if there's a puzzle that they need to solve within this time, within these songs, these real life songs,
right?
How much do you tie it to now skill checks because the actual players might be slow and might not get the puzzle?
So I think that puzzles are a unique one. I think puzzles are one of those things that people either love or love to hate. It's definitely not a great fit for every table. But I think that overall, the best way to deal with them, and this can be hard, this is a really hard sort of design problem, is to make the puzzles always additive and optional.
Gotcha.
Doesn't mean that they don't matter.
Yeah.
In fact, it means that if you can puzzle it out, it's probably going to be the easiest path forward. It's probably going to make everybody, like, you know, celebrate, and it's a great thing.
Yeah.
But one of the worst things that can happen in a game is that a puzzle that brings a game to a crashing, to a halt, to a standstill.
Yeah.
That can just demotivate everybody, frustrate everybody. Nobody wants to not be able to figure out a puzzle.
Yeah.
So I think if it's used in the context of that situation, of that heist, it'd be fun to make it more of a collaborative, like if you have those two groups and they're like, okay, how do we do a puzzle? Figure out a gimmick, figure out a way. I think of like, what's that game, Mastermind, where it's like you're guessing a code combination type of puzzle.
Yeah.
But effectively it's passed back and forth. It's an entire group effort where everybody's got access to it somehow. And it's like, okay, that group, now we come back over here. You guys can see the patterns guessed, and now it shuffles back over there. That spreading it around helps a ton, so it's never on one person or anything like that. But there's also like, and that's what I say, it's either something people love or love to hate, because simulating puzzle solving in game, I don't find to be very satisfying.
Sure.
Because I don't know, it's tough. Like, how do you make a player feel smart? I think there's a lot of role-playing choices, character choices. There's a lot of things you can, as a DM, assist that character with. Be like, well, you know this, that you can add things to what they know all the time, and you should be, right? Because they are that character. But I don't think anybody's satisfied by a puzzle that's rolled to solve.
I think to maybe come to an in-between point, have you ever done, or do you have any experience with maybe locking off certain clues about a puzzle behind skill checks? Is that ever something that you approach, or do you just raw give them the puzzle, say solve it?
So here's my here's my approach to it. So I have two basically big groups that I primarily run for the most often.
Yeah.
One of those groups gets puzzles, the other one largely does not. Now they still get environmental dungeon, like unfolding the story as we go type of thing, but strictly speaking, what I consider puzzles, because they don't necessarily prefer that.
Sure.
I think that puzzles and other things, like we think a lot about plot hooks and story hooks and game hooks. I think puzzles can have hooks. I think there should be a way that players can express an interest in these things. Same thing with some games are more heavy on role play than other things. That doesn't make one game better or worse.
Totally.
And I think it's a little bit like you can do that. I think if you want to have like, hey, this is a tricky, it's almost like it's the same level as like, hey, this is a tricky lock for the rogue to pick. So that's a check to roll against it. That's basically how puzzles should be treated. If a group doesn't like to actually think them through and puzzle them out.
Yeah.
But I think they have to be used carefully, because it's similar to like, I don't know, like at a certain point, I think role play is probably more important than puzzles in D&D. But if you have a group that just doesn't want to role play, it's equally unsatisfying, I think, to have just, okay, roll to convince them. Okay, you convince them, let's move on. It's like, even if you don't role play it out, you still want to hear what they would attempt to be doing. You want to hear their thought process in a, personality puzzle that is role play sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think a lot about puzzles, because I definitely I ran a lot of puzzles that didn't work in my first campaign, and then
it's hard.
In the
it's
first
like one
time,
of the hardest things.
In the first one that I ever ran, and this is something I want to ask you when it comes to shortcuts and timers and moving them through the plot line. So you were talking about how like a puzzle is maybe the fastest way through something, which I think is a good way to go about it. What happens, or I guess, how do you progress if they are just dead stuck and they are just running into walls? Because one of my first times ever playing our very first dungeon, we spent, I think it was like 2 hours, 3 hours, out of game time on a puzzle that the DM thought would take us like 20 minutes. And he eventually just straight up told us the answer, because he had not planned out any way for us. It was a bottleneck. If we couldn't solve the puzzle, there was no way else through the dungeon. So number one, do you ever make a puzzle a bottleneck, even for the group that likes puzzles? And if they are not solving a puzzle, how do you move them forward? Are there any unique strategies or ways?
I definitely don't intentionally make anything a bottleneck. Although, and this is actually a funny case, typically where my blind spots are, is in crafting sort of an option, or I guess a possible option, without thinking through all of the potential roads that could open for players. So, case in point, this wasn't exactly, strictly speaking, a puzzle, but it was more of a strange encounter. Where the villain, who, remember, I was running as another player outside of the group, sort of a separate, is kind of experimenting with like, okay, well, let's see what another clever person, like I might think as a DM, let's see what they would think of as a empowered villain.
Yeah.
And they were trying to put roadblocks in front of the players as they were exploring these dungeons. So the player villain goes, well, I'm a evil whatever with powers or whatever, right? This hallway is impenetrable. It's rock, it's stone. And it's like, well, that's something that a person comes up with, but not a DM, right?
Yeah.
We're like, okay,
Yeah.
what do I do with that, right?
Uh-huh.
That's an interesting design problem.
Right.
So this particular villain in this case was basically an evil archdruid. That's basically what they were playing. So I said, okay, well, what does this mean? So they basically shape stone for a long time and make this impenetrable. What happens? Well, given its location in the world and given the high levels of magic that were used, I'm like, okay, well, there's going to be a Fey, basically pixie, in this dungeon that has kind of been drawn there as a result of this magic being expelled.
Sure.
And in a role play with the characters, they'll say, well, I can take you through this. I mean, we'll have to leave here for a while and go someplace else, but I can get you to the other end of this hall.
Sure.
What I had considered, of course, especially with this group, which is probably my most careful group, they'll walk away from things sometimes, which is infuriating and fun, of course.
Yeah.
They may choose to step through into what is effectively the Feywild, whether they, metagame and know that or don't. I think that's a positive metagame. That's where you're going.
Yeah.
Or maybe they won't, and they'll turn around, in which case the villain's successful, and that now they've got to go find another plan.
Yeah.
Well, what I didn't consider is that the group would actually be divided, and some of them would go through and the other ones would stay back. Oh.
Because they think that there's a way to open it on the other end. They think they can pull a lever and it'll come down.
Or half the party says that's not worth the risk. I actually love their choice and that they stuck to it. They didn't get dragged along through. They're like, my character is not going through that thing. Okay, so this is, like I say, this is my blind spot is not so much giving a puzzle or a situation that is a bottleneck, but creating this, oh, look at this interesting problem I've made for myself.
Yeah.
The session ends there and I go, we're going to be running separate games for a little while where the group that went through there is going to be playing and this other group is going to be playing separately because there's no other way to do this. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
So it happens. And I think that the creative options through, I mean, certainly if it's a puzzle and you realize, oh shit, I didn't think of something, I think improvising in the moment, turns out there is a brute force way to get through. Turns out, when you destroy this little clockwork contraption, there's the answers underneath it because there was a lazy inventor that put that there because he always kept forgetting it. Whatever you need to do, I think is fair.
This is an interesting thing to talk about. So in that situation where some of them follow the pixie, some of them don't, you say, hey, we're going to run separate games for a while. That's obviously not something you can say during a one-shot or a limited series.
You can't, no.
So let's zoom back into that solution where there's one way through this dungeon. It's the pixie, and there is not enough meta real world time for them to leave and try
do
something
that.
else. What happens when they say no? Just in your experienced brain.
What would I do? So probably like ideally, try not to. I think portals and doorways are always that's the point. That's the sticking point where you go, oh, you find out who your players really are when you give them one. Some will jump straight through, and some.
I'm Jebediah Smith. I'm a warlock. I had a bad interaction in the Feywild. I'm not stepping foot through that fucking portal. No shot.
I think that if I saw that was playing out, so I'll give myself the easy charitable read, and then I'll make it harder for you. I'll do both.
Oh yeah.
Let's say the first go, I notice that some of these players are like, hell no. And some of the players are like, yes. And I go, okay, we've got a problem. Well, the first time one of those yes players starts to go through, the pixie goes, we come through this one holding hands together. I can't run it multiple times. I've only got enough juice to pull us through the once, right?
Sure. So put it back
in a
on
one
the
shot.
players.
Yeah, basically, like you guys are either in or out together, right? Because I can't. I'm not gonna. She's like, I'm not gonna leave anybody behind. We're all in this, or we're not.
Okay.
That's the easy answer. Let's make it harder. Let's say that it's not revealed to me until those players already stepped through that the other ones are not willing to go.
Yeah.
I would lean into this is my gut reaction. I'd probably lean into the Fey tricky pixie nature, where she would say, I understand. Of course, it's totally up to you. And she would zoom back to the portal and it would close. They would leave through the dungeon door, open it, and find out that that's also a portal. And they step through it unwittingly at that point.
Sure.
Passing it off as like, those darn Fae, they're so tricky with their yes ands. Again, because in that case, the interest is in continuing to move everybody forward through the one shot. And I think players are going to be pretty forgiving of that in that case, where now they're disgruntled and I'm going to look ahead and try to give them opportunities to see that through, right? Like, how can they get their sort of revenge on this pixie? Because now the pixie's sort of the villain for them.
Yeah.
Now this is sort of, it's taken their will from them and they're going to be upset about that. So
I think that's great advice. Of what I really heard there is, okay, you gotta railroad them. Like it has to happen. The group
has to stay together.
The group has to stay together. They have to go forward. So you, as the DM, are going to make them go forward, but you're going to work it into the story. That was what you spent like 60% of that explanation doing, was talking about.
That's right. Justifying it.
As I see that, it's these darn Fae. I'm going to work the Fae into the shot later as a villainous concept. Like,
that's right.
I'm going to take that moment of railroading and make it in fiction, because I think that when players get frustrated a lot, and this is very understandable, is when the railroading doesn't feel verisimilitudinous.
Absolutely.
It doesn't feel like the railroaded decision makes sense within the lore. And if it doesn't,
that's right.
Because like sometimes it might legitimately not, but you need to call that out in fiction. You need to lampshade it where you call it out and make it part of the narrative. And that's I think that's really good advice. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I would try.
Yeah. I think I like that a lot. Okay, next is about I love that you see the first frame and you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Setting a limited series in an existing world.
Sure.
I never read all the Harry Potter books until I wanted to run a one.
Shoot, I keep forgetting to switch the scene. I hope that there are none that I've played without switching the scene on accident.
I never read all the Harry Potter books until I wanted to run a one-shot in that world. I set the game during the first semester after the war, when the school is open again. I devised my own list of spells and drew out a map of the school. The players were all in detention, all in the same room when one poor kid fell terribly ill. They had 2 days to find out why, or take the blame for it and be expelled. It was a bunch of fun, and I even included hints at a larger mystery hidden in the school. It was a lot of effort to put into a one-shot, but I was able to introduce D&D to people who might not have ever tried to play it together, except when it dove into lore that they already loved. And that made it worth all the effort.
So I had 2 notes here, and I actually have kind of an extended note
Okay.
based on stuff you've already said during this interview. So I can sort of see 2 sides here, or two kind of possible, like a benefit and a detriment to this.
Okay.
Of setting your world, or setting your one-shot in a world players are already familiar with, takes care of a lot of exposition. It gets them right into the action. It makes them feel like they understand what's going on, which is incredibly useful for new players. When they don't have to worry about all of that other narrative stuff, they can just focus on the mechanics and learning. Now, do you think that there's a difference in your mind around, you obviously ran this for new players. You talked about providing hints towards a larger thing. You were potentially dangling a campaign in front of them. Always. So let's talk about that. Let's imagine, I'm sure that you've run maybe the occasional one shot for an existing group of players, maybe that's already in a campaign, but maybe some of them can't make it, so you run a one shot. Do you avoid existing settings because the world might feel too large? Do you avoid putting out those hooks towards larger storylines? because it might distract out too much. We kind of talked about it, but in regards to this very specifically setting it within an existing world, I feel like just the very nature of setting it in an existing world might make it feel too large, too big, especially if they know everything that's going on. What are your thoughts on that?
So, yeah, there's definitely a lot. So in the case of that, particularly, setting things inside of Harry Potter, the fun part and the challenging part is playing off of that player knowledge. So I think when I started running D&D, I figured out pretty quickly when my first really group that wasn't my wife, when I was running for the first group, I said I have to go fully homebrew. Yeah. Because I'm running for people that have been playing for 20 or 30 years.
Sure.
And I can't do a good job as a DM if I'm being corrected about the world that I don't understand.
Yeah, sure.
That's going to feel like it's not real. That's going to feel like there's something else going on here. So I was like, okay, I'm going to make it my own world. And now if I'm wrong, well, I'm always right, because now it's a world that is separate from Faerun and everything.
Yeah.
For Harry Potter or any established world, you take the good with the bad. On the bad side, okay, kind of like I said in the video, I had never read all the books. Thankfully, audiobooks existed that I could turn on double speed and buzz through in a month. At the same time, it's certainly a lot smaller lore-wise than all of D&D for the last 40 or 50 years.
Sure.
I was like, there are 7 books, and if I can get through these 7 books,
I've got it.
Then I kind of have a handle on it.
Yeah.
And the benefit of that, like I say, the bad is having to dig into all of that to be able to make something that I felt would feel right.
Yeah.
The good of it is that once I got all of that, I can now drop little tidbits of lore, and the world is doing the work for me.
Totally. And the player's knowledge of the world is doing the work for you.
That's right. Right. And both for the players, this is this was very largely made with 1 or 2 people in mind, which I think is when it's really fun, when you can really dial into an experience that they're going to have fun with. But even when I reran this recently, like I said, for the 11-year-old boys, this was the same one shot 4 or 5 years later that I got to revisit.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And same thing happened where I'm dropping, and I'd forgotten because I didn't reread the books. I just trusted my notes, trusted my things, and read through it. But I'm like, I remember a lot of this. Same thing happened where I can just mention a kid's name, and they're like, that's the kid from the second book, right? They were picking up on it too, and it's so rewarding. It's basically a cheap thrill, right? It's like, hey, we've got this lore, let's reuse it. So that's really cool, and that can happen also in homebrew stuff, but that takes a lot more work, right? Totally. You've got to build that up over dozens of sessions to be able to get that same effect.
Yeah.
So there's good and there's bad, definitely.
Oh, and do you particularly, do you find yourself more drawn towards those existing settings for new players specifically, or is there a line of okay, for this group of players I would use homebrew, for this I would use existing settings?
I think it depends. I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there's a lot of very genre and sort of very kind of dialed in worlds that you can play in, and maybe some of those will interest me at some point. I haven't been pulled towards any of those. It's more sort of the general, sort of the more vague genres where I pretty much play in Fantasyland. It could be interesting to do something that's more modern and dystopian. It could be fun to do something that's in space and sci-fi. And those, I think, nowadays I find when I think about catering something towards players, I'm thinking more in the genre realm and still homebrewed and not something that's so specific. Just because I think actually, unless there's, I have to imagine when I see people talking about they all they play in a Power Rangers game, or they all play in a Turtles game, or whatever it is, I'm like, man, that if you want to talk about those Venn diagrams overlapping, and when people talk about how hard it is to find a table, it's like, man, that must be a crazy aligning of the stars to find the group that not only wants to play the tabletop game but is going to play that very specific world. That must be amazing, right? But that's not generally something I'm looking for.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. Okay, next one. Oh, this is the one that I had a huge block of notes about.
Okey-doke.
Also, welcome back, Dragons and Donut Munchers. You missed a lot. It was dense. So you will just have to rewatch the VOD, but I welcome it.
Good Dungeon Master steal.
This is about
Yep.
good Dungeon Masters steal, but also tribally defined terms. That's what I want to talk a lot about. So
Steal, right?
also, I think is the audio messed up? I didn't notice this on the first listen through, but I think it's only coming out my left ear. Hopefully, let's see.
This one I think is screwy.
Okay.
The others aren't, but I think I screwed this one up.
Okay.
It happened.
All right, fair enough. Yeah.
Key is to steal the idea and not get distracted by the execution. Here's one example. I'm a big fan of Lost. All through the first season, there are mentions of
Shoot. I did it again. I think I'm getting worse as we're going on.
As we're going, you keep forgetting. I'll try to remind you.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
good Dungeon Masters steal, right?
Yes.
We steal from everywhere. The key is to steal the idea and not get distracted by the execution. Here's one example. I'm a big fan of Lost. All through the first season, there are mentions of a black rock somewhere on the island. It sounds like something that an island would have. You probably know it when you see it, right? In the season 1 finale, it's revealed to be the name of a ship called the Black Rock, and it's mysteriously shipwrecked in the middle of the jungle. That was a good reveal back in 05. Yikes. If we wanted to steal this, we wouldn't use Black Rock as a name. We wouldn't even use the idea of a ship stuck in the middle of the jungle. Though that is cool. We steal the idea of a tribally defined term. Party moves into an area, and they begin to hear a name or a turn of phrase, and it sounds basic enough. Maybe they don't even question it when they hear it. But when they see what it really is, they realize they were missing the big picture. And that realization redefines their quest, or maybe even the whole adventure. That's how to steal an idea.
So, I think, number one, fantastic advice about stealing. Like, the idea of the Black Rock is the tribally defined term. Like, that's the core idea. And I really like that general advice. And I'm just gonna I might just have to read my notes verbatim because there's more. There's so much there. And I think that this is going to be really good given all of your other answers, because it's talking about mysteries. So I want to talk about the density of confusing information in a one-shot. Like, I think that mysteries as a concept can be sort of separate from how like straightforward or vague that they are. Like, you can have a mystery that is just a series of very well-defined challenges in order to get very like well-defined pieces of information. Or you can have things be more vague, like with these tribally defined terms. Like, these tribally defined terms are much more vague, and part of the mystery is demystifying all of it.
Definitely.
Have you found a good general ratio or density for these more vague terms? And do you think that changes at all between the context of a campaign versus a limited series? On like, what are straightforward parts of the mystery and what are like more abstract or vague parts?
So I think that it's actually pretty similar. Mostly because you shouldn't, as a rule, assume that player knowledge it goes back very far. People forget things. Yeah. So even something that's like, I mean, I signposted this 10 sessions ago. It's like, that's months ago, right? Yeah. We have to be empathetic. But I think if that kind of stuff is going to come up, it's kind of, back to reinforcing some of these other ideas we've talked about. It's time to start signposting it again. So if in a campaign setting, if I know that this is going to come back up, maybe it's been mentioned before, I might mention it in the previous session a couple times. It's gonna, and then really a lot in that, so that they can even remember, well, last session this came up, so this is a thing again. Right. If they do remember, if they have long memories and they remember further back, then good, awesome. But it shouldn't be necessary. In a one shot, it's very similar. It's just we don't have that pre-session. So that's where props and advanced clues, I guess I would say, could help a little bit. So one shot that I run involves the group basically sailing together to take the loot off of a pirate ship.
Okay.
Or some sort of ship, whatever the story was. And so that one, there's definitely something to uncover there about what the nature of the ship is, and that starts with before the game, or even at the very kind of introduction of the game as they're sailing. I start them out sailing on the ship, but I start with a flashback to the person who basically gave them this information and basically handed them a letter that he found. Like the clue dropping is going to start there. The reinforcing the world and what's going on. That's going to kind of give them the pieces that they can further then investigate during the one shot. So I think if there's a lot there, you just sort of have to find every opportunity to say, okay, I'm going to sneak some in at the beginning. Right. I'm going to actually, in the case of the Harry Potter stuff, the one shots, like there were clues in or I wouldn't necessarily call them clues, but there's world building that's happening in the acceptance letters that I gave to each player before the game, right? Yeah. That was like catered to their character. So it's really just about finding every opportunity. Back to your rule of threes. If I put it everywhere, then maybe they'll find one of them and piece it together.
Fair enough. Oh, so do you tend to, so if it's like the Black Rock, or like just the nature of the pirate ship, are you putting like about one abstract thing in the session, not any more than that? Or like, do you find that it gets too overwhelming if you make too many things abstract, or have you experimented with that at all?
So I think it's for a one shot or for a single session mystery, I think it's all got to be in service of the one big idea for me. I definitely, I think, rely on that. Okay. And sometimes that big mystery is literally what the hell is everybody doing. So one shot that I gave my campaign players when I had an idea, and that's typically when I run a one shot for them, is somebody's going to be missing and I also have an idea. Right. And then I get excited about it and I make it, and it's in the world, and sometimes I give them a bunch of information, sometimes I don't. And in this case, the previous session of the ongoing campaign, they had sort of unknowingly outed themselves to a council. They had basically revealed themselves kind of effectively, like stepping into a darkened room, the lights come on, and everybody knows who we are now. This is awkward. Not in exactly that way, but effectively the same sense. Sure, so that's where the session ended. So the next session I turned into a one shot, and the only job or the only context I gave them for that one shot was that they were guards. Created the characters for them. They got to pick from them, but they were effectively guards on a mission of the king. And that's all that they knew. That's it. And here we go. And it was basically them fighting their way through a sewer, fighting their way through what are they called? Effectively like the rat people. They were all sort of protecting and almost like worshiping this one particular door in the sewer. This old like steel door that took some effort to get in. Came to find out at the end of this, so that the whole thing was sort of this MacGuffin of like, what are we doing? Because as they get into that room, they find that it's this old kind of construct Frankenstein monster, effectively. And they're there to wake it up, and part of it being woken up is them reading off, and they're basically giving this monster the names of all the players, of all their characters.
Oh, very nice.
And the players realize, the king is part of this.
Yeah.
And now what happens in this room is going to dictate, well, at the very least, we know the king knows who we are, and this is bad. But if we don't stop this thing, it's coming after us, right? So it kind of shifts the whole thing. And so in that case, the whole it's sort of starting in the middle, where it's like the only reason it works is because they don't know even what their characters were told yet, because it's a lot more dramatic to find out at the end.
Right. And
so it really just depends.
In between
the big
steps,
idea,
you're like there's no I'm assuming, based on how you described it, that there is no there's no layer of like, the door actually isn't a door, or the rat people are actually not rat people, they're all pixies in disguise. Like, you have the thing, and then the subplots below that are not additional layers of confusing. They are much more straightforward.
they in fact should act as sort of clues to that larger mystery, because it's kind of like planting the thing in the middle and saying, okay, let's assume that there was a monster that's dormant. Well, why?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's dormant there because somebody created it there as like a backup plan and then they died. Okay, well, what would happen then? And it's like, well, there's all this like kind of artifacts, or maybe there's symbols on the door, and there's all this magic in the water now because of it, and so now it's drawn this other race of creatures to live there, and they've drawn pictures of it, and it's almost like just the more as you kind of step into it, it gives you certainly the pieces, but because it's a one shot, there's no option to not get it. The monster will reveal itself, and the player names are going to come out. Either way. But if they catch the hints, it can be a lot more satisfying, I think, in that moment.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, that was I just really liked that concept. Number one of like how to steal things well and responsibly. How to be a good thief. And
for sure, responsible thievery. Yeah.
And to the that kind of abstraction of the mystery. Okay, now something that this will give you plenty of chance to talk about it more if you want publicly.
Okay.
Because I know it's one of your controversial videos. But I also think it'll be really, really nice within the larger one-shot conversation. Also, hello, Hans and Undead King. Apparently the notification for stream went out late. That sucks. I need to try to post them sooner because YouTube's sometimes weird with that.
Sure.
But I know that you'll know the first frame of this well, I'm sure.
I remember this one.
This is about hit point ranges.
My favorite way to track monster hit points is using ranges. For example, a bugbear is 5d8 plus 5. But as a range, that's 10 to 45. Under 10 points of damage, the bugbear cannot go down. Over 45 points of damage, it must. In between, I'll make judgment calls to keep the game fun and engaging. If someone pulls off a particularly impressive hit, even if it only bumps into that range, I can make the call and take the monster down right there. Or, if the combat is a bit too easy and needs an adjustment on the fly, I can lean on the higher end of those hit point ranges to keep the fight fun. It's important to tweak the game while it's happening. Nobody's perfect, and neither is our session prep. Just don't tell my players.
So, obviously I know that you talked about that post was controversial within certain circles, or that rule. Do you have? I have my own thoughts and things I want to ask you about. But do you have any clarifiers or things you want to clarify with it?
I mean, I guess just because it came last, I would say that the piece there at the end about not telling my players is a joke. My players can obviously find out by watching this video. It's definitely not a secret to them.
I'm sure that all of your players follow your TikTok. I doubt that it's
of course,
a secret.
Well, no, I mean it's one of those things that if it was truly something I didn't want my players to know, I wouldn't put it on the internet.
Yeah.
That was more just like a cheeky way to finish it. But no, I'm curious what you think, and I can explain it as we go.
Yeah. So okay, the thing I wanted to talk specifically about, and Dungeons and Donut, I don't post them anywhere else, but the VOD will be up on the channel. So this stream will automatically get converted into a VOD that you can rewatch at your leisure. But I wanted to use this as sort of a jumping off point to talk about balancing one-shots. And this is something that we very minorly hit on with the Indiana Jones consequences discussion.
Yep.
When you are going into a one-shot, do you typically lean more on dice randomness since it doesn't impact like the long-term campaign, or less on the dice randomness since you need to keep them on like a tighter track of story? Like you don't want it to be too randomly long or randomly short, or is it neither? Is there no kind of difference in how much you lean there?
So there's and I think I think the answer is both, and I think the complexity lies in kind of what we were talking about earlier about player agency, of course, the random nature of the dice, yes, but these things all live in a very complicated tension, and I think it's something that you can only understand, I think, once you've run enough of the game and kind of seen it from the side of the screen where, yes, dice and hit percentages and whittling down HP is determined by dice. It could go either which way.
Yeah.
Also, there's a point at which, as a DM, you know which way it's going.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that point in time is, and we can't predict that.
No.
But I know at a certain point whether the battle is won or lost. In a particular, in a micro sense, not in a macro. Anything can happen. The more variables, the more. But if there's a player fighting a villain or a monster, at a certain point, I know which way it's gonna be. Just the math.
9
the
times
math
out of 10
is kind of dictating that.
Yeah. You don't maybe know how many resources they might use. Like there's a lot of things that could impact it, but you know this is the way the fight is going.
There's certainly a trend line, right?
Yeah.
And so the way that I would encourage DMs to, especially because this could be one of the talk about things that kind of add tedium and reduce the fun and the adventure and the pace of the game. There are times when it's dramatic and interesting to say, like we said earlier, hey, this guy has 2 hit points left.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is interesting. Ooh. There's also times when this character has 2 hit points left, and it's like, okay, so another round.
Yeah.
Here
oh my God,
they
missed
around
3
again.
attacks, and he only has 2 HP. Oh my God, just hit him once.
That's right. And I think even in this very specific little window of time, I think there are still going to be people. I would call it probably like there's a purist sensibility, or like we have to always trust the dice. That's fine and good.
Sure.
And I don't want to speak ill of the dice, but I also think it's completely acceptable to be able to catch, okay, this is happening and there's 2 points left and this player just did this and that was awesome. It's dead. It does help with the pace, as long as, like I say in the video, it's within that range.
Let's put it a little bit higher, just to I think maybe drive the point home of kind of what you're talking about with this ranges. Let's say maybe it's not 2, but let's say they're level 3s, level 4s. Yep. On their hits, a level 3 or a level 4 is doing anywhere between like 4 damage and like 12 damage, and that ranges. So let's say that the monster has like 8 HP. Very reasonable that they could kill that in one hit. Also, very possible that they could not. And if they've been, let's say they've missed a few times over a round, it's just it's just a slog at this point. No one wants to be in this combat anymore. And they do 5 HP and it has 8.
Yep.
Maybe you just chop it off. You just say, okay, we're not going through another potentially 2-3 rounds of combat to save this HP.
And this it comes down to, and again, you can follow the whole kind of debate and logic tree back up and then back down again, because yes, there are dice averages, there are ranges, there are averages for these monsters, but also those are all made up. Also, the DM determines which ones to use and how many to use. Also, the DM determines whether to actually roll that HP or to use an average or to use the low end of the range or the high end of the range. And all of these decisions are basically the DM's judgment.
Yeah.
And ultimately the game itself is resting on the DM's judgment. And I think kind of like with some of the other stories and stuff we've talked about, bad judgment can screw games up at every single level.
Yeah. Something that
yeah.
As I've been learning Blades in the Dark and running it for, I'm running a campaign for some of my players.
Sure.
There's a really specific concept in Blades of the Dark that I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around, and my players are too, but it's very integral to the system, and it's actually really applicable here. In Blades in the Dark, for any given heist, score, opportunity, whatever, you do not determine the payout before the score happens. So even if they are hired by someone is offering them a quote unquote large sum of money for this for this score, you determine the payout based on what they do. So if the score is going like well and they don't have like really any adversity just because of decisions that they make, or because putting more obstacles in front of their way just wouldn't be interesting, and the score ends really early, you just don't give them as much payout. So that's something that I have been trying to take back into D&D of like, okay, if it does make more narrative sense, if it feels better to end this combat early, I'll just reward them a little bit less. I'll take a few gold out of the coffer. I'll, because I'm acknowledging that maybe they haven't used as many resources or I haven't gotten them down as much. Not as like a punishment, but just saying like, I want to keep the pace up and I also don't want to over reward you.
Keeping the pace and finding the level at which it is the appropriate challenge. And I don't mean appropriate in the sense of like appropriate for it's like appropriate for the story, where they are, and
100%.
and where we are in the arc of this particular campaign or this location.
Sometimes it's really interesting to ant stomp. Like
it's super fun to just plow through. It's also in terms of the other things that there's stuff that there's a whole range of decisions that a DM makes that I'm not sure get talked about very often, which I think are way more interesting than this like HP range thing. Because we decide what attacks the monsters use.
100%.
We decide how tactical and skillful they're going to be in the moment to moment, round to round. And also we decide implicitly by either prepping or not prepping and thinking through all the things that probably those, enemies would have, right? They'd have contingency plans. They'd have all these backup plans. Yeah. We didn't think through all of that every time. No. And exactly what you said, whether they call reinforcements or whether they run away, it is effectively already on us as DMs to try to basically encourage as much fun and challenge, whatever that means for our table, as we possibly can.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not we recognize all of those levers. And, I think that there's a really nasty conception of a DM that is like this passive, arbiter or rules keeper. And I'm sure there are tables where that's fine. It doesn't interest me at all because I think that a dungeon master, a game designer has so much more to offer and so much more that they are sort of implicitly responsible for in sort of, we're basically party planners. We're trying to pull together fun experiences that are, as fun or more fun than any other game we could ever play. That's a lot of opportunity, but it's also, we have to own that to a certain extent and recognize what all the levers and dials we have to work with and use them.
Yeah. I think there was the most recent Critical Role episode I watched. I paused it right at the end because the enemy that the barbarian was fighting, the barbarian had just used relentless endurance, so he was at one HP, and the enemy had just used the half orc, like 1 HP. So they both
Same
know
deal. He's back up with 1.
Yeah, they both know that they're at 1, and the enemy chose to he was a barbarian monk multi-class, some sort of monster with that.
Right.
And he chooses to dodge and then bonus action 1 strike. And I kind of paused and I said, that is a great decision for Matt to make because that's the wrong choice tactically. If we're talking about like the right choice, he should just wail into Grog until Grog dies. Because the way the statistics, the way the numbers work out is just more attacks is better. But I was like, dodging and then 1 bonus action attack is great because it doesn't feel like you're taking it super easy on them. And the dodge makes all of Grog's attacks harder, but also Grog has 3 attacks. Even with disadvantage, he's probably going to hit 1 of them, and he had Bardic Inspiration, which is going to overcome advantage on at least 1 of them. So
which I think is the point you're getting at here is the you could go easy on the players, you could go really hard on the players and try to win, or you could recognize your role, which is to provide a challenge that they can still succeed at or fail at. That's still something the players got to figure out. You know?
And I think that I really just loved Matt's choice there. And for anyone who's new, I'm not always complimentary of Matt, especially in these early episodes. But I really loved that choice there because it felt right for the world. This NPC was kind of scared of Grog at this point. And so it feels nice narratively for him to dodge, and it provides an extra layer of challenge that makes that one last hit feel so much more sweet.
It's a justified challenge, right? It makes sense in the world, and it's also
but
fun.
It's not as challenging. Matt could have been more challenging about it. He could have tried to win. And that's not interesting. That's not as interesting, at least, as this grand, heroic victory. Sometimes, and it depends on the situation. But I think in that situation, I like
and there are like that's the interesting part about the game and the table dynamic and everything else, because there are times when players lose.
Yeah, they have to.
But it is certainly not an adversarial like. As much as we are, as DMs, playing the enemy, it's an enemy in the sense that, like, you have to have the more impressive and the more difficult these challenges are, the more heroic you're going to be, and that's what the DM should want also.
Yeah.
And we can, it's like we can always conjure forth a 500-foot wave and kill everybody. That's not very fun.
No,
it's not very interesting.
That's exactly what I think. Yeah, like you can always win. As the DM, like there's nothing stopping you. You can win,
and there's nothing impressive about it. Right.
Yeah, there's nothing impressive. Like, and even like I've said that before, and some people have kind of come back. It's like, well, that's what like the recommended balancing is for. That's what CR is for, so that the DM can't just win automatically. And I was like, you underestimate my ability.
I was gonna say that's a little bit too much faith in the back to those like stats and by the book.
I can do their CR is loose at the best of times. I can cherry pick some monsters and absolutely kill the party.
I was gonna say, what's the CR of a shadow again?
1.
What's the?
Or actually, no, I think a shadow's 1/2.
I think it's a 0.5. Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You could.
I think I don't think that's quite appropriate given what could be done with those, but there's plenty of examples like that. And you put people in different conditions and scenarios, and everything gets harder. I mean, it's there's a lot to balance.
The intellect devour is a 1/4, I think, for a
great.
For a level 1 4-player party, you can throw 4 intellect devours at them and probably hit 2 of them. But you can.
I was gonna say, yeah.
And let's
depending
go
on
even further into the
breakdown
extreme.
of that group.
You can craft an environment where those intellect devours can surprise the party and get a free round on them easily.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
If I want to, the party dies. That's not the problem here. Like
and like you said, that's not very interesting or exciting or adventurous. Yeah,
no, it's terrible. Also,
Indiana Jones makes the jump and loses his whatever. Right, that's more interesting. Yeah,
it's much more interesting. Dragons and Donuts asks you, when is the coveted XP versus milestone video happening, Ryan?
Probably in the next couple days. I've got a video been working on about that. That'll be fun. Yeah.
Heck yeah. I'm very interested.
Thanks for asking. Yeah, I ran an interesting poll on my YouTube channel, and interesting to see the breakdown of who uses XP to level people up and who uses milestones to level people up.
Totally. I mean, I think one of the just harkening back to what we were just talking about of if you one of the challenges, if you modify a monster mid-fight to potentially make it easier or harder, and thinking about how to reward the players afterwards, that can be a challenge if you use XP. Okay, even if I if I roll low health, let's say that I am a dice purist and I'm rolling low health on this, I do get the 10 side of that, like 10 to 45 range. Do I still give them full XP for that? Like, that feels kind of weird.
Complicated, right?
Yeah. And so I think that's I think that I really personally I didn't outright say it. I personally really like your HP range system, because those are all ranges that could exist within the balance of D&D raw as written.
Right.
It could be anywhere between
Absolutely.
10 and 45, and the system says give them full XP. And so
some creatures are going to be weaker or malnourished, or some are going to be slightly stronger. I mean, there's every justification in the world for that.
Yeah.
You can signpost stuff and make it make sense as they're going down in the world. But I mean, the range is there for a reason.
Yeah. And I think something that you've mentioned either in another video or potentially on a live is that you normally lock in where it is in the range right around when you say that whether or not it's bloodied, which is, I think, a great signposting technique for that.
Yeah, I think that's I think, great power, great responsibility, all that stuff. I think the part of the judgment calls is, so if you've ever, if people have ever kind of homebrewed or customized a monster, and this is, I'm pretty sure I'm stealing this whole explanation from a Matt Colville video. I don't remember which one, but there's multiple phases that you go through. You're constantly drafting what that creature can do, because you're like, okay, I'm going to take we'll use the bugbear, but I'm going to throw in some monk, and I actually want him to be able to dodge. I'm going to throw in this rogue ability, and you put all that together, 5 days before you play, and you're like, this is awesome. And then you sit there right before the session, you go, what was I thinking? And you're like, okay, that's a little bit too strong. I'm going to change that. I'm going to augment this over here. And then you find out during the play, oh, whoa, I did not intend this to annihilate the party. Okay, so we're going to strike that. And you're constantly revising the game design. It's one of the reasons that this game is so amazing. Yeah. Because if you're trying to balance out a video game, you got to spend months or years getting all of that to work.
It's really
and then everybody gets it. We're a human mind that's doing it all real time in some cases. And I think that's part of why these things are so exciting. It's why it's my favorite way to deal with HP, because I'm doing a lot of that stuff. And if you don't have those levers to pull, it's like, I don't want my bad game design from last week to be the reason that this encounter becomes so lethal or becomes so lame.
Yeah.
That happens too, right? Where it's like, shit, there need to be 5 more of these things because I underestimated how capable my players are right now.
Yeah.
And I want this to be a challenge. I don't want this one to be a cakewalk. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I do have a Discord. Oh, Eden just put that in. Yeah. I have a Discord server. It's down in the description. I don't know if Ryan, if you have a public Discord or not.
I'll put something in the comments for people.
Cool.
I can do that.
Sounds good. Okay. The next one is something that I think was very, very applicable to the one-shot discussion, and especially, which is something you coined as polite railroading, which I thought was a good term.
I think that one came from Plush Viking in one of my old crafting live streams, so I'll give him the credit for that one. But yes, I like the phrasing.
I ran a one-shot for my Wednesday night group last night. If I had to describe the best way to do one-shots, it's probably polite railroading, to be honest. If it's a one-shot that you intend to actually finish in one shot, not only should you probably have a pretty good idea of how that structure is going to look, but you should probably have trigger points throughout the night where you're like, if they don't get through this first act, then this is going to happen to propel them into the second act. And if they don't get through that amount of time, this will propel them forward. And I like polite railroading is a good term for it. That's a good way to put it, because that's kind of what it is. It's like, hey, listen. It's like, hey, for your own sake, I'm going to keep moving you forward so that you can find the fun.
Yeah, and I should have brought this video forward, honestly, because we've kind of talked through this concept a lot at this point.
Totally.
But
that works. That's a good thing to do.
Yeah. So these trigger points, these do you have, I guess, do you find certain types of triggers to be more successful than others? Because like you said with the pizza analogy earlier, it's like, every D&D game is pizza, but maybe it's, better or worse pizza.
Totally.
Do you find certain trigger points in your experience have been more engaging, more successful, feel less weird than others? Like if it's like environmental versus like an NPC, that sort of thing.
The best triggers, kind of like we were getting at with some of our just like active brainstorming about those heist one shots.
Yeah.
The telegraph stuff that sort of sets the rhythm for the one shot, I think, are the best. And that can be, those are sort of like soft triggers, I guess. Those are more just like kind of those signposting kind of, here's the best way to play this, right? Whether that's we've collected one of 12 of these items, we should keep on rolling. Maybe there's a rising water level thing, the ship is sinking, right?
Yeah.
That indicates it as well, where it's like, how many decks has it come up? Okay, we better keep moving.
Right.
Those are going to generally be the best. There could also be literal ticking clocks, or in the case of the Harry Potter thing, it's like, you guys have 3 days to solve this or you're kicked out of school. So what do you want to do the first day? And it's like, oh, okay, so now we know how many choices we get to make before we've effectively got to point the finger in some direction, right?
So very interesting question there. You set the trigger to be a certain period of time. And
you can, yeah.
Periods of time are pretty abstract in TTRPGs. So how many actions did you give them per day? Or how many things could they do?
Right. So in the case of it's funny because in the case of, the investigation in a magic school, never had to use any of those manual triggers, never had to push anything forward. I think that partially because everybody playing already kind of had such an understanding of the world, they're like, well, we want to go do this now. We want to go. Right. There wasn't really, they were propelling things forward faster than I could restrain them or have to push them forward or anything like that. But I think for time,
because like even there where they're very actively pushing it forward, how do you determine, okay, it's night now? Like, because there's nothing, travel happens instantly. Like,
that's right.
How do you determine, okay, they've taken this action, now it's noon? Like, do you normally try to bisect a day into a certain amount of actions?
In that specific case, no, they're bouncing around, and I'll just advance the time. Probably if they're really paying attention in that specific one, once they've investigated like 3 out of 5 locations, they should probably be pretty clued into what's going on. Those options are really there to make sure that they can kind of direct things, but they're going to get, enough information as they go. Other times it does, I think you're correct. Time is only actions. Time is only what you can do.
Right.
So if it's like planning for something in the midst of either, a short arc or a one shot, I'm going to say, okay, so you guys have this many days. That means that that boils down to this many things you can decide to do. Or let me know what you're trying to do, and I'll tell you before you make the call how long that's going to take you. Or we'll do a roll, and hey, that's going to take you 4 days to prep that, so that time ticks down.
Gotcha.
So I think it's really flexible, but you're right. Unless you're going to literally have the countdown clock for the one shot, which maybe would make sense.
It could be possible.
That's the way to go.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it could.
Interesting. Some chat. You guys plan your one shots? Question mark. I just know the X is the main plot and wing it from there. That is advanced. That is, I think winging it and like improv DM can be very successful. I would say it's how I ran most of my first campaign, but I think it's very difficult compared to more planned stuff.
It can be super tricky, especially depending on what you're trying to pull off, right?
Yeah.
If you're trying to sort of weave these environmental mysteries and obviously you can always watch for, set your watch for 10 minutes and then go, oh, whatever idea they've landed on is the solution. I don't find that very fulfilling. As a DM, I'm sort of a player as well, and I want to kind of I want to have more skin in the game, right? Sure. I want to kind of plot and plan and throw it out there and see what works, see what doesn't. That's part of the fun. That I don't know if I could do that on the fly, but I've certainly run one shots without planning before. That's definitely happened.
It's sort of like a more structured comedic special or set versus
Sure.
improv. I mean, to use the exact word, improv comedy.
Totally.
Where like
Absolutely.
when improv comedy works, it is crazy, especially if you know it's improv.
Yeah.
But it can also be. I know that there are very different types of people. Like some people don't like planning out the big, Bo
Right.
Burnham, very very structured styles of sets. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think I'm more with Ryan. I like planning more. How
So
can you?
I have a question for you.
Oh,
It's actually it's not that exciting, but
Ah.
so I definitely want to keep going. Can we break for a few minutes? I want to help get some kids to bed and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Can we take like 15 or 20 minutes? I'm sure you can run solo for a few. You've done that before.
Yeah.
But if you can hold on to it for just a little bit, I can go take care of business and then come back.
Sure. Yeah. We'll call it 20 minutes. I'll take a bathroom break and then I'll talk to chat for a little bit and just whenever you
Sweet.
come
And
back.
I'll run on back. Thank you
Sounds
much.
good. All right. Yep. See you in a sec.
Sweet. Okay.
All right. And I am, like I said, going to go to the bathroom real quick. So I will be right back. I am back. Oh, okay. There's been a lot of chats. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna scroll back up because yeah, so Ryan is taking care of some IRL stuff. So we'll be right back to the to stuff between him, but I'll just interact with you guys for a little bit. How can you tell if a person is a problem player ASAP? So, I'll phrase it. I have an answer, and I'll phrase it very non-helpfully first, and then I'll explain things, and hopefully it'll become more helpful. So the way that you determine if they're a problem player is by seeing if they behave like one. What does that mean? I think that these terms like problem player, railroading, edgelord, sandbox, like there are a lot of terms within the TTRPG sphere that have that are just vague enough, but just specific enough to where when you hear them, you think you automatically understand them, even though people have very different definitions. So for me, the way that I colloquially use problem player is someone who either is unresponsive or unwilling to communicate, to make a comfortable play experience for everyone at the table, and to try their best at that. The second definition, or the kind of the combined definition that I would use, is someone that through their play and through how they play and how they interact at the table implicitly chills all conversation related to their problems or their flaws. So either someone who is unwilling to engage with you in conversation about anything or about their flaws, or someone who through their actions just like you don't even feel comfortable talking to them in the first place. Those are both what I would consider a problem player. And so how do you tell if they're doing one of those two things? That's generally what I would consider. If someone is willing to talk to you about their flaws and their problems and you feel comfortable talking to them about those, I think most things can really be worked through, and that most people aren't problem players. Because if they want to play in a specific way, maybe, they can you can come to a compromise, or you can just realize like, hey, they're not a problem player. They're just, maybe your styles don't mesh. They're kind of at the wrong table, what have you. So yeah, my only real problem players are kind of personality related or like interpersonal issues related. Oh yeah, the timing was not great there. Yo, chat, while they're gone, how do we think it's going? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna probably disappear to change my name real quick. Please call me Svara. All right, bet. Yeah, Svara. I wasn't here for the whole stream, but what I have watched has been pretty interesting. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys are liking it. It's very, very, very cool. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I love talking to other creators, other DMs, and I think it can be very informative, and I like watching some of his stuff so that we have a lot of good springboards to go off of. Let's see. Sure thing. It sounds like they'll keep going. Yeah. We're going to keep going. I've only got, it actually probably won't be that much longer. I've got about 4 videos left. So it depends on how much we have to talk about each. Little bathroom break. Yes. That is all true. No wonder he's a father with that wonderful mustache. I wish I could grow that mustache and beard. I've got about nothing. I am not. My face is not follically blessed. It's only from my hairline back that I can grow anything. Yeah, indeed. I have a question for chat. Ooh, who would we like to see on behind the screens? Yeah, I'm interested. No Mercers. who's Mercer, like Thadwick Mercer. Oh yeah. I mean, look, I get it, Svaro. If you're it's my main shtick on here is watching Critical Role. That's like the big series or whatever. But I had never seen it beforehand, and I only knew Matt Mercer from Overwatch. He's a voice actor of one of the characters in Overwatch, and so then it took me until like I knew about Critical Role just like in general in the periphery for like 4 or 5 years before I realized that it was like, oh, it's the voice actor guy that does that. So if you ever have interest in Critical Role, hop on by. The whole backlog of me watching from episodes 1 to now we're at 22 or 23 out of, I want to say like 110 in campaign 1. So we're making solid progress, but it would be not that hard of a challenge to catch up at this point. And there's several chatters that lots of the chatters have seen it already, but there are several who haven't, like Undead King, who's also in here. Well, I haven't seen Critical Role. I prefer the Stinky Dragon. Ooh, I haven't heard of the Stinky Dragon. There's a lot of shows, like actual plays, that are on my list. Obviously, like Dimension 20 with Brennan Lee Mulligan is high up on the list. I've gotten recommended Dungeons and Daddies by several different people, like both in my personal life and on stream. So I feel like Dungeons and Daddies should be on my list at this point. I don't really know anything else about it. Daddies. See, I'm telling you. But yeah, I think that's on my list. I'll have to look into Stinky Dragon. Honestly, if one of the things that I've been not really struggling with necessarily, but I want to find any actual plays that do like one-shots occasionally. Because one of the problems is I don't want to have two, like actual play watch-throughs running at the exact same time. Especially because I have very, very limited time to stream. So I'd be really interested in seeing some one-shots of some other productions. Stinky Dragon is a Rooster Teeth show. Oh, sure. Yeah. With Gus. God, I can only remember Gus Fring, which is from Breaking Bad. Gus and Barbara. I actually think I might have watched like an episode or two of that way back in the day, though. I used to be really into Rooster Teeth, especially like Funhouse and Achievement Hunter, like way, way back in the day. But that's very interesting. I actually just subbed to that guy before watching your stream. Ooh, to wait, I'm confused. Oh, to Dungeons and Daddies. Very interesting. Or Ryan, you just subbed to Ryan. Yeah, either way. My favorite live games are from Dungeon Dudes and XP to Level 3. XP to Level 3 does live games? I didn't know he did any sort of live games. That's very interesting. I will also say I don't necessarily need them to be live. It's more just I want a small packaged experience so that I don't have to take too much time off of the Critical Role watch. So, 1 to 3 episodes, like at most, so that it's tight. Because I want other things to watch, but ideally they would not take up too much time, because Critical Role is such a fucking massive project. Like committing to watching like the first season, and after this it'll be campaign 2, all that. So I don't want to slow down the pace on that. My favorite. Oh wait, yeah, we already did that. I am interested in Drakkenheim from the Dungeon Dudes, but I know that that's another like big long campaign. There's no one shots there. Dungeons and Daddies, got it. Yeah, I've heard great things. I have absolutely no context for what it is, what they do, what they're like. But I only hear good things. Like every time I hear the name, I'm like, oh yeah, I love it, blah, blah, blah. So, Dungeon Dudes have a good amount of 2-shots. Ooh, really? I didn't know that. Okay. I will keep that in mind, because I definitely like a lot of the Dungeon Dudes content, so I will definitely keep that in mind. Daddy's has a few miniseries like Fetch Quest, which is 3 to 4 episode game of dog PCs and a massive fetch quest. That definitely sounds interesting. That sounds really funny. Nah, I've been subbed to Ryan for a bit. Good, as it should be. Ryan's delightful. Sick. Well, yeah, you've been in the ecosystem a little. XP to level 3 has a second channel for actual play. It's called Arcane Arcade. I didn't realize. I've heard of Arcane Arcade. I've never watched any of it, and I don't watch all that much XP to level 3. But I didn't realize that they were connected. With one shots, mini campaigns, and long form campaigns. I'll have to check it out. Because I also know, I don't know if RuneSmith is involved, but I know that like RuneSmith and XP to level 3 kind of have a connection, but I don't know how involved either of them are in anything. But I generally know about RuneSmith a little bit more than XP to level 3. Interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's especially like I'm really interested in some shows I could like watch on a weekend or something. Like I could do like an 8 or 9 or 10 hour stream on like a Saturday, maybe 12 probably. I think, because I'm trying to think if it's like if it's a one shot, I could probably do it in like 7 or 8 hours if it's like a 3 or 4 hour one shot. But if it's like a 2 shot, I think if I did it back to back, I could probably do it in like a 6 hour 2 shot in like 12, maybe 13 hours, which wouldn't be too bad for me. Because I guess for like Svaro, if you don't know my general ratios, but I tend to my one of my always goals is to be transformative when I'm watching something. So my general rule of thumb is I need to be talking for at least as much time as I'm watching. So if it's a 3 hour show, like a 3 hour episode, I should be talking, and like the thing on screen is like paused, like fully paused for at least 3 hours. Normally the ratio is much, much higher. A lot of times it's like I'm more like a time and a half to 1. It's been getting to the point where the streams are too long and I have to artificially limit how much I talk. So that's why I'm talking about this of like, okay, I could like maybe squeeze it in, because I just get too in the sauce on like talking about things and using them as examples. Just checked your Discord server and it's so neat. Also same time zones for real. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Make fun of Ryan, that East Coast loser. East Coast time. Hell yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you like the Discord server. I'm glad you like it. I put a bit of work into it. I have more in the pipe for more things to do with the Discord, but I like it a lot. And I want to. It's honestly one of my main focuses when it comes to community building, community engagement. I don't do a lot with the like engagement or the community tab on my YouTube. I don't really do a lot of like off-platform stuff except for the Discord. That's like my main focus other than this. Like I don't have like an Instagram or anything. I think I do theoretically, but I don't post on it. So don't follow it. But yeah, no, I really like the Discord. I'm hoping to, especially, I just did a video called like how to make a map in D&D, it's a live stream. It'll be a video at some point, and I really want to start doing like community map reviews. So like people submit a map and I review it, because I have a very specific specialized notation that I use to like look at maps and analyze them. So that's kind of on the horizon for things I want to do in the Discord is a little bit more of that sort of content. I make a lot of homebrew magic items, but I don't really not that I don't believe in analyzing them, but I don't feel like I have like the specific like skill set or interest to like really hard analyze a magic item, other than in terms of like how complex it is, how complex it's not. Like people used to send in magic items and be like, hey, is this overpowered? And my brain immediately thinks, well, like magic items can't be overpowered. Like immediately that's where my brain goes, like especially with the D&D magic item system. It's like, okay, maybe it's mislabeled, like maybe the rarity is wrong, but it can't be too powerful. You can eventually just get up and call it an artifact and be done with it. If it really is like, you know, world ending strong, just throw it in the artifact category and you're good. Most of my critique of like magic items and even maps is like, how well do they work? Are they easy to use? Are they understandable? Like, do they make sense? Like, that's where I get into a lot of it. What up, Mustang? Welcome, still alive. Yeah, we've been going, what is it? Oh my gosh, nearly 4.5 hours. Holy heck. For I guess out of all the people I collab with, Ryan is the one that most consistently streams. That's not me. So I guess he's built for it. He's got the sauce. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. I'm trying to think of if there's anything else kind of coming down the pipe. I want to do more not what am I going to say? Oh, I want to do one-shots. Like that's honestly part of the reason I'm interviewing Ryan. I also want to interview other people about it, but I don't want to I don't want it to be stale. Like I want to get a lot of different ideas and opinions about one-shots. But that is all in service of I want to run more, potentially with other content creators, but also potentially with viewers. I have thought about. So we'll see. Potentially some one-shots on the horizon. I had a playtest one-shot today. Just got done. Ooh. Mammoth Factory content. What is Mammoth Factory? Mustang. I can look it up on my end, I guess. Mammoth Factory. Did I spell it right? No. Mammoth Factory games. Do they do anything I would recognize? Welcome to the Rampage. Mammoth Factory content on Patreon. Ooh. The Horde of Gundal. Get rich or die trying. I love that. Interesting. So they're like, it seems like big like minis. Oh yeah, STLs, booklets. Interesting. So just a lot of like third-party 5e content, or I guess the miniatures are version exclusive or system agnostic. But a lot of 5e adventures. Interesting. Cool. That's very neat. Yeah, I'd really like to 5e stories all in one packs. That is definitely something that I find very interesting and that I would love to be a part of, but I definitely don't have the expertise to do like by myself. Like, I think if you're going to put together like an all-in-one thing, which is what I would want to do, I think you need like bespoke art and you need to like have an artist that'll do that. I think like, a more professional writer, all sorts of things, are kind of necessary for that, but that's very, very cool. I would love to be, I don't know, on like a team that was doing that. Anyways, Mammoth Factory. Yeah, I don't run a lot of in-person anymore, so it's harder for me to not necessarily like, get excited about miniatures, but I just wouldn't have a lot of reason to use them at this point because it's all like, for me, it's all online now. Ryan's back. Look at that.
A minute there. That's very helpful.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Okay, yeah, and I will, and we don't have that much more, Ryan. We have four things, but as always with React-ish content, it kind of depends on how much we want to dig into it.
Of course.
So I will do the first interspersement with another one of the ones that you sent me.
Okay.
And it is about your wife running.
Yep.
All right, and let's see what you have to say.
Wife ran her first one shot the other day, so
Hey, I'm Ashley. I'm Ryan's wife. I don't really run games that often, but I do have access to all of Ryan's terrain. So I decided to use all these kids' toys that I found around our house. I ran a one-shot called The Wild Sheep Chase, and it was really fun. Well, I kind of thought it was a little boring sometimes, but I'll get better. This was the sheep, and this was the evil wizard. These were the players, and, you know, maybe next time I'll try using some of Ryan's minis in terrain. I guess, if I have to.
That's cool. I have two instant thoughts. From that of I think it is oh man, I gotta think. That's number one. I really like just using what you have around and
Totally.
just like getting into it, like it not mattering like how you're representing, just using it. We also talked about like good DM steel. Like if you are struggling with where to set your stuff, even we had the conversation about setting, you know, the pitfalls or the advantages of setting it within an existing world. But there's another aspect of if you're running out of time one week and, you know, you don't have something set up or the party goes in a way that you aren't expecting, you can call like a 15-minute break, go Google some maps and some stuff from Harry Potter.
Totally.
Don't say it's from Harry Potter. It's just like, oh, you're going to a wizard tower. Like,
Yeah, give me a minute.
yeah, so I think that's very fun and very cool. And one of the things that she said is something that I really think a lot of newer DMs should onboard of, I thought it was boring sometimes, or I thought it was this, but it's okay, I'll get better.
That's right.
The only way you're ever going to get better at DMing is just by doing it. You're not gonna be amazing when you start, no matter really your experience in anything else. You just gotta run it. And you just naturally will get better. It's kind of like what you were saying about painting earlier, of like just start doing it, and if it's something you like and if it's something you love, you'll just naturally get better over time.
Yeah, I mean, the more and more I sort of branch out, because, you know, keep in mind, 6 years ago I'd never crafted anything. So I'm more and more a believer in that the one of the big differentiators between people who get better at something versus not is just whether or not you can tolerate the period of time where you kind of stink at it. Like if you can survive that portion of time and get to the other side of it, then you can get better at just about anything. It's just about having patience for yourself, I guess, as you go.
Completely. There's a video that one of our mutuals, Nico from Dice Brain, who also just interviewed you. You're very popular.
You guys are good interviewers.
Oh, thank you very much. But something that he sent to me, it was a very, very long video about Dan Harmon. But there was a specific quote that has really stuck with me from that about when you start getting into creating something, whatever that is. You know, if you're a fan of pottery and you start trying to make it yourself, or if you really like paintings and you try to paint yourself, there will inevitably be a really long period of time where your taste outpaces your ability.
Absolutely.
And so you will know just how bad it was because you love it so much. You have such good taste, otherwise you wouldn't want to get into creating.
Right.
And so like you'll get out of it and you'll be like, oh, like I know that could have been better, but I don't know how to do it, and that's really frustrating.
Yep.
Legit me for it. Yeah, Sparrow. I mean, And literally the only way to cross that gap, like there are like supplements, there are like videos you can watch. Obviously, me and Ryan are kind of in the business of making those videos. But ultimately, the way that you're really going to get better is just by doing it a lot. And that's it.
Yep. Yeah, it's honestly, it's one of the few things that I really will stress to people, because there's so many good ways to do tabletop games. It's hard to put hard and fast. One thing that I do really, really believe in, though, is that if what you want to do is run games, you really have to limit your world building and just get yourself to the table and start running the game. I think that it makes all the sense in the world that people that want to run games would also love all the world building stuff. But, I think, man, like just speaking firsthand, there's so much of the world building that just never sees the table at all. It is for us. It is fun.
Yeah.
But I've seen it. I've talked to so many people that I feel like it just sucks up all of their potential time in running the game and learning what they thought they knew that they didn't, or what they never would have thought before once they start running.
Yeah.
They just burn so much time. Oh, okay. If in like a year or two, when I get my custom world made, it's like,
no,
oof,
just
it's never going to happen. Just get in there. Yeah.
Just get in. Yeah. It's one of the reasons I think, a lot of modules have a lot of flaws. But like, if you are really interested in DMing and you are really worried about the prep, just buy a module and run it. It is not going to be that much substantially worse than anything you could make.
Right.
Like, it probably will be a little bit worse. Like, I think that most of my homebrew stuff is, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit narcissistic, but I think it's a lot of times better than the modules.
You should. Yeah, it's yours. Yeah.
But it is not substantially different, and it's not different enough to where it'll make a difference on how much fun your people will have, honestly.
I mean, when it comes to a new skill, running games is certainly a set of skills.
Sure.
But anything that you're setting out to do, it's such a long game. Like getting better at something is such a long game. You should be trying to identify things each session, like, okay, now I want to do that better next time, or I want to think. But truly that change, you're not going to be able to see until you've done something 100 times. You need that longer time scale where you go, once you're at your 100th session running a game, you think back to that first session and you're like, oh man, I had no idea what I was even getting into. And that's why, because of that long-term thing, it's just best to find a way to start chunking away at that number, because there's really no getting around it. It's going to take that many before you really see a lot of progress.
Yeah, completely. And I think it's, we were talking about it earlier where Eden was like, oh, you guys plan? Like, I just figure out the main thing and I go. And I'm like,
sure.
that is hard. Like, for me, like, thinking about that sounds very, very difficult. But also, if you have a table that is willing to go on that ride with you and they're having fun, fuck it. Why would you plan more? Like,
well, it's also whatever muscles you want to work, right?
Yeah.
Like, from I don't improv, in certain cases we all have to improv here and there.
Oh yeah.
But I only try to plan like a week out, right? That's kind of grueling, depending on how busy your life is and your schedule, and being able to be kind of that quick with it. It's a similar. It's like, do you want to think about how you want to be DMing long term, and then start kind of forcing yourself to work that muscle? Like if you want to be an improv DM, absolutely you can get there. Just start putting yourself in those spots over and over and over and over again, and you're going to get really good at it.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. And that's just a line from that video that made me very, very happy to hear.
Awesome.
It's just like,
I'm glad.
yeah, like, it wasn't the best. Like, her taste was up here and the product was down here, but just that confidence, like, I will get better. And I think that confidence is important. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Wait. Okay. Yeah. There we go. So this next one is one that I picked out, and it is about action-oriented monsters.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, and it started at the end.
So I ran a one shot for my.
Nope, this is the one-shot one
One's in.
again.
Oh wait, what?
Is this the passive?
Oh,
or-
yes,
I'm not
it
sure
is.
Anything.
There we go. Yeah, this is the
What did I call it? Polite railroading was the term. Yep.
Yes. Yeah. This is it.
I'm not sure anything has transformed my perspective on tabletop game design quite like Matt Colville's video on action-oriented monsters. In fact, I've been a little nervous about making this video just because I don't want to do it a disservice. In short, imagine that monsters had more interesting things to do than attack, like a goblin boss that can command his minions to attack, or an Ankeg that pulls a player down into its tunnel. I'm a big fan of Matt and MCDM and all their work, but if I'm honest, I've been most looking forward to their monster book, Flea Mortals. Flipping through the pages is kind of like rediscovering D&D monsters. I like how the undead section groups zombies and ghosts together because they're usually going to be used in the same session, and this way DMs have to flip around through fewer pages. This book has like 9 different types of goblins and a shambling pile to go with the shambling mound. I've only scratched the surface of this book, and it's already a part of my weekly session prep.
So, you have not had this book for the majority of your DMing career.
That's right.
How do you go about, for people that don't have this book, maybe don't
Oh,
want
sure.
it?
Yeah.
You made me want it. But how would you? Obviously, this idea of more interesting monsters and more narratively satisfying monsters has been on your mind with
Yes.
things like HP ranges. How
Totally.
have you gone about? Is it just that you homebrew features for them? Do you bake things into the environment? How do you go about making your monsters more interesting?
So, the first thing that you have to do, I think, this is essential for me, is you have to begin, however you prefer, if it's paper, notebooks, digital notes, you have to begin sort of your own monster codex. At some point, if what you want to be doing is crafting monsters, unique stuff, you got to start a record of that stuff. That helps so much to be able to pull up and go like, I'm pretty sure I've done something like this before, and be able to find it again, to not have to piece it all together again, will save you mountains of time. And you'll start to see things when you look back at those earlier drafts and say, oh, I could change that.
Yeah.
So that's number one. I don't think enough DMs, I think people like running from books, which makes sense, or printouts or whatever else. But if you really want to start designing monsters, I think you need your own independent sort of note source.
Sort of database. I used to use OneNote, and then I did Google Docs for a little bit. But now I use Obsidian.
Obsidian, great. Yep.
Yeah, which I find to be very useful. But I totally agree. Yeah, getting it for any aspect. If you're making any manner of homebrew, it's even I talk about like the floating stuff. Some of it's not really floating. It's just stuff that I used in a different campaign
You've
with different
acquired
players.
it. Yeah, you've built it up over time.
Yeah. So yeah, totally agree.
So that would be like sort of step 0, and then the first thing to do is to realize that there are so many things as a DM that we have just this crystal clear perception of, and players don't. It's kind of why difficulty describing the world, gaps, why puzzles are so much harder, like all these different things. It's because we're looking at the truth, right? We have it all right here. It's in our heads. Why can't they picture it? The same is true for monsters. You have to start thinking about the perception of monsters from the player's perspective. Yeah. Because to a player, a monster is not everything that we know. A monster is whatever we describe it to be, and then what it does. That's it. I mean, it is a big box of hit points, and they know they have to whittle away at it. Yeah. But for me, it was just a big turning point to realize, what is the difference between me running this bugbear here and this zombie over here? It can't just be the hit points. It can't just be, I guess this one's got an attribute. Once I started realizing that the perception of the monster had so much to do with the experience and the fun of it, that became sort of what I focus in on. So another, I mentioned I need to do a video about, but another great, and I'm terrible with author names, but another great video is, what is it called? It's the Monsters. Here, let me look it up on something. The Monsters Want to Win, something like that. But there's a series of books. I'll find it. I'll make a video, make up for forgetting. But there's a Keith Inman. That's his name. Look him up. Keith Inman's got a series of books about, the monsters strategy. The monsters want to win.
Yeah.
Here's what different types of creatures, how they will react to threats and how they will strategize within, their groups and with others. That one that's a really helpful way to sort of orient around this. But then when it comes to designing, the first step is to realize, because that perception is all that matters, take any stat block and rename it in your own notes, and you've just created draft 1 of this new thing.
Yeah, you can use the exact same stat block, and the way that you describe it is an entirely different experience.
That's right. Describe it, and then initially small tweaks, right? Initially take if you wanted to, take a standard guard and you want this to be, some expert level guard.
Sure.
There are probably stat blocks for that
or something.
Exactly. That's the first place to go, is to start thinking about feats and abilities that players have.
Yeah.
And mine them. Especially if there's some really interesting feats where it's like, well, how would we adapt that into this monster stat block? Oh, that gets really interesting, right?
I mean,
what if that guard walking around has alert? You know what I mean?
Sentinel.
Possible.
I mean, you talked in your in the video about a goblin commander that can order other goblins to strike. That's right. Commander strike from fighter. I mean, that's you can just duplicate it 1-to-1. And I think that people get really nervous about this, about customizing it this much. But I think that nervousness, in my mind at least, goes back to the previous discussions that we've had about they feel like they have to nail it. Like they feel like they have to get the CR right. Like if I buff this monster, what's its CR now? And if I buff the monster, but I want to keep it the same CR, how much do I lower the HP? And it's like, just make a range, and whatever feels right in the moment, just go with it.
Because nobody can ever answer the same 2 tables with the exact same character sheets and stats, but at one of the tables is a really good tactical player. People would not believe the different difficulty levels that those 2 tables can handle. How meeker you have to play with the one group versus how hard you can hit that other group. And that's just one factor that's not even a mechanics thing. That's just how well people play.
Well, and there's also an aspect of knowledge on the system. There's a set of actions that any marshal can take on their turn the moment they have multi-attack. And most of them will be hyper successful at this, and it will kind of you will be shocked at how easy it makes combats. Of a marshal on their first attack can shove something to prone and then grapple it, and that creature is now by the rules locked into prone, and every attack on it has advantage. That's melee. Every ranged attack has disadvantage. And or even something like dropping to prone voluntarily to give ranged attacks on you disadvantage. Like
that's right.
There are so many options within the rules that most players, even experienced players, don't worry about or know about.
Or if there's, I mean, even just it can go such a long way to realize I'm not being very effective against this. My attacks or the type of attacks I'm doing, or I'm out of spell slots, but anybody can so easily use their turn to grant another player advantage.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And if that other player is, like you're saying, a fighter with multi-attack, like you could just change the game right there. Like you just guarantee and probably get a crit or 2 in there too.
Yeah. So it's, I think that's my main thing that I always come back to. I was talking while you were gone about magic items. Like, is this magic item overpowered? It's like, I don't really think any magic item is ever overpowered. Maybe its rarity rating is wrong, but that's like the most maybe it's overpowered for that rarity, but you can always
Right.
raise that. I think that I think people get really, really worried about the challenge because they feel like they're painting themselves into a corner. I think that's a skill that is one of those, like, you learn it over time of, in the moment, how to ramp up and down the difficulty curve, because no encounter is going to survive first contact with the players.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And it's certainly, it's an answerable question, but not easily answerable. Like, is this balanced for my group?
Yeah.
It's sort of like saying, is this book appropriate for my child? Well, you probably know best, but if, there's certainly a world where you could develop such an understanding with a DM or whomever game designer to know that, that after a lot of knowledge or after a lot of like shared experiences, now I can really weigh in. But otherwise, there's way too many variables.
Yeah. And I think maybe the overall takeaway here is, if you're creating something and you're nervous about how it'll be run, make yourself just try it, but make yourself a trapdoor.
Welcome to the party. We're all nervous about how.
But make yourself, like, you can pull a lever and you can exit the encounter realistically, like in a way that feels right. It's not like a DM NPC coming to save the day.
That's not satisfying, right?
Yeah, work in like like a one of my favorite things that I have done and will sometimes do is the idea of a double sting. So if the if the players are trying to infiltrate like a crime organization or a thieves guild, and things start to go wrong, they start to get detected. Well, the local cops are also there and are also doing a sting at the same time, and they run in with their guns up and totally interrupt the whole thing, and that's great fodder for roleplay later.
Definitely.
So that is something that, if you want to try something and you're nervous, you think it might be too strong, you think it might be too weak, just try it, just see, and then build yourself an out if it is too strong.
Mm-hmm. Well, and like we were saying before, right? Every DM gets a choice as to whether to make, is this particular enemy operating at its peak or not? Designing all the options. You can give your monsters bonus actions. You can give them an action to do every round. That doesn't mean you have to use them, right? You can always go in the middle of saying, you know what, he's gonna do this attack again, or maybe he's gonna flee because it, just like we were saying, the monsters would probably know, like, I'm cornered right now and I don't like that. So, like, or say call for help or run away, whatever.
Oh, totally. I don't do like, one of the things I've been critical of Matt Mercer about is he will oftentimes like fundamentally change mechanics of monsters like halfway through a fight. Like something that was a free action earlier becomes a bonus action or becomes a full action.
Gotcha.
And I'm not a fan of that, but there are so many ways that you can change monster behavior. Like you just pointed out, like just not using a feature or using it, like the feature still exists. You're not changing it. It's just whether or not they chose to use it.
And that's entirely because of sort of the theater of what we know and what the players know, right? The players are not going to be aware of all the custom stuff you made up that, if you acted on all of them, would just annihilate them. If you don't use them, it doesn't exist. Yeah. It never was a part of that because they never saw it. But at the same time, like, the interesting thing to me, and this is where Matt Colville's video on action-oriented monsters was so huge for me, is that a lot of what he, sort of suggested for both the goblin and the, what's it called? The tremors, the Ankeg. Oh, yeah. They are not really damage focused. They're really situational. They're like, okay, so what can this goblin boss do? He can basically command all of his goblins to surround somebody. Well, nobody's even acting. Yeah. But like, nobody's attacking. Yeah. But if you're that player that just got surrounded by 5 goblins, that's gonna change the scenario next round.
It makes a way more fluid combat.
That's right. And because I think the challenge with monster design and customizing monster design is it's really encounter design. These monsters are just a mechanism for how do we create an interesting scenario, and how do we make this feel like you're fighting zombies.
That's what I always say.
Feel like you're fighting a snow monster or an ice elemental or whatever. Yeah.
It's a puzzle. It's not chess. Like, this is not an actual combat like Call of Duty or even like something like Baldur's Gate 3. It is a puzzle. Like, these individual components are just pieces and pieces on the board of that puzzle.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. And one of the things I'm curious about, one of the things I think about a lot with my monster design, if I'm ever doing a homebrew monster, are lair actions. I really heavily wish that more monsters in D&D had lair actions. Because I love, again, just like you're talking about, we're designing an encounter, we're designing an environment. Right. And having monsters be able to trigger things within that environment is super interesting to me. How much effort and work for a one-shot do you put into kind of these custom things? Like, I'm sure that you have at least one custom monster or like custom stat block in a one shot. How much do you customize it? Like, how much do you stray from zero?
A good, like, especially if it's going to be like you're investigating a dungeon or sort of what could very well be the lair of a monster. I think layer stuff is really interesting because let's take something like if you're facing a vampire.
Yeah.
You probably want it to feel worse if you're fighting the vampire in its lair than if you encounter it elsewhere.
Completely.
And in my mind, that's where like the design of that begins, where it's like, oh, okay, well, what would be so bad about that? And then that kind of leads you down the road of what those lair actions are, because really they're just sort of arbitrary things happening. But it makes such a big difference. I think that certainly I would say these are probably direct parallels. Like, you want, if there's a lair action that, the vampire, let's say, if there's a layer action that, like, I think I did this once. I have a probably overpowered, just like any custom monster you make, is custom black dragon that I made for my one party to face. And if there's a layer action, like let's say just being near it, your armor begins to melt from the poison sort of radiating off of it, right?
Yeah.
That one's more of just like these things are just true around it. But if that is a part of the stat block, then probably that should start to be clued into in the environment as you're approaching, right? You start to see that you can see that effect various places. I think it sort of the encounter design can kind of feed into the region, the narrative of everything. So it kind of all feels like a complete piece when you're done, where it's like, oh, that all makes sense now.
100%.
I think that's always really rewarding.
Yeah. At the moment you talked about like the lair, the black dragon, and the corrosive effects, even as you get near it, there's something and talk about foreshadowing it as you get near and near. My mind immediately went to as you're going, you notice several holes, some on the ceiling, some on the walls, some on the floors. If they investigate it, they can't quite tell where they lead, but they see residue of poison on it. And one of the lair actions is the black dragon has maybe kind of a central vent that he can spew into as a lair action, and suddenly there's poison venting from all these places for 2-3 turns. I think that sort of thing can be so fun, and it gives you so many opportunities to foreshadow on the way about what the lair action might be, what it might do.
Or even fighting. Here would be foreshadowing to probably the most controversial part of that custom black dragon I made. Let's say on the way to that dragon or in that region, fighting enemies, fighting sort of packs of monsters that are like kind of weaker or almost like sickly. One of the abilities that I gave, granted this was like an ancient black dragon, these were fairly high level players that had faced dragons before, and I wanted it to be a memorable experience.
Yeah.
If you failed a saving throw against its breath weapon, you would never make a successful Constitution saving throw again. One of the players got hit by that, and I said, just cross that out on your sheet. You're never going to make a con save again. Doesn't matter what it is, you fail.
Yeah.
Now, that seems like, wow, that's crazy, that's wild. It doesn't actually affect that many situations.
Yeah.
But it's certainly evocative. It's certainly like, whoa. You know, if that happens to one of the players, everybody's being real careful about getting hit by that breath weapon.
Yeah.
But even that's something that can be signaled ahead of time, that like, why are all the creatures like close to death? Like they're on death's door here. It's like, well, because that's what this thing has been doing.
Yeah. And I think that there are, you know, with when it comes to permanent effects, I am definitely, I don't want to say a bit of a wimp, but I definitely.
Does it help if I say these were like 14th level characters? Does that make it better or worse for you? Would you be less of a wimp? Would you dial up ratchet it up?
No, I stray away from anything that that is explicitly permanent. I would at least foreshadow that there is a way to get rid of it. Not just a long rest. I'm totally fine with like lasting wounds or whatever.
Hey, anything's possible, right?
But I want to almost immediately let them know what it is, so that they are not like I want this to. I'm very okay with it being like they have to go and hunt down a different monster to get like a very specific alchemical blah blah blah.
Right.
But I'm a big.
Love it.
I mean, it makes me scared when you're like, never a Constitution save, never again. I'm getting freaked out.
It's one of those things where if you start to look up like what actually impacts it, it's probably only a save that most characters have to make in a way that it matters.
Yeah.
A handful of times in an entire campaign.
Sure.
But it feels like a lot. It's like, well, I only have 6 saving throws. I'm taking one of them away.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
It's insane. No, that's fun though. I mean, it's the same way. I feel the same way about permanent buffs. As I do like permanent debuffs. I feel very, very similarly. And I'm always like a foreshadow danger sort of guy, which it sounds like is exactly what you did with this. Is you were constantly foreshadowing that Constitution. Oh yeah. I'm good. Oh, no.
But here's the thing. Here's what's cool about it.
Uh-huh.
And this is why I homebrewed it, because I think, in my opinion, some of the 5e dragons don't necessarily always bring that fear with them.
Totally.
When they're table, dragons feel sort of like something that can be handled.
Yeah.
And so I think to be able to sort of instill that fear, and like, man, if you're running characters and you know that that's possible, maybe we shouldn't go face down this dragon. This kind of makes me nervous. I don't want anything to happen to my character, you know. That's sort of interesting.
No, I think that's very, very interesting, and it's one of the things that, as I've
proceed with caution.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, well, I've been.
It's like.
I love the concept of making monsters feel more deadly, whether that's through homebrew, whether that's through careful encounter design. One of my favorite encounters from Baldur's Gate 3. Fast forward to 3 minutes if you don't want spoilers. But there is there's an encounter where you walk through and you're walking past a bunch of petrified statues. Of like, you know, very, very clearly something's happened here. You're trying to investigate it, and as you get further, a spectator comes out, not a beholder, spectator. And in my mind, spectators are fucking chumps. I don't know, like they're very always like a watered down version of beholders. And there was nothing homebrew about the spectator, but the design was such that it went around and it could unpetrify all the statues. And when it unpetrified them, it had apparently petrified them when they were charmed by it. So it unpetrifies all of these, and they are all charmed by the spectator. And so
that's pretty cool.
It turns it into a really like interesting fight where you're determining, and the only way to break a spectator charm is by damaging the creature, which might turn it into an ally. It might not even break the charm. You're damaging a potential ally instead of the spectator.
Certainly not the spectator, right? Yeah. That's great.
So yeah, it's a very, very, very cool fight, and I've thought about that a lot with it sort of hits on this idea of the layer action of the environment.
Totally.
And I've thought a lot about, even if like that spectator example is really niche. Like a lot of monsters don't have that interesting of abilities, like the petrification ray.
Sure.
But I think about that a lot when I'm making my homebrew monsters of not only how does this work into the environment, but how can it take this from, how can this ratchet it up like a really scary tier, which I think your Constitution save does. You're right.
Sure.
It's really like if you go and buy the numbers, buy the book, it's not that impactful, really. It's like mostly to like other poisons.
That's right. Yeah.
But also like as a DM, and this really hits on like trust between the players and the DM. As a DM, you have full autonomy over if they ever have to make a con save again.
That's right. It may never be touched.
Yeah. And but it went into that that fear and that terror. And I think that that's something for sort of at-home games to remember, especially when it comes to balancing, is you're not WebDM. You are not Mammoth Games. You are not putting this out for mass consumption.
That's right.
When you homebrew your stuff, if it works for your table and it has the intended effect, you have full reign over how impactful it is later. You know, we're not making actual plays.
It's you don't have an audience to criticize you.
Or to potentially take your stuff and misuse it and then complain that they misused it.
And then you get complaints back. Well, another soft way to really just kind of tiptoe into really just like encounter design, like throwing extra wrinkles in there. To go from ancient black dragon, scale it all the way back down to goblins. Just using goblins in like tall grass, right, where they like attack and then they hide, is really annoying, right? It can actually be really difficult for the level parties. But imagine just taking those goblins with that basic strategy and give one of them some sort of wand. Like one of the goblins he's sort of become the captain of all of them because he found some magic item that does a thing. That's a really simple way to really kind of tweak an encounter into something unique where it's like, wait, the goblin did what? Can we find that one and stop it from doing that? That can get really interesting too.
I think it's a super great way to bring lower leveled enemies into higher CR areas. Of making them more clever, giving them these very situational buffs, but because we're the ones creating the situation, oh my gosh, suddenly they're applicable.
Absolutely.
And that is one of the things, a lot of the times when I'm making an encounter, my absolute like default in my brain is 1+2. There is 1 higher CR and 2 lower CR. And I think that thinking through, like you said, creating a database of all of these options and what situations they might be interesting in. It's also interesting to show these custom monsters in situations where their stuff doesn't apply. So like if you've introduced them to these goblins at a lower level and they know how they're customized, or this black dragon or what have you, reintroducing that later as either a lackey or as an opportunity for the players to feel like they've advanced and they just totally fucking handle it.
That's right.
Can be really fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right. And I think this is the last one. It's one that you sent. And so I don't know what it is. I figured I'd leave it for the very last.
All right, let's find out.
Let's take a look.
Try giving your players
spoilers.
magic items without telling them what they do. I might start a one-shot with my players buying exotic items in the market. Maybe the seller's parent was an adventurer.
There you
and this
go.
was all their parents' stuff. They say,
There we go.
I know it all works, but some of this was, stolen, I think? Don't tell anybody, okay? The items have simple labels, but nothing that reveals what anything actually does. No time to test anything, because soon after the players buy stuff, the one-shot really gets going. So the players will have to find out what these items do by using them during the game. I mean, what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? That's great. I mean, this applies really strongly to one-shots. It
Yeah.
also doesn't have to be magic items. It could be new features where they get blessed by some cleric.
you
But
go.
as the
Yeah.
cleric is explaining what it does, he gets shot in the head.
That's right. Yeah.
Like there's so many ways to use that
Absolutely.
secret nature.
Absolutely.
And even on the other side of it, giving those sorts of things to monsters of maybe you have already foreshadowed this stall, but the action gets going before they can even buy the stuff. And the goblins run into the town and they get separated from the stall somehow, and the goblins start picking stuff up.
That's right.
And so the players don't know what it does, the goblins don't know what it does, and they're all just like in a standoff like, am I going to use it?
Yeah.
That could be really fun.
And that's one of those things too where goblins are sort of easy cannon fodder, but really lots of small creatures. If you've got any sort of magic user enemy, especially if you're giving chase, if maybe they want to distract the players for a while,
100%.
Imagine a horde, a handful of polymorphed goblins coming, running through the forest as the wizard escapes. Like that's going to be an interesting encounter. All these super powered goblins doing whatever else. It's a great way to mix things up.
Oh yeah, certainly. Is there any monster type? And this is I don't know if you'll have an answer to this. Is there any monster type that you specifically stray away from in general, or just in the context of a one-shot? Like, I will never use that in a one-shot, maybe because you don't think it can be narratively satisfying, or what have you.
I think pretty much anything goes. I this isn't a monster type necessarily, but I do stray away. I've only a couple of times in one shots played anything that was very high level. I think that mostly due to time management, it's kind of slog. Like if you are, I can understand the fantasy. I can understand why people are drawn to, hey, we're going to do a one shot. Let's all make 20th level characters.
Oh, yeah.
And really go against, let's fight Tiamat or whatever.
Sure, yeah.
The trouble with that is there's a lot of trouble with it.
Yeah.
But the biggest one from my perspective is that running a brand new 20th level character is almost impossible. It's really, really hard.
Overwhelming.
The design of characters in general.
Yeah.
And this is why one shots typically play in that sweet spot of like maybe 3rd to 8th level.
Yeah.
Is sort of I think the best kind of cut. You can go a little bit higher and be okay, but it's going to be more work.
With more experienced players, maybe.
Definitely, if they're playing a class they know, or they just have more time to prep. But once you get that 20th level, the D&D is assuming that you've just spent a year or more with those abilities, honing them, practicing them. Yeah, the whole you understand this character, and to just jump in. I mean, we know a lot about D&D. We would not be able to do those characters justice without like a week's study. The idea of doing it can seem really exciting to do a one shot like that, but it's probably going to be really unfun. Is kind of my read. That's why I avoid it.
I completely agree, and it's actually one of the reasons. One of my more controversial opinions. I mean, it's very very popular. There's a very popular YouTube channel named after it. I don't start my characters at level 3. Not necessarily because I don't think that they will be able to understand their character, but I think even by level 3, you have gained so many features that it will be difficult for your fellow players to understand what your character does.
So you start at level 1?
I start at level 1.
I love a level 1 start.
I love level 1 because I think it I mostly think about it from a player synergy point of view of I think when you start at level 1, they start to develop those really fun strategies, those the fucking Thor bouncing it off of Captain America's shield type combos, because when you're a level 1 fighter, you attack. When you're and like when you're a level 1 wizard, like you have very specific spells you can do. And when you're doing just those things, everyone else at the table gets to remember, okay, the wizard has Tensor's floating disc, because that's the only thing he could even do this session. And so that like gets ingrained into their mind when they're thinking about puzzles, obstacles, challenges in the future of, oh, right, wizard, you have Tensor's floating disc, because that's in my head. So I think that problem just gets exacerbated the higher and higher and higher level you go. Even if you have like experienced players, the more experience they get, the weirder their builds are probably getting.
Well, it also gives you wiggle room, right? The more levels you play, the more opportunity there is. I've had this happen at least like probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 times over the years. You know, you start to get to level 2 or 3 and a player realizes, I don't think I'm playing the right class. I think I should probably, I thought I was going to be this rogue. I think I should be a bard. That's who this character is. And it's a lot easier to switch at that point than figuring that out by level 5 or 6.
So much easier to switch. Narratively,
Exactly. Honestly, like, this is one of those out there ideas that I say these things, and like always the first thing, like, this is what's exciting. Somebody's going to show me somebody who's done this. There's going to be some module out there or some option, but or a different game system entirely. But like, there's probably a way, just like what we're talking about, of that 1 to 3 progression where you kind of haven't chosen a class yet, where you can basically have that experience and sort of find it as you go. I think would be really interesting.
I think that's what
especially for new players.
That's what I try to do with subclasses whenever I'm playing. Is we start at level 1 and then find what my subclass is going to be through my play, and like what this character just feels like. And that is one thing I encourage. I know a lot of people have problems with that because some of the subclasses feel like they should be inherent. They should be like I'm thinking about like the psionic rogue, the psionic fighter. I think that there are ways to still have those properties present. So like if you're a psionic rogue, maybe you've had these psionic tics, these psionic knacks for your entire life, but they're not nearly controllable enough for you to wield in a consistent manner. It's kind of, or like Swarm Keeper Ranger. Maybe you're training it actively. You're maybe doing little training sessions with small insects as you go. And
those are just design challenges, right? Those are DM working with player. I think honestly, the best kind of table relationships are where DMs are open and inviting for players to be like, oh, I want to like brainstorm my character stuff with you. Like, which decisions should they make? What things? I think that's always like a sign of a really healthy table. Because sometimes there isn't a perfect fit, and you have to sort of say, well, yeah, traditionally this means that, but let's reflavor it, let's tweak it and adjust it. And now this is, how much cooler is it? Like, I guess it's cool to sort of play things as they're intended. But it feels so much more interesting to be like, this is the only time this build has ever been played by anybody. Nobody's ever played it quite like this before. Like that feels more attuned to a character.
Yeah, I agree. Undead King, I honestly hate level 1 and 2 because there's a very limited amount of options available to use and synergize with the party. And this is something I've thought about, and I would kind of not necessarily put it back, but the way that I think about it is there are plenty of ways that I, as a normal human person, can synergize and work in a team environment with other people that are not magic users and superhumans. And maybe this comes from some amount of ROTC experience in college, where it was always like, okay, people are taking different roles, and if they weren't doing those things as, again, very normal human people,
Sure.
we couldn't accomplish this other thing. So I think that a lot of times, if it feels boring or if it feels like there are very limited synergistic opportunities, I don't want to call out any other at-home DMs, but I think that it is part of the DM's job and responsibility to make level 1 and 2 feel like there are ways to work together.
Yeah, there's an opportunity there, right? There's an opportunity to say, okay, well, what's a fun level 1 session? For me, I pretty much rely on those prologue sessions. These are one-on-one. The stakes are relatively high, but also that minute-to-minute experience should be pretty interesting, while keeping everything limited. But everybody's got to find their own answer to that. Some people, skip level 1, swear off of it. I think I get that to an extent, but I think it can be more fun from a game design perspective to look at each of those levels as an opportunity to say, well, cool, at some point people are going to be at level 15, 16, or 10 or 12 or wherever their campaign ends. When they think about, it'll be so fun to start a new character again, what's fun and quaint and sort of nostalgic about levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and how do you capture those the first time through, I think is the fun of that. And
still special. I mean, every level 1 PC is still going to kick a commoner's ass every day of the week.
They're still up there.
And so it's like, what does make them special? And presenting those sorts of challenges, something that I always think about is no matter what level you are going to be better at every single skill check than every single common person you would ever meet.
You're definitely off to the races, right? You're set up better.
Well, and it's not like you unlock new skills as you go up. Like, everyone has access to animal handling, everyone has access to athletics, no matter what level you are. So I think about those for synergies as well.
Totally.
Because I think that skill checks are both a huge strength and a huge weakness of 5e. They abstract so much, streamlined, that it can be hard to give them consequences, like solving a puzzle with a skill check. Like you talked about earlier, it can feel lackluster. So I think that...
Or disarming a trap.
Right. I mean,
what is even that? What does even that mean, right?
We've all accepted it as part of 5e that, lock picking, disarming a trap are as easy as rolling a die, and we're all good with it. Percepting, persuading, all of these are super abstracted, but you can still make really, really interesting encounters with them, and you always have access to those skills as encounter tools. You can say, this needs an athletics check, this needs a religion check, or an arcana check. And if you build those in cleverly, it doesn't matter what level they are. They can take on harder versions of those, but the level is kind of irrelevant if it's based on skill checks.
Definitely.
So, anyways. I think that's about the end. Towards the end, I stopped having... one-shot specific questions because we covered a lot of it.
We bounced around. Yeah.
But thanks for joining me. Is there anything, any final or closing thoughts on one-shots or anything else we talked about? Maybe any advice that you have that never came up.
I think that in
What the heck?
Opportunities for
Whoa.
kind of the game.
Ah, Ryan, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh goodness, my Discord like crashed and you were gone. I
Oh
don't know.
man.
Okay, we're back.
I'm still. I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you hear
cool.
me?
That was really weird. It was like I hit the green arrow, but I definitely didn't.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, restart.
Rewind.
Yeah.
No, yeah. It's one shots are a great way to sort of experiment with the game. It's a good way to introduce new players to the game and sort of set the seed for a campaign. And then if you are running a campaign, it can be a really fun opportunity to kind of world build with a one shot and explore angles, especially angles of a story that maybe didn't get the attention that you hope that they would, or that you want to sort of expand on.
Yeah.
World building and lore is really fun for us. It's mostly fun for players only if they get to play it.
Yeah.
So, that's what we're there to do, right? So if you've got some crazy, cool, interesting piece of history in the world of the players, let them play it.
Yeah.
They'll remember it better and have more fun learning about it if they actually experience it. So
Yeah, and something that you hit on earlier of it can be frustrating or maybe kind of burn you out if you make this really cool stuff and then they just skip it or they don't happen to run into it. It sounds like one of the things you're saying is one shots are a great way to reintroduce that stuff. In maybe a more tight package.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, and I mean there really are no boundaries to this. If people are willing to play a one shot, they're literally telling you that they'll sit down at the table having no idea what's about to happen and play.
Yeah.
And especially if that group that you're pulling from are players that you already have in your game that already know things about it.
Mm-hmm.
You could almost think of anything that movies, TV shows, you can get inspiration from anywhere. Let's go back and see how the villain became the villain. Let's play, points in that history and learn about that. It's okay to give players knowledge their characters don't have. That's actually, we've talked about that, right? It's that positive metagaming thing.
Mm-hmm.
They can then play their character as though they don't know, but they get to enjoy knowing it, right? So, so fun.
That is super fun. Well, sick.
Cool,
do you have anything to announce? Anything you wanna immortalize?
Immortalize.
Put out there.
No, I mean I'm on pretty much every social media platform. RyanImelDM everywhere. Currently, just taking minute-long chunks of D&D story and advice and crafting and prop making and throwing it out there. So if that seems interesting to you, then check me out on every platform. I'm there.
RyanImel, it's right there. Oh wait, I'm trying to point the finger correctly. RyanImelDM or RyanImelDM.com.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sweet. I had a fantastic time. Thank you for coming on.
Anytime. It's a good time.
All right. Well, I will. I'll get out of here. I was just talking about this with my wife. I'm terrible at leaving voicemails. And I'm also terrible at ending stream. I have no idea. It always peters out.
What do you do?
You're
like, do I shake or no?
No. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. Do I leave my phone number for you? I don't.
Goodbye. Yeah. I get it.
Like, comment, subscribe. Goodbye. End stream now.